Hold on a second here. Let's play some Silent Hill 2. Um, where is it? Where is it? I hope this works full screen. I seem to have been having issues streaming things at full screen. Um, hold on. Okay, can you guys see the game? Can you see the game? Please tell me. You can? Okay. It's not frozen. The game is moving. Great. Great. Let's do it. Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition. So this is the fan patch. Uh, for those of you that don't know about this, this is kind of like the real HD collection. Konami released an HD collection. It was one of the worst releases of a game ever. One of the worst releases in the history of video games. Total butchery and disgrace to everything that we should hold dear and sacred. But then the fans came in and they said, hey, we'll do it properly. So we got the enhanced edition. This isn't completely up to date, unfortunately, with the most recent things that they've added and fixed and made more like the original. Because I think they updated the sound significantly. I wish I updated it earlier, but it'll still be pretty nice. For the very second time, we will also be playing the game on extra riddle difficulty. I'm going to reload this save. Once we get to the first save point, we'll reload from here and play on extra riddle. Normally, when you start a game in Silent Hill 2, you have 3 difficulties to choose from: hard, normal, and easy. But there is a secret riddle difficulty, which you never get to see on this menu. And in order to unlock it, you have to complete the game on easy, normal, and hard. And then that unlocks extra riddle mode. So when you play the game the next time on your completed file, you'll get extra riddle mode. You won't have a choice. You'll start the game on hard riddle mode, but you'll be given extra riddle mode. A surprise. It's like a surprise riddle difficulty hidden in the game. And then I think the way it works, if Nub is here, he can correct me. I think extra riddle mode then alternates with every playthrough. That once you've completed easy, normal, and hard, the next playthrough will be on extra riddle. And then you'll be able to choose between hard, normal, and easy again on your playthrough after that. And then the next one will forcibly go into extra again. And it'll just alternate every time from there. That's correct, Nub? Okay, I thought that's how it worked.
Thanks.
So yeah, it doesn't really matter what we start with, because we'll be reloading the save when we get to the forest save point. Mary, where the fuck are you? I really wonder how they're definitely aware of the memes, Bloober, and they know they're gonna have to toe the line with in-game commentary from James. But I wonder will we get any swear words from James? Hold on a second. Jay, thank you for the 2. Tobiyashi, thank you for the 3. Yippee Kaye with the 13. Liquid with the 10. Stiz with the 20. Oh, fuck. Gotta find Mary. Oh, God. Oh, shit. What the fuck is that? That pyramid fuck. Oh, gotta hide. Oh, running low on energy. Gotta heal. Where's my health drink? Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh, it's that mannequin fuck. Cody with the 18, Ambient, Nub Zombie gifting the sub to Necromancer. Thank you very much. Phil Ramirez, DMG, Rose. Now I'm just thanking everyone that I thanked earlier. Maybe they can include something like that as a joke ending. Maybe that can be one of the joke endings where James goes off the rails like that. No, that'd be a bit too silly for Silent Hill 2, I think. Even with the dog ending, that'd be going too far. Okay, we're ready? Let's do it.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
They just, in my mind, this just can never be topped, you know? But it doesn't have to be topped to still be a worthy experience. These FMVs, Takayoshi Sato going so hard with these gorgeous CG scenes. Game is really dark. I know, I purposely made it dark. Maybe I'll turn it up by 1 point in the settings. But yeah, remember, Nico, after I played it the last time, we were looking at the PS2 version, and I really liked how much darker the PS2 version was compared to the Enhanced Edition on its base settings. So I decided to turn the brightness down in the Enhanced Edition, and I thought it really made the apartments a lot moodier and much more like the PS2 version. Yeah, it is really dark, but I kind of like it like this. Maybe I'll turn it up by 1 more point. But I definitely want it below its default on the Enhanced Edition. But yeah, I really like that remade music for this scene that we just saw, where it kind of builds with those strings. Nice change. Seems like they did the, you know, they have the same writing on the wall in the background as well. It's kind of harder to see during that. We'll come back into this bathroom and talk about all this stuff after we watch the next scene. Blue gem. This is an NG Plus item. Maybe I could use it somewhere. These images are Enhanced Edition remade images. I really would like to go back and switch them to the original images, maybe next time I play the game. Because I do prefer the original images over these remade ones. Photo of Mary, a photo from when she was still healthy. We start off with Mary's picture and a letter, which we can read even before we trigger the next scene, where we hear Mary speak these words. In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Am I going for 10 stars? Absolutely not. This is an in-depth story playthrough. A 10-star run is like a speed run by default, almost. No, this is going to be slow A slow story run. I wonder, are they going to have the Maria posters in the remake as well here? Always felt significant to me that the first character you see here is Maria, but in the form of an advertisement, a poster for her performance at Heaven's Night. An advertisement for James.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, this is really dark looking here, isn't it? Compared to usual, but I really like it. I really like the dark look here. Cinema. But yeah, man, you really feel the pain, the sadness, the grief. Silent Hill 2 is a twisted love story, after all, at its core. Pain and sadness and grief and loss and betrayal. Betrayal of love. When we approach the car, we get a different sound that comes in here. Almost sounds like a car struggling to start. When we back off, it'll fade away. And we get a map. Love the way he leaves the car here. You know, fucking, you know, the parking spaces are right here. This part over here, it's just all decayed. You can't really see the lines or anything laid out properly. James doesn't give any fucks. Rolls up here, leaves the door open, and we're going to continue to leave the door open. This shows his state of mind right here. Doesn't give any fucks. Walks into the bathroom. Questions his own reality. Then heads into town, leaves the car right here. With his dead wife in the back seat. But yeah, I've always loved Guy Seehey's performance in this scene during this monologue. He really nails it. Not all of the voice acting is perfect in this game. There's some wonky stuff in certain scenes, but this monologue, I feel like he really nails. Like, you feel the sadness, you feel the pain and the grief, and just the desperation. Like, just the complete fucking loss and desperation. Does she mean the park on the lake? You know, it's like, oh God. We spent the whole day there. You're sinking into the bottom of his soul. I think he said when he was performing this as James, I think he recently went through like a really rough divorce. Didn't he say that? Like, he put a lot of those feelings from his divorce into the character of James. And yeah, he was just a normal guy, not a voice actor, which is who they generally went for, Team Silent, deliberately. They would always seek out these non-actors to play their roles. Guy Seehey was bringing his daughter for the audition of Laura. She didn't end up getting the role, but they really liked something about Seehey, just the way he looked, and they asked him to audition for James. So there's a lot of the man in this character, I think, even down to the way he looks. Which is why it might be hard to get used to a new James in general, just because he really tried to embody the guy. There's so much of the guy himself in James. Music box with the 17 months, thank you. With the tier 3 as well, cheers. Evil Dave with the 8 as well, thank you. But yeah, I guess picking these amateur VAs, you can get some wonky stuff and some scenes that might not work so great, some wonky performances here and there, but I guess you also get a very raw and authentic feel a lot of the time too, where it really does work in a unique way. CRT Future with the 10 pack. Thank you. Wait, I need to turn the alerts back on. How is the audio balancing, by the way? With my voice and the game?
Hold it right there.
Hold it right there. Mary's death only happened a few days ago. This is the road I came in on. There's no point in going back. Yeah, we're not blocked in here. The roads haven't been completely destroyed like in Silent Hill 1, where it's chaos and carnage. We drove in here deliberately. We're coming to Silent Hill 2. We're coming to Silent Hill, rather, for a very specific purpose. I mean, James came here to kill himself. That's why he has Mary in the back seat, which apparently is, which has a lot of meaning in Japan. Like it was a recurring pattern in Japan for murders like this, where the killer would, it was like a sign of respect to dress up the body after you kill them and put them in the back seat. That's why it's very deliberately the back seat and not the boot of the car. Or the trunk, as you Americans would say. You know, people often ask when we talk about the car, the body in the back seat. Wait, no, is it not the why isn't she in the trunk of the seat? I thought it was the trunk of the car. No, very deliberately the developers wanted Mary to be in the back seat. Because having her in the trunk would be disrespectful. And yeah, it was supposed to be... I think that kind of ritual murder-suicide thing goes way back into Japanese history. But yeah, it has a lot of... There's a lot of reference there to like real murder-suicides in Japan and a certain sort of ritual of treating the body in a certain way before you off yourself. So James was coming here with Mary in the back seat, gonna drive into Toluca Lake and kill himself. But when he gets here, something different happens. Some switch gets triggered in his head, and he tries to repress all of this and imagine a scenario where she's out there, alive somehow, his dead wife. Was James drunk or something? We do find out later that James did start drinking heavily after the death of Mary. And you're originally led to believe that she died like years ago, right? 3 years ago. We then learn later on that it was only mere days ago, within like the last week. So when he was drinking, yeah, like maybe he was drunk out of his mind last night. Maybe he was drunk on his way to Silent Hill. But let's go back into the bathroom. Yeah, it's one possible outcome for James in this game where he does kill himself. It's one of the main endings to the game. And apparently it's the ending that the developers put the most thought into. They didn't want there to be a set in stone canonical ending. You know, they didn't want a canon ending. But they said that the in-water ending is... You know, they put the most amount of thought into that one. They tried to imbue that one with the most meaning, which is pretty grim. You know, you go through this whole trial as James, and they put the most thought and effort into the death ending where he decides to kill himself after he goes through with all of this. But yeah, again, you know, water is one of the big motifs in this game. And it's a big thing in the in-water ending. The suicide ending is called the in-water ending, where he drives into the lake and sinks to the bottom of the lake. In here we have Bible verses on the wall. From the book of Job. Both of these sentences here are from the book of Job. You can barely make it out here, which I really like. You know, they don't get over the top with it. If we try to interact with the wall, you know, we can't read it. Might have been a little bit on the nose if we could read, like, if we could clearly read these Bible verses here. Might have felt too much like they were trying to make a point here. But as it is now, it's kind of nice. You kind of have to really look at it you really have to look at it and research to know that there are Bible verses here. Nico, now is your time to shine, man. Where's the copy paste? Because I always forget what it actually says here. But this one, I think, refers to like a moth. I am laying here like something that's moth-eaten, like some kind of garment that's moth-eaten. And over here, I think this one says something about thy hands fashioned and made me, and now you turn around and destroy me, or something like that. From my understanding, the book of Job is about a guy who has like the perfect life. He's a devout follower of God. He has a family, a loving wife, kids. And then one day, God takes all of this from him to test his faith. Which seems fairly fitting for Silent Hill 2. James and Mary living their happy life. You know, James, the everyman, nice guy. The two of them in love. Starting their life together, fairly young. And then, bam, Mary gets struck with this sickness. And James gets put to the test in several ways, I guess. You know, coping with the sickness and dealing with her illness. And then this game kind of serves as a test as well, as like a trial for James. But the note here that talks about being moth-eaten is interesting, because I think Mary is supposed to look kind of moth-eaten in her sick state. We don't really know what Mary's illness was, but we see her at the end of the game and what her illness did to her, and it did a number on her skin. Her skin looks, you know, it looks like a total mess. It's all flaky and kind of peeling. And she kind of looks like something that could have been moth-eaten. She kind of looks like a moth-eaten garment. Or at least that's what I always think. This is live. This is live. If it's a VOD, it will say so on the screen. Whenever I'm sleeping and playing VODs, the sleeping dog emote will be on the screen, and there'll be text on the screen saying that I'm sleeping. No, it was the first conclusion to the scenario as written. Yeah. But yeah, we have these Book of Job verses on the wall, I think, which are supposed to parallel the plight of Job with James here. The guy who gets everything taken from him. He then has to undergo some kind of test. I guess with Job, it was to test his faith in God. With James, it was to test his faith in his wife. Did he truly love his wife through it all? Even through sickness and everything that he had to put up with her outbursts and the way she was in her illness. We'll see later on that it was very tough for James dealing with Mary in her sick state, the way she became. Another crazy detail in this story, and something that I never really bring up that much, and something that I never really think about all that much, is that, you know, Mary was sick. That the doctor said Mary would survive the illness for 3 years at most. Like that's as long as she would last. You know, that maybe she'd stay alive for another few months, but she could stay alive for 3 years. That's a possibility. Maybe unlikely, but she might be able to fight it for 3 years at most. And she did. That's what happened. And James killed her when she was just about to die anyway. James killed her after 3 years of dealing with her sickness. Which is just kind of a twisted little thing about the story. You know, James didn't have long to wait before she was going to die anyway. She was coming back home to see him because it was her last, you know, these were the last, it was their last chance to spend time together. And James snapped right as she was about to go anyway. Which just adds an extra sting to the whole situation. You know, he went through all of that. You know, the hard part was over. If he really didn't want to, if he was really getting sick of dealing with her, he didn't have long to wait, and he still killed her. Yeah, you get the flashback later with the doctor where James, how long does she have? It's hard to say with certainty. And then I forget the next line. He says, like, he suggests a couple of, 6 months perhaps, or 3 years at most. I think he gives like a fairly specific answer and says, you know, it could be a couple of months or, but 3 years at most. And when you get that scene, it's like, oh, James is hoping he can spend as much time as possible with her before she dies. You know, that's the implication. Oh, how long does she have, Doctor? But then that turns out to be not really what James was. That the 3 years turns out to be a curse, the fact that she manages to last that long, because those 3 years are a torment for James. And she does last the full 3 years. I think it's in the rebirth ending. There's a line in one of the endings where James says it was a long 3 years, and I think it's the rebirth ending, where James goes totally off the wall and tries to perform a ritual to resurrect his dead wife by bringing her body out to a spooky church in the middle of the lake. It's been a long time since I've seen that ending. I can't go any further by car. Guess I'll have to walk. We have the original Brahms sign restored here, by the way. The enhanced edition people changed the Brahms sign because I guess they thought it must have been wrong. But this is what the original developers had on the sign. Some people think it's an error because Brahms should be way closer to Silent Hill. You know, it's supposed to be the next town over. Sybil casually travels from Brahms to Silent Hill. You know, they're locally related. But I have a feeling they did this very deliberately. And it's maybe an early indication that you're viewing things through a twisted mind. Because lots of little things are supposed to be shaped by James's fucked up mind in this game. And maybe that's just an early hint. Maybe not. Maybe it's the developers making a fuck up, but... yeah, who knows? Since it's the same in the director's cut, yeah, like, I don't think it is a fuck up, Nico. I think it's a cheeky little detail. Deliberate detail. Toluca Lake. Oh, yeah, no, the remake Toluca Lake sign, it is extremely close to this, but more detailed. There's loads of little scratches and stuff on it. Yeah, it seems like the Bloober are really going to work on a lot of the environmental detail, which is nice to see, man. Like, really replicating these, but then adding loads of extra detail, too. Some of that stuff is promising. Pete's Bowl-O-Rama. We'll be going there later. Wow. I'm not sure what they're doing with the... well, they're not just note for note the original assets, you know, because we see loads of extra detail on them. But I mean, who knows what they did? Maybe they got the original files and AI upscaled them and then had their own artists add a load of extra detail in there. You know, if you look at the Toluca Lake sign in the remake, it looks just it looks just like this, except it's way more detailed. But the core of the thing looks just like it. Bloober are pretty good with environments. Yeah, that's what I've heard, that it's one of their strong suits, their environmental detail. This is dark. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like how this looks, man. Do you think I should up the brightness by 1 point? I'm kind of liking this very dark and gloomy Silent Hill 2 we have going here. It's too dark. Maybe I'll put it up by 1. Yeah, it is very dark. This isn't how it should be at its default brightness, I don't think. But I do kind of like it. I don't see a thing. Maybe it looks a little bit brighter on my end. Like I can definitely see very clearly. Pay attention here. Nobody say anything. Shh, shh. Did I walk too far? There it is. All right, Bloober. I hope you have some developers watching the stream today. You better have that shit in the game, okay? If you hang around at the start here for a couple of minutes, we better get that sound. So that's a really, really hidden detail in this game. You will only hear that if you stand around here for a couple of minutes, right? And most people are not gonna do that. Why the fuck would you do that? You're gonna walk down here. There's no reason to stay up here. And the only reason I ever discovered this is because I was testing settings with all the pain over the years of trying to get this game functioning. You know, because Konami never re-released a proper version of it. Now we have the enhanced edition and everything, and it's much easier to get a good copy of Silent Hill 2, but man, back in the day, it could be rough. Spent so much time at the start of this game testing PC settings and emulator settings. New sounds kicking in subtly here. So much amazing sound design in this game, of course, as everyone knows. Contextual sounds and things that'll only play in a certain part of an area, and lots of detail. Yeah, this is really dark. I like it though. Hold on, let me just see how it looks on the stream on my end. Yeah, it's pretty dark. It's kind of spooky though. Here we get the well. Interesting in the remake how the save point isn't like at the bottom of the well. It's the water is right up to the top. It's almost overflowing in the remake. There's something in the well. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. It gives me a weird feeling. So here they get kind of meta with the saves, where saves like literally symbolize memory. Your save data, your memory, your literal memory card on PS2. And James, lost memories are obviously a big part of Silent Hill 2. Reflection, I think we're supposed to be seeing kind of like a blurred reflection in water here. Which on original hardware and on PS2, I think even has a more of a watery look, like a kind of blurry look. But yeah, James looking at himself or failing to look at himself. Staring into the abyss. I saved there without even thinking. Right, we need to stop and load this extra riddle mode. Isn't there a creature sound effect during this trail? I had that sound effect play like 5 times within a minute during my playthrough. A creature sound effect during this trail. There's another sound you hear as you walk down. Yeah, that kind of monstrous growl effect. The rub rub thing. I can't do an impression of it. But yeah, that one loops. That one loops. And I think we heard that on the way down. I was probably just quickly running past that section when that was playing. Okay, so let's stop and load up the save. Do the brightness settings work in the game? Or do I have to alter them from the game files? Didn't they make it so you can actually up the brightness in the game? They should. Let's see. Yeah, because when I lowered it, I did it from the files. And lowering it by 1 point was, like, really significant. I think I lowered it by 2. Which made it quite dark, as it is now. Advanced options, brightness level. Okay, yes, that's 0, I see. 3. Oh, turn it down a bit. I'm going blind here. Hold on. 2. Yeah, I know this is how it usually looks. I'm just, I got used to the really dark look. This is nice, I think. This is nice. I hope the apartments look correct when we get there. The apartments should be dark, man. So I might turn it down by 1 point if the apartments aren't to my liking. We'll see.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This, this town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
A perfectly normal interaction there between two perfectly normal people. So here we meet our first character, Angela. This game almost feels like it has three protagonists in a way. Because James, Eddie, and Angela, they're all here for very similar reasons. They're all sinners who have done something that they're guilty about, and they're coming here to be punished or to face up to what they've done. And Angela is really the most tragic of all the characters because she feels the easiest to empathize with. Angela is a victim of sexual abuse at the hands of her father and her brother, although they don't really make that explicit. It's the father that they really talk about in the game. And yeah, a lot of these early scenes with Angela are kind of recontextualized by things that you see later on in the game. So when you see these scenes again, they kind of, you see more things in them. Like even like right down to Angela's fear of James when she gets up close to her. Over the course of the game, Angela will kind of get more and more wary of James. She'll start to fear him. And by the end, you know, she's questioning whether he even loved Mary, viewing him as just another man like the rest of them. You know, you're all the same, she says. You're only after one thing. You know, she even suspects that James might be interested in taking advantage of her. So in these scenes between James and Angela, James kind of stands in for Angela's father in a way. This kind of, this male threat to be feared. And she has reason to be afraid of this guy. His dead wife is up there in the fucking back seat of the car. This guy is out of his mind and absolutely a danger to anyone. Angela should be afraid of this fucking guy. But maybe James should be afraid of her too, because she just recently killed her father. Angela, you know, she was getting abused by her father. And eventually, she snapped, lashed out, retaliated, killed her father. And yeah, it did a number on her mind. And She feels guilty about it. She comes to Silent Hill. That weird moment at the end of the scene where she caresses the gravestone. I thought my father and brother were here. She's here looking for her mother. That's what she tells us. And she thought her father and brother were here too, but she can't find them either. And when she says that, she caresses the gravestone. A pretty big hint that they're dead. But yeah, later we'll find out that she killed her father, and I think she killed her brother too. But again, everything with the brother is weird in this game because it's never made explicit. But yeah, I guess at this point in the story, she's kind of like James. She's blocking these memories out. And she's here because she feels like she deserves some sort of punishment for killing her father, killing her brother. But it's very easy to empathize with Angela, right? Because after so much abuse in this horrible family, you know, I can't really fault Angela for snapping like that, for eventually saying no and retaliating, defending herself. But she's still someone who she still killed her father at the end of the day. And there's probably some twisted sense of love there still, even with all the abuse and everything. It's a very sad and complicated situation with Angela. But even the way she's holding herself here feels purposeful, you know? She's kind of coveting herself like she's protecting herself. They do a lot more with mocap and animation in this. You know, in Silent Hill 1, the characters are like stick figures in scenes most of the time, standing there unanimated. But in Silent Hill 2, with this fancy new PS2 technology and all the mocap and everything, they were able to do a lot more with the subtlety of body language.
Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
What age would you make her? The canon age is 19, or the 35 she looks like. This is another point of debate, I guess, for fans. Like recently, Jeremy Blaustein went against the idea that it was intentional that Angela is 19, but she was cast with the voice of a much older woman. Personally, I'm taking the side of the developers over Blaustein here, or, you know, the core Team Silent developers over Blaustein. Because in the making of Silent Hill 2, to my knowledge, from what I remember, it's been a while since I watched it now, they straight up say in that making of, during the Takayoshi Sato segment, that it was very deliberate that they gave Angela the voice of a much older woman, while she was canonically supposed to be a much younger. You know, she's 19 with the voice of a 30-something-year-old. And in the making of, they say that that was a deliberate choice. But then Blaustein said like a year ago that no, that wasn't deliberate. So, yeah, I don't know. I always thought that was a deliberate choice to create some kind of uncanny effect where, you know, it was hard to pin down exactly how old she was. You know, and with the way she talks and her childlike ramblings, the way she's always saying mama, but even mama said it. You know, I like the idea that she was a young girl who was forced to grow old, like who had her innocence taken from her. You know, who lost that, you know, she kind of lost that child part of her, and now she's kind of this weird mesh of a child and an adult. You know, it's kind of, you know, it's supposed to be kind of unreal and surreal in a way. But yeah, I don't know. I think in the making of, I can't remember if it's the commentator during the making of who says this, or if it's Takayoshi Sato himself who says it. But yeah, if it's Sato who says it in the remake, or in the fucking remakes on the mind. If it's Sato who says it in the making of, I mean, I'm gonna have to take his word over Blaustein's. Like, he's the guy who designed the fucking character. And who had a major influence on the story and the writing of the story itself. Props to Blaustein, because I think he did a really good job overseeing the voice direction and the translation and everything. And he was definitely heavily involved. But, yeah.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess.
So we can come back for a couple more awkward interactions if you weren't satisfied at first. We can get some even more awkward dialogues here. Sato himself describes it as being intentional now, but yeah, so I'm gonna go with Sato, I'm afraid. Regardless of what Blaustein recently said. I mean, it could be that, you know, maybe Blaustein just forgot. They made these games a long time ago. And I don't think the developers even obsess over the games like we do in the years that have passed since. So, you know, it makes sense that he just forgot. Or maybe he was just never told about that aspect of the character. I don't know, that part was intentional. I don't know. Yeah, I like Angela's VA. Again, I think there are some awkward line deliveries in some of the scenes with James and Angela, and some lines that are a bit too monotone and don't work all that well. Like when James says, "I'm looking for someone," it sounds a little bit flat. You know, I know it's supposed to be kind of detached and off, but it still just feels a bit flat to me. Like, the VA isn't perfect in this game, and there's some lines that I think are wonky. But overall, I like Angela's performance. Or Donna Burke's performance. My least favorite line in this game is when James tries to be a badass during the Pyramid Head fight. I, like, just straight up really do not like that line. But now I know the truth. Now it's time to end this. You're not a fucking anime edgelord badass, James. No. Tone it down. You know, it should have... They could have still used that line, but say it with, like, just a kind of... Don't try to be menacing. Don't try to be sinister. I get that in that moment, James is supposed to be a threat to the Pyramid Heads. Like, they walk back. The Pyramid Heads walk back in fear of James in that moment. Right? So he is supposed to be a threat, but no, don't they play it up too much. Don't play it like you're a fucking badass. You know, just kind of he should have stated that line much more plainly, with maybe like a more somber tone, just kind of matter of fact, you know. Now it's time to end this. Not now it's time to end this. Like he's some fucking anime villain. Maybe some people like that line and they think it works. I don't know. I mean, there probably are. It's just it's a line that I've never liked. It always felt really out of place to me. I never really liked the way Laura scolds James either. When she says, "I hate you, I hate you, I hate you." It's a bit flat to me. It doesn't really sound real. When she says that, I'm seeing the little girl in the recording studio say the lines. I'm not hearing like real fucking anger from a small child. And fucking small children can get really angry. They can get unbelievably angry, fucking wailing and crying, and you know, I feel like Laura should have been way more intense there. You know, you really should have felt it viscerally that she hates James. To me, it's very flat. But it's still a great scene. It's still a great scene. It doesn't kill the scene, but it's a moment in the scene where I'm like, ah. You know, and the game has those moments. But it also has, yeah, it has moments of like pure voice acting magic as well, where you have like completely flawless scenes. The opening monologue with James is pitch perfect. Completely pulling you into James and his sadness and his grief and the total desperation and loss. Mary's letter at the end of the game, I mean, to me, that's one of the most emotional moments in any game ever. It's like, man, I almost get emotional thinking about the letter, and I've heard it like 100 times. Even just thinking about that now, it almost makes me emotional. The heart and soul that she poured into that performance. What's Mary's voice actor's name again? Monica Horgan. Monica Horgan, I think. Man, she does an unbelievable job in this game as Mary and Maria. I would say that she's like, do I have any problems with any of her lines in this game or any of her moments? I don't think so. I think it's like an almost perfect performance. The way she embodies both roles, the way she switches between the personas as Mary and as Maria. She's really good. Monica Horgan, yeah. Yeah, like those are real raw moments in the recording of that. Like where she's really struggling to hold in the tears while she's delivering those lines. She really was struggling recording that. Did they do that in one take? I think they might have done it in one take. Maybe I'm pulling that out of my ass. They did it in one take? Yeah, man. The new VA really has that's like the main test. I would hope that that's what they auditioned with. You know, you really want to be picking someone who can bring that letter to life. Obviously, one of the most important scenes to nail. Here we have Jack Nicholson in The Shining. Shining posters. There's Jack Nicholson's crazy face as he's chopping the door down, about to murder his wife. Obviously an influence over this game. The hotel setting as well, which is the final setting of Silent Hill 2. The final area we go to is a hotel. Other big influences were Crime and Punishment, Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. Another story about the implications of murdering someone, really taking that idea seriously, what it means to kill someone and the moral implications and how you go on living after that. The desire to be punished and the grief and all of that. Lost Highway, another major influence. David Lynch movie about a guy who murders his wife and who then goes on to live in a sort of fugue state where he tries to block out the memories and goes on to live in a fantasy land that he tries to escape into, but he just can't. He eventually has to face up to what he did. But I don't think Silent Hill 2 really feels derivative of any of these other things that it was inspired by. It still really stands on its own. Turning like just a really emotional love story into a horror game is something that's just really unique about Silent Hill 2, I think. It's not often you get a horror story with, like, the emotion of Silent Hill 2. A love story, horror story. Do I read a lot? No, I don't. Not nearly as much as I should. I have read Crime and Punishment, but not all of it. I still need to go back to it. I try and read like 1 or 2 books a year. Well, that's what I've been trying to do over the last few years. But yeah, I really need to try and read more. It's always very fulfilling as well. When you read a good book, you feel like you're really stimulating your mind as well. Especially for those of us who spend so much time online. You know, fucking scrolling through absolute nonsense.
Thanks.
I don't think that's really good for your brain to be doing that all the time. When I read a book, you know, I feel like it's I genuinely feel like it's just good for my mind. It's better than 0, yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. But yeah, I'd like to try and read more. That shadow just now. Reading makes me sleepy, so I can never get through a book. It's a good way to ease yourself to sleep at night, I think. You know, I think being able to stop and just focus on one thing is good before bed. You know, it stops your mind from racing. Calling BS on that. Yeah, I know, Nico. You're a fucking insomniac, though, so that's not gonna help you. Unfortunately. Let me just catch up here. Fuzzy Orca with... wait, did I open my window? I'm starting to get very warm. Fuzzy Orca with the 8. Thank you. Quiet Mountain with the 5. Thank you. If I got to voice someone in the remake, who would you pick? If I could voice any character in the Silent Hill 2 remake, who would I pick? The invisible guy in the prison.
Thanks.
Ritual.
I'd voice the ritual guy. I think I can do a decent enough ritual voice.
Ritual.
But no, I don't think I have the qualifications to voice any of the other characters. Although, I mean, I guess Guy Seehee didn't have any qualifications either. But no, I don't think I have the right voice for James. Hold on a second. Implosion. Did I like Origins? No. No, not really. But we still need to finish it. I need to go back and wrap it up, which I'll probably do. Well, it depends how much time I have after Silent Hill 2. We might go and we might wrap up Origins after Silent Hill 2, because I think we're very close to the end. I was enjoying it for the most part at the beginning. You know, I was having a relatively harmless time with it. Harmless fun.
Thanks.
You know, nothing amazing, but nothing too bad. And then I just kind of got more and more tired of it as it went on. It started to become more of just a dull slog. Yeah, I don't think I'd be, like...
Did I pass out again?
It wasn't anything too offensive, I guess, overall, but yeah, not great. I probably wasn't doing myself any favors as well, playing so much of it in one session, playing like 12 plus hours of it. Hey! Erg! Thank you very much for the 1.3k bits. Cheers. Keelix with the 7 as well. Thank you. And Erg with the 27 months as well. Thank you. Been watching your improving forklift skills. Wait, what? Been watching your improving forklift skills feed your Been watching your improving forklift skills feed your gacha addiction all day. Okay, I didn't know how you were phrasing that. Thank you for the 27. And hey, I'm glad you've been enjoying the Shenmue. Cheers. Or Shenmue. I think Shenmue is the proper pronunciation for that game. First, I started calling it Shenmue. And then people told me it was pronounced Shenmue. But I don't think that's correct. I think it's Shenmue. It's Shenmue? I don't think it is. I heard someone speak with great authority about it. And they were very certain that it was Shenmue. And it's a Chinese word. It's Chinese, isn't it? And it's supposed to be like Shenmue. I don't think it's Shenmue. I forget who it was I heard say this. But I believe that guy. He said it with serious conviction. You know, because he was going into detail about how the word was pronounced. Maybe it wasn't Shenmue the way he said it, but it's not Shenmue. Or maybe I just got tricked and this guy didn't know what he was talking about. Nice hat. What? There we go.
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human.
What the hell is it? I love that wall of fog you see in the background during that scene. Dead. Could it have been that creature? What's going on in this town? So I think this is the first James model we see in the game. A lot of the bodies we see strewn around the town. Most of them are James's character model, except the face is completely warped. So I guess just another thing that's born from James's mind. Seeing all these dead versions of himself. Let's see. Yeah, let's go through here. Pay attention to this next scene. Massive spoilers here, if you're paying attention, because you can actually hear Mary say, "Why did you kill me?" during this next scene. And they're so cheeky with it, because you even see the subtitles. And you can almost make out the subtitles. Certain letters are cut off and chopped up, but they really show their hand here, if you're paying attention. I've never seen anyone pick it up on a first playthrough. Watched a lot of first playthroughs. I've never seen anyone pick it up.
This thing broken?
waiting for you.
What the? I'd better take it anyway. I might need it.
Yeah, there it is. once you hear it and you know it's there, it's like as clear as day almost. I mean, I guess it is still fairly muffled, but yeah, pretty wild. The poster here, girls, girls, girls. Love how
Thanks.
Love how totally tattered this billboard is here. Advertising a strip club or something. Open. Girls, girls, girls. We'll be going to Heaven's Night later. She's not in the trunk in the beginning. We were talking about this earlier. She's in the back seat. They were very deliberate that they wanted Mary to be in the back seat of the car. Because to put her in the trunk would be disrespectful. Which sounds kind of like a twisted thing to say. You know, you murdered your wife and now you care about respecting the body and, you know, putting it in the back seat. But yeah, it was a big cultural thing in Japan, and apparently it goes like way back, like hundreds of years even. It's like it was a common thing in murder suicides that the murderer would still treat the victim with reverence after they killed them. You know, and they'd make sure they were looking okay, and they'd put them in the back seat of the car and dress them up, and then they'd go off. The father would go off and commit suicide with all of them together in like a respectful manner. Mori Shinju goes back to the Edo period. There's Nub Zombie coming in with the knowledge. But yeah, this is something a few of the developers have spoken about, and even Guy Seehee, who plays James, the voice actor for James, he was told about this aspect of the story as well when he was voicing the character. Parking lot. Let's save. I hope I'm on normal action difficulty. Am I? I am. Okay. I just don't think Silent Hill 2 is all that great on hard mode. It's one of its flaws, in my opinion. Just, I guess generally it's not all that well balanced in terms of its action and the amount of supplies you get. I feel like on normal you get too many supplies, and on hard the game is just a bit of a grind. Bosses take forever to kill. The Pyramid Head fight isn't really enjoyable. It's just a slog where you're running around back and forth shooting at the Pyramid Heads. I think the game generally flows the best on normal mode. Yeah, I think it kind of defeats the purpose of the chase sequence on hard as well. With Pyramid Head, like, it just feels silly having to stop and 180 turn and shoot Pyramid Head a couple of times while you're running away. Granted, if you're like really good at the game and you're speed running, you can probably master it to the point where you can run all the way down. Maybe speedrunners enjoy that challenge or something, but I feel like for generally speaking, for the average player, hard just doesn't really enhance the game, and it kind of defeats the purpose of certain sequences. It just makes bosses a slog. Speedrunners glitch that part. Okay, Nub. How do you feel, Nub? Do you share my opinion there with the hard mode in this game? Are you more lenient towards it? I really just don't think it's very well balanced. Yeah, I was thinking like maybe it's like if you speed run and go for challenge runs and stuff, it might become a bit more interesting, but yeah, I would never recommend anyone play Silent Hill 2 on hard for a first playthrough. I was actually watching one guy play it on hard once on Twitch, and it really killed a lot of their enjoyment. You know, just watching them reset the Pyramid Head chase sequence, it was like, oh god, why did they do this to the game? You know, they just ruined this moment, which is just supposed to be a little set piece, a little moment of excitement. Okay. We have a little thing here. Little optional lore thing. Something is written on it. Too bad I can't read it because the surface has been rubbed away. Remains of blank swamp. The blankers of land surround blank. Blanka's monument was originally swamp but was later full blank. Fra blanking ago to blanks nicknamed blood swamp because the blankers poured the wat blankst to wash the ex-blankles in here. Perhaps it's fa blank hat, many pa blankum, to have sablank blanken the area. So here we get some mysterious lore about the history of the town and a certain part of the town. Remains of something swamp. The somethingers of land surrounding... Well, let's go back. It's supposed to be blood swamp. People have actually hacked the files to get an exact reading of this. Because this isn't just gibberish here that they blanked out. This is supposed to be blood swamp. Remains of blood swamp. I think this is the settlers. The settlers of land. Wait, no, the meters. I'm going to look it up. I always forget what this is. Blood swamp. SH2. Swamp monument. I remember most of these words, but I forget some of it. The X meters. Unspecified number of meters. Yeah. It's okay. I have the thing now. Yeah, remains of blood swamp. The X meters of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but was later filled in. From long ago, the swamp was nicknamed Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the execution tools in here. Perhaps it's for this reason that many people seem to have seen ghosts in the area. So, some very spooky, ambiguous history here for the town. This stuff about the executioners is supposed to tie in heavily with Pyramid Head. This is kind of like an allusion to Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head is a manifestation of the old executioners of the town. He takes the form of an executioner. You know, he's a supernatural being born from James's mind, born from his desire to be punished. But he takes the form of something that did exist in the town. Long ago, there were these executioners, and Pyramid Head takes the form of these executioners. Later on, we'll get to see what these executioners actually looked like in reality, way back in like the 1800s. The real executioners wore white robes and wore triangular hooded hoods. And Pyramid Head is based on those executioners, kind of taking their form in a twisted way. You know, the reason they take the form of the town's executioners is because James desires punishment. He desires to be executed. But the whole part about them like washing their tools in you know this water that they washed their tools in, that always feels significant as well. You know, given that water is a big theme. This association with water that the executioners have. Whoa. And here we got another James body. And an apartment gate key. I actually should have saved this area. We should have come here later. We can find clues here which lead us to the key. If we don't come up here and explore ourselves, we can find a little note that leads us up there. Whoa. After playing FromSoft games and Sekiro and stuff like that and learning more about Shinto rituals and how water is used in Shinto, it started to make me wonder if this game was inspired by similar things in Shinto. You know, like water becoming corrupted. Whenever I read that note about the executioner's tools, it always makes me think of that stuff. You know, washing the tools and all of this corruption building up in this swamp, becoming polluted and corrupted, kind of like a curse. You know, like they're cursing the place with its dark history. All these executions and murders staining the town in a way. Whether that's what they were going for, I'm not sure, but whenever you see mentions of water in this game, regardless, it feels significant. Still stagnant water, like a lake, is associated with bad stuff. Yeah, like later on we learn about all the bodies at the bottom of the lake and all these myths about Toluca Lake. One thing I really like about the lore and how they approach the history of the town in this game is, you know, very personally, the game is about lost memories to James. You know, all this stuff he's hiding from himself.
Thanks.
From himself, his past. Everything that he's done. But they kind of transpose that onto the town itself as well in this game. Like, the whole town is like a shrine for lost memories. Later on, we'll get the book titled Lost Memories, and it goes into all this detail about the Native Americans that once lived here and all this forgotten history and these atrocities that happened. but I feel like we get the right amount of information. You know, they leave a lot.
Thanks.
They leave a lot to be imagined. They give you these brief little insights into this history. And a lot of it is just written really well as well. It's very spooky. I love the Crimson Ceremony book as well that we get at the very end in the hotel, where it's like, it feels like it's written from the perspective of like one of the gods of the town, or some spirit that exists in the town. Love all the mysterious lore stuff that they add in this. A lot of it which you can only read in NG+. Most of it which you only unlock on a second playthrough. I'll slap yo kids with the Prime sub. Is that what that name is? I'll slap yo kids. Thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. Do I think a Silent Hill in medieval times could work? Yeah, I mean, that could be a wild new direction for this series to go into. Like Silent Hill deep into the past. Well, when we go down into Toluca prison in this game, it feels like the idea is that you're traveling into the past. You know, you're going deep down into the abyss and suddenly you're in this 1800s prison. Yeah, maybe they could have a game that actually does take place in the 1800s. But then again, you don't really want to lose the mystique of a lot of that stuff too. Like we were just saying. One thing I really like about this game is, you know, that we just get a little bit of information, but it's just enough. I'll wait at bar Neely's. Yeah, Bad Humans. Yeah, that could be good. So here we got a little note which leads us to Neely's bar. The iconic Neely's bar. But yeah, hopefully one of these days we'll get some new Silent Hill which feels fresh and interesting. We still haven't gotten any new info on Silent Hill F, have we? Silent Hill F, it's a new Silent Hill that's going to be in development. We don't really know much about it, but it looked pretty different in the little teaser trailer, but we don't really have anything to go off yet, really. Another James body here, chilling. The iconic. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Hole in caps. Specifically. And we get a new map. A map which looks charred. And this marks some more locations on the map for us. Woodside Apartments. If we didn't already have the key, I think it highlights the key for the apartment as well. Yeah, see, look at the question mark on Nathan Street. It's kind of funny how this became like one of the most iconic images in the series. Something so ambiguous. What does this mean? We still don't really know, I don't think. But yeah, the way I interpret it, I think a lot of people do this way too, is that the hole is the bar. And later we find that James drank heavily after Mary's death to cope with the pain. And I think what this is saying here is that that option is gone now. The bar is gone. Now you have to face up to the facts. Somehow you're here for this trial. The bar is gone. The alcohol is gone. It still feels to me, it still feels like a somewhat of a far-fetched theory, but I guess everything...
I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care.
Oh my god, Anonymous! How can you do this? I'm going to lose my train of thought. Anonymous with the 50-pack. Good lord, thank you so much. Jesus, we're getting there. We're getting to the homecoming goal. Cheers. The big 50-pack. Whoever you are, thank you, thank you. That's a lot of money. That's a big contribution to our goal, our next goal. Cheers. Enjoy. Whoever got a free sub. How do I go back to just talking? It kind of feels disrespectful to just move back. To go back to talking about the game. But cheers, man. Much appreciated. Where was I? But yeah. It feels like any theory you have for this, it kind of has to be pulled out of nowhere. It's just so ambiguous, you know? Like, what? There was a hole here. It's gone now. We do see, I guess, like...
Thanks.
It's not totally random, right? Holes become a theme in the game. There's a lot of holes. We're going to be jumping down a lot of holes in the game. James looking into the water, looking into the abyss, and struggling to see himself is a big theme. So yeah, it could all just tie into that too. But yeah, that's how I see it, that the empty bar, I guess it's just such a tiny... It's a really tiny and missable part of James's character as well. Him drinking, you know, it's just this little note you get in Heaven's Night, learning about him drinking after Mary's death. When we come back here later, we'll have another message for James as well, written on this wall here. We'll do that later. Out of all the holes, the last one you go down is into your own grave before the Eddie boss fight as well. Yeah. That's one of the best moments in the whole game, I think. After that scene in the cell, when the music keeps playing afterwards and you walk into that crypt, the little indoor graveyard, just the way that visually is designed and the music and the atmosphere, it's like amazing. Just like a 10 out of 10 pure horror moment. All the graves lined up, James, Eddie, and Angela seeing your own gravestone and then jumping down into it. I think that whole part of the game is just brilliant. The labyrinth. Just how dark it gets. Handgun bullets. First aid. One thing I always criticize, though, about that moment is that we don't get to see James jump into the grave like all the other holes. It just transitions. I really wish we actually got to see him jump into the grave. You know? The same way we... Because they're really cool little scenes when we see him jump down through the holes. And it's the only time we don't see it. It's the only time we just get a transition. But yeah, it's still an amazing sequence. Which Silent Hill do I find the scariest or most grim? I feel like scariest... I don't know. They all have fairly different feelings. I mean, Silent Hill 1 is the game that scared me the most. A big part of that was down to being a kid, you know, and it was probably one of the first pieces of horror media I ever really consumed. Playing Silent Hill 1 as a 7-year-old at night when my parents were in bed, when I probably wasn't allowed to play it. You know, those are like formative childhood experiences that hardened me up for life. Silent Hill 1, Psycho, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I experienced all these at a young age, and you know, nothing really can top those in terms of pure, like, fear. Like, actual fear. Like, needing to turn the game off and struggling to go to sleep kind of thing, you know? Nothing can really top that. But yeah, Silent Hill 2 is definitely the one that affects me the most. Like in a lot of different ways. Silent Hill 2 is definitely the most emotional to me. Get up, get up. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 doesn't really scare you in the same way. It's like it gets into your head. And then it gives you a lot of feelings that you wouldn't really associate with horror games at all. Where you get this like really raw emotion and twisted love story. Yeah, it's not often the horror stories really make you cry. Usually they don't have scenes like Mary's letter. Whoa, I don't want to be doing this attack. Hold on, why can't I just do that? I can do it the first time. Okay, I think I just need to tap. Yeah. I was holding. Silent Hill 2 feels the most grounded in reality. Yeah, I guess like less supernatural elements overall, and just the characters feeling very psychologically real. And the way it deals with its subject matter, you know, just like taking the idea of murder and killing very seriously. Angela and all of her trauma. think it definitely is the most real characters. There's a memo pad on the ground. I'm going to write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that'll help you out somehow. If you're reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain. But my friend says he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean that what I saw was an illusion? But whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. So we're getting little hints here about the nature of the monsters. This guy who can't see them while this other guy can. I wonder what issues this guy was dealing with. Demons that ate human beings? It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. If you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. I really like this one because it's subtly giving you a gameplay hint. Because turning your flashlight off is a really good idea when you're around monsters. You can more easily run past them. They're drawn to the light. But with the way this is written here, it kind of feels metaphorical as well. It's not just talking about gameplay. It feels like it's speaking to more than that. People who need light to see are their natural prey. People who need to see beyond their delusions and their own lies. It's interesting where we get the light as well. The light comes from Mary, from Mary's mannequin. And as soon as we pick it up, a mannequin monster springs to life. Which always felt very specific. If you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. People who set the brightness to 0. If you're going to try to fight them, the most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun while you're all crazy with fear. Take good aim and then squeeze the trigger. And don't forget to finish them off. I think most of those creatures can be killed, even if they are tougher than people. Run away. Run away, run away, run away, run away. Really nice tutorial here, I think. Very nicely incorporated to make it feel like a part of the world. I always like when games can pull stuff like this off.
Thanks.
A mysterious fish with the 72. Cheers. You know, the developers, they're not too concerned with people missing this stuff. Or even picking up on certain things about the light. Just a nice little subtle thing, blurring the lines between lore and gameplay. Dry cleaners. Pet center. We might be going into some of these places in the remake. As a matter of fact, I know we will. I don't know how many places we'll be going into, though. But hopefully they make it meaningful. Hopefully it doesn't feel like just padded bullshit. Silent Jewelers. Baby's Closet.
Thanks.
Hey, thanks, Foxhound64, and Foxhound with the gift sub to Verls, if that's how I pronounce that, Verls. Why dead bodies are James's? Well, I think like a lot of the stuff you see in this game is born from James's mind. To someone else, it won't look like that. Things are being shaped and twisted by James's fucked up mental state. It's like the town is using James's brain as a catalyst to create these crazy things that we encounter. The monsters and all the other bodies and just weird things that we come across. So yeah, these bodies I think are just born from James's mind. Maybe to suggest something about James's desire to be dead. You know, all these dead bodies. We know that he wants to be punished and executed. He came here to kill himself. He's suicidal. You know, there's a big part of him that is suicidal. He's trying to bury that part of himself at the moment, I think, but it's something that he can potentially go through with at the end of the game. Like we were saying, it's one of the main endings. Did I miss the tombstone you can read on one of these streets? The Blood Swamp? Yeah, we read that. There's another little thing down here that I forgot to talk about. Usually forget about. Yeah, it's interesting. It all relates to the executioners of the town and Pyramid Head. The execution tools. Here we have the Silent Hill post office. And over here, right next to the post office, we have magical envelopes. Which is interesting, because the letter that we received from Mary, we'll find out later, is not really real. Towards the end of the game, this letter starts to disappear from your inventory. First, the text will disappear from the letter, and you'll just be left with a blank page after James kills Eddie. And then by the end of the game, the page and the envelope will be gone too. So that always felt kind of like a funny, like a cheeky little nod to that idea with the magical envelopes. Makes me think of Lost Highway as well, with the protagonist getting mysterious videotapes delivered to his address. Trying to show him what he did to his wife. Which he tries to block out. It's kind of different how both games do it, but yeah. Mysterious message from the dead. Silent Hill is a real place, yeah. It's just colored by the people that go into it. There's a spiritual power in the town. And a mysterious history full of atrocities and spirits that inhabit the land. This mysterious power brings things to life in the town. Causes these supernatural sort of events to take place. In Silent Hill 1, everything is shaped by Alessa. All the characters are going into her nightmare. The town is being twisted and contorted and shaped by all of her negative emotions and stresses and fears. In Silent Hill 2, it's a little bit different. Everything we're seeing is being shaped by your character, the protagonist's character. And And James, or rather Angela and Eddie, they're also going through their own journeys, and they're seeing their own things in Silent Hill. And sometimes the worlds collide, and we get to peer into someone else's Silent Hill. But what we see may be a little bit different to what they see when we kind of cross paths. There's kind of, you know, there's stuff to interpret there. But yeah, like when we go to these apartments next, those apartments are really there, I think. They're just being twisted and contorted by James's mind. But sometimes things do seem to be pretty much born out of nothing. You know, like later when we go down into the abyss and the prison, that's when it starts to get a bit more unreal, because there are things to suggest that those places don't really exist at all, or, you know, they're just completely born from the mind. Is Laura real? I think Laura is real, yeah. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. We can't go through here yet. Oh yeah, I saw how the remake, how Bluebird designed this in the remake. I thought it looked cool and very different. Here, to me, it always looked like, you know, just typical construction site stuff. Whatever you call this sheet. In the remake, and maybe some people think this looks a bit on the nose or something. To me, anyway, it looked like bed sheets. And it had like a really kind of surreal look to it. But I liked how it looked. Tarp. Did anyone else think it looked like bed sheets in the remake footage? But just the level of detail and the kind of surreal way it looked, I kind of liked. The prison wasn't an actual part of Silent Hill before. I think it was, but you're going into like an old 1800s prison after you walk down this very unreal staircase. So, you know, it feels like you're sinking into the abyss, and you're, you know, physically the places start to look less real. You know, you have those areas that are upside down with the spiral writing key. You're jumping down all these holes, which doesn't really make sense. And then when you get to the very end of the area, you walk out a door and suddenly you're all the way back up at the top. So I always thought that the prison, once you go down that staircase, that area is like a lot less real than everywhere you've been up until that point. Let me just make sure I'm up to date with everything here. Mysterious Fish again with the 72. Spec Ops Fox, who gifted a sub to Doria Jack. Thank you. Seneki with the Prime sub as well. Thank you. TKO Papa with the 4 as well. Thank you. And again, Anonymous with the huge 50 pack earlier as well. Cheers. Wexford, I don't think I thanked you for gifting a sub to Cabby either, did I? Thank you. All right. We're getting very quiet. Let's save. Oh man, extra riddle. I'm excited. I've only ever seen these riddles like a handful of times. So it's gonna feel pretty fresh seeing this stuff again. There's some particularly unique stuff going on with the coin puzzle here as well on extra mode. It's probably the most unique out of all of them. Are puzzles randomized aside from the briefcase? No, the toilet puzzle is randomized and the briefcase puzzle is randomized, and I think that's it. The dead men the hanged man, that's set in stone, I think. The coins are set in stone. Maybe the hospital code might be randomized on certain difficulties. I love these apartments. This whole area, just how detailed these areas are. The grime and the decay, the graffiti. Some rooms in particular. Oh wait, hold up. We need to go here first. Actually, no, we can go there after we get the light. So here's Mary's mannequin. This is Mary's dress. If we look at the photo, little thing you can pick up on. The sludgy sound effect. The starting position of the clock hands, the safe code, the Brookhaven codes, the hangman position, and the 4-letter briefcase. Right, so I guess there are like elements of the puzzle that are random. Yeah, I was just thinking of the solution mainly. But yeah, we get our light. But yeah, man, there's no part of me that really desires modern Silent Hill 2 visuals when the game still looks this gorgeous. Like, to me, I don't know if this can ever be topped in my mind. Look at how gorgeous this game is. And like I was saying before, just the specificity of the rooms we go to in the apartment. This is the only room that has this wallpaper. The 2 birds. And thankfully it looks like Bloober is also being very specific with a lot of this stuff from what I saw that trailer. It seems like the room is going to have this specific wallpaper again in the remake. Along with some other new stuff that they're adding, but yeah, it seems like they might be putting in a lot of work when it comes to the environments, which is nice. So it's a big part of this game. I think I might even prefer the original PS2 version at the lower resolution. I really like this enhanced edition, but the PS2 version, man, it has its own special quality. Especially if you get it running as authentically as possible on a CRT. It has just like a griminess and a muddiness to it. I feel like the noise effect also looks better on PS2. And I think the noise effect generally might suit the lower resolution. Man, just gorgeous. Just a mannequin. But these clothes. And I guess I don't get the searching for another conclusion thing. Maybe you get that on alternate playthroughs after you've gotten all the endings. Maybe Nub could enlighten us here again. When you go into NG Plus in this game, there'll be a note here beside the sewing machine, which wasn't there on New Game. A note called Searching for Another Conclusion. And it gives you a tutorial, in a sense, for how to trigger the other endings and how you need to behave. But it's written in such an ambiguous way that it can be easy to even miss that that's what it's trying to tell you. The last couple of times I've played this, I've looked up all the other memos, you know, because you can get multiple here. It's not always the same one, because they have one for the Maria ending, one for the Leave ending, one for the In Water ending. And I guess if you already triggered the Leave ending, you won't get a message here telling you how to get the Leave ending. It'll always be for the other endings that you haven't triggered. But yeah, just another interesting little NG Plus thing. All the extra memos you can get here in this space. There's nothing that looks to be of use. Probably one of the cleanest rooms in the apartment, this one. All things considered. Okay, let's turn off the lights. Now we're going to take a trip down here. I used to always forget to come down here before going up to get the gun. But it's really interesting if we go into this room before getting the gun, because there's some significant changes between how it looks now and how it'll look later. If we come in now, nobody is sitting in that seat. Pay attention to where the seat is as well. The chair. When we come back here later, the chair isn't going to be this far back. It's going to be closer to the TV set. Really cool little thing they do here. A television. There's nothing unusual about it. Later there'll be a key here. A key will magically appear on the shelf here later. This note, it must be from the person who lived here. 3 needles stand of 3 different heights. The fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. This riddle is not going to change due to extra riddle mode, unfortunately. What is this? Henry Mildred Scott and 3 arrows. Fairly easy to figure this out. Hours, minutes, seconds. The clock is stopped at 4:24 and 15 seconds. The faceplate is closed. It's locked. I can't touch the needles of the clock like this. I really like Overdose Delusion as well, Grok. That's the Leave ending, which is also my favorite ending. Because I'm a big James sympathizer. I'm a man of very questionable moral character.
Thanks.
Bumsworth with the Prime sub. Thank you. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Will you push the clock? No matter how hard I push, it doesn't move. It's like it's stuck to the ground. How do you interpret this, story-wise? Like, what is this saying about James's character? And the whole thing about time being stopped. The scars from the past shall remove the nail. As in, if he acknowledges these scars from the past and what he's done, time will flow again. Like, it's like he's in a state of, it's like time is frozen for James due to what he's done. Something like that. Means the clock don't move. It's more than that, nub. Come on, we're talking about scars from the past here. Okay, we'll leave this here. I feel like there's supposed to be like a cause and effect here. I never used to think about this part of the game like this, but like the sequence and how specific we have to do everything here, like the body not appearing until we get the gun, needing to get the light and then the gun causing Pyramid Head to appear and the body appearing here, getting the key and going to the moth room. To me, I feel like there's supposed to be like a symbolic cause and effect here where, it's the picking up the gun which causes Pyramid Head to appear and this guy appearing here. And that all of this needs to be done in a certain way. Maybe they didn't think about it like this, but I think there is something to that. Because it's kind of a unique sequence here with how all of the items appear and the very specific triggers that cause things to appear here. Anyway, let's keep going. Next, we're going to go upstairs to get the gun. The gun which causes us to see a picture of James with his head blown off. How did James kill Mary? He smothered her with a pillow. Love all the detail on the walls here. Random flyers and graffiti. And these super cutting edge PS2 real-time shadows. I don't think you saw any games of this time matching what this game did with its shadows back in 2001. There's a key on the ground on the other side of the bars. If I stretch my arm out, I just might be able to reach it. Will you pick it up?
Thanks.
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it.
There's Laura. The little brat. I can't reach it no matter how far I stretch. But who's that kid? Love it. The breathing hallway. Yeah, why doesn't he just use the plank? I know, it's just... because it's a silly, silly video game. And video games are silly. So here, we get the iconic handgun in the shopping basket. I got a handgun. It's a shopping cart. What's that doing here? Go on, make your America jokes. Why wouldn't there be a gun in a shopping basket? The wall is pockmarked with gunshots. Yeah, this whole apartment just riddled. See all the casings and stuff on the ground here. More bullet holes in here. Let's go back. Love this detail too as well when we come back here. Earlier when I was running up and down these halls, there were monsters everywhere. Lying figures. Sound, static on the radio. Now when we come back, nothing. Silence. All the monsters are gone. Are they afraid of me? Do they know that I picked up my gun? Or is it something else? What was that? Some kind of noise north of here. I've only ever heard that noise as a weird baby cry. But apparently it's the sound of like an adult man and a baby cry at the same time, both screaming, I think, but layered over. You heard the man. I never hear the man. But it definitely sounds weird to me. Like, it doesn't sound like a normal baby cry sound. There's like something weird about it. But I never hear the man. Which I guess is... maybe it's having the intended effect of just being kind of off. What a power play here. Just standing, watching. No, you can't shoot him through the bars. When you turn off the light, you can see this red glow. And now, when we come back in here, after picking up the gun, someone new is here in the chair. I love how James just looks straight at the key here. And a new key has appeared. Magically. Where did it come from? Who knows? But look at this detail. Remember earlier I said to pay attention to where the chair was positioned? The chair was all the way back here, right beside the table. So here it's kind of like you're seeing what happened with the chair. There was something was underneath the chair, and then it got pulled. The chair got dragged and then left this blood stain as it was being pulled up to the TV. Right? Because we saw that it was back here. Just a really cool little detail. What was the cause of this blood stain? But yeah, very strange, specific details here. And if we come up to the body,
Oh my God. Who could have?
oh, who could have? It's shocking. Who could have done such a thing? I don't believe this. He's dead. Who could have done this? So, all of the other James bodies we've been seeing up until this point, they've all had completely warped faces, totally mangled. You can't discern anything
Did I pass out again?
from the features of the face. But here you can clearly see this is James. If you look hard enough, you know, you can see the hair. With the others, you can't see the hair. So this one really looks like James. And Shohei coming in with the fucking 20-pack. Shohei, thank you so much, man. Much appreciated. Enjoy whoever got a free sub. Thanks everyone for just the absolutely absurd generosity so far with the subathon. Cheers everyone, thank you. And Wexford with another gifted sub to right hand. And yeah, thanks for being here, sharing in the Silent Hill 2 love. It's always just a total pleasure going through this game and rambling about it, talking with you guys about it. One of my absolute favorites.
Thanks.
Thanks. Implosion with the tier
Thanks.
3. Implosion with the tier 3 and the 57. Thank you, Implosion.
Hold it right there.
Oh my god, Yapok with the fucking 10-pack as well. Yapok, thank you. Cheers, everyone. Cheers. Shohei, Implosion, Yapok, everyone with the generosity. Thank you. But yeah, this is when
Thanks.
Wah! Inland Empire with the 5-pack. I was about to speak.
Thanks.
46 Real with the 100 bits as well. Thank you. And again, Inland Empire with the 5-pack. Thank you. Thanks. He might not sound too enthused, but Harry is appreciative. We're going to Shepherd's Glen. Is that what it's called? I wonder what we have in store. I'm really glad that we're mixing the other games up with the
Thanks.
classics. Definitely makes it go down easier. Feels good playing some SH2 after Origins. Foxhound coming in with the 5-pack as well. Thank you, Foxhound. Cheers. Dog and Homecoming will be legendary. I mean, I hope so. I don't know. I feel like sometimes it can be enjoyable watching me struggle. And, you know, when I get cranky and stuff like that. Assuming Homecoming is going to do that to me. But I feel like sometimes it can be just boring as well, you know, when I'm in a stroppy mood, forcing myself to go through something I don't like. You know, like Origins, there was some fun stuff with Origins. Sometimes when I was genuinely enjoying it. Other parts where it was just kind of funny and we were having some good laughs, and then other moments where it was just kind of a slog when I was getting really tired towards the last couple of hours. But yeah, I mean, I hope people get something out of it. And hopefully I get some enjoyment out of it too. Yeah, we had some fun Scooby-Doo songs. But yeah, it's always a pleasure going through this game. It's always some of my most favorites.
Thanks.
They're always some of my favorite streams playing this game. Jay Dory with the tier 2 and the 65. Thank you, thank you. He's dead. Who could have done this? Does this scene affect the ending of the game? I have a memory of this scene adding to the in-water ending. But I don't think it does. I think I was deceived when I heard this. Yeah, because I guess back in the day there was a lot of you know, there was a lot of hearsay about what actually affected the endings, because the ending system is so strange in this game. And people didn't really know what affected what. Yeah, this doesn't count towards it. Yeah, I think I remember learning that the last time I played when I looked up all of the things that affected it.
Thanks.
It might be worth going into that now, because we didn't talk about it. If you don't know, Silent Hill 2 has a very unique ending system. Where the game just calculates your every move and then gives you an ending based off all of these minor little interactions that you did throughout the game. The suicide ending will only be triggered if you interact with suicide-related things. And if you act in a certain way. Like, if you're reckless and you keep your health low most of the time, James will be more likely to commit suicide. Some points, some hidden points get added to the suicide tally. If you inspect Angela's knife a lot, you'll be more likely to commit suicide. Little things like this. I think the note you read in Neely's bar later, where the town tells you to kill yourself, if you read that note and interact with it, I think that also adds some more points to the suicide tally. If you look at Mary's picture a lot, her letter, you show this love for Mary, you keep your health high, you don't indulge Maria and visit Maria, if you ignore Maria, all of this sort of stuff, you'll be more likely to get the leave ending. If you really care about Maria, and you protect Maria well, and you go back to her rooms and you visit her and you get the optional interactions with Maria, you'll be more likely to get the Maria ending. So the game just calculates all of this stuff in the background as you're playing, and it'll give you the ending based off all of these interactions. It's a really cool system, and I kind of wish we saw other games try and incorporate a system like this, because it still feels really unique. I don't know if I've seen any other game quite like it with regards to its ending system. You know, usually you're making like key decisions in a game. You know, it's not just the game working in the background and taking note of all these subtle things. You know, when you're playing the game normally, there's no way in hell you're thinking any of these things are actually calculating an ending for you in the background, or that, you know, looking at Mary's picture is going to change something significantly. Which is really cool, you know. It's just it'll give you your ending based off how you played. I'd love to see another game expand on that system, and, you know, and flesh it out even more with loads of other subtleties. I guess that'll be interesting as well with regards to the remake. It'll be interesting to see how the ending system is handled, if there'll be any differences. It's locked. There it is, knob with the detailed info on all the little things that affect the endings. I use the key to room 202. So here we get our magical key, which leads into this room. And if we keep our light on, these moths come up to us. They're attracted to the light. We turn the light off, I think they should disappear here. They'll go back into the room. Love the very subtle use of color here, that green. There are dead butterflies on the bed and ground. There's nothing else of interest here. If you look at the wall here as well, you can see some moth or butterfly graffiti as well. Someone has painted the wall here. It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of the hole. Will you investigate? Why is there a hole here? What did he feel in the hole? What caused him to pull his hand out? On PS2 as well, when that moment happens, you get controller vibration. Just a little pulse on the controller. But we never get to see what it is. I got the clock key. So, from this mysterious hole, we get a key. Now that I think of it, there was a big clock in room 208. So the butterflies and the moths are interesting. Later on, we'll see Maria with a a tattoo of a butterfly on her chest. I think butterflies often symbolize, you know, transformation, beauty, transformation, life. Which certainly makes sense with Maria's character. And the moths, I think, are supposed to be associated more with death. We get that Book of Job thing at the start, obviously, in the toilet, which talks about I sit here like a rotten thing, something that is moth-eaten. Which I always associated with Mary and her sick, frail state, like a moth-eaten garment. In Christianity, butterflies symbolize resurrection. That would also work for Maria. Okay. Get a health drink. That red glow at the bathroom sink. Like Pyramid Head. Wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness from the final letter. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I have a crackpot theory when it comes to Mary's letter that I want to express later. Soon, in the apartment section. I don't really think it's a crackpot theory. I think it might be a bit of a reach. But there's something that I think... Yeah, I want to express something about that letter. I won't say anything else now. I'll wait until I get to the more relevant point. And then I'll go off. Then I'll go rambling incomprehensibly. Maybe other people have suggested this as well, but yeah, I think it makes sense. It's just a bit of a... There's just not that much to go on. I guess kind of like the bar hole theory. But maybe a bit more outlandish than that theory. It looks like the lock is broken. I can't open it. So now... With the clock key, we can open this up. Yeah, there's your teas. To solve this puzzle, all we really need to do is note that this is hours, minutes, and seconds, and then line it up as so. You don't even really need the riddle here. Three needles stand of three different heights, the fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. If it has to do with the circumcision, I'm unfollowing after 11 years. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with Walter's circumcision or whatever the fuck that theory was. I don't even really know. I never really delved into that theory. You know, I just kind of heard that it was this crackpot circumcision theory, and you know, that's all I really knew. And that it was spread on the Silent Hill wiki, and whoever wrote the Silent Hill wiki was just obsessed with tying everything in Silent Hill 4 to circumcision. But I don't really know much about the theory. There we go. 9:10. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. See how the second hand, or the second hand is at 3 there. 15 minutes past. And then we just line the other two up with what we have there. Once it clicks into place, push the clock. We got another save. This item here kind of stands out to me. Where they place the save symbol. This little trolley here. Is it supposed to be like a hospital food trolley? Just seems kind of specific. Very, very, very subtle hospital reference. You know, usually it's wheelchairs and IV drips and stuff strewn all over schools and all of that. But here, I think maybe we are supposed to be getting a little thing here, a little symbolic hospital item. Did I finish Origins? No. But I will. I'll either do it tonight after Silent Hill 2. If I have time, we can play Origins instead of Born from a Wish. Yay! But if I don't have time tonight, I'll do it tomorrow. And then maybe we'll do... Yeah, maybe I'll move over to... I would like to do Born from a Wish after this. Maybe I'll go to Origins and then do Born from a Wish tomorrow. Born from a Wish and then Homecoming, maybe. I really like Born from a Wish, personally. I feel like it just adds a lot of new mystery without answering any questions. I guess maybe it kind of shows us the creation of Maria and how Maria came to be the Maria we know. So I guess it does show all that. But that isn't really a mystery that needed to be solved. If anything, it just opens up some new mysteries about the nature of the town and these spiritual entities. But yeah, I really like Born from a Wish. I feel like it makes Maria more interesting as a character, and it adds some cool new lore and history. I love the final scene of Born from a Wish. The last interaction between Maria and Ernest and the way all of that ends is really good. I like the little extra bits of story with the Baldwin family too. Yeah, I just really like Ernest as a character and how does he know what he knows? Who is he? The moments where he talks about James and kind of pushes Maria on her way. Like he shapes Maria into who she is. And in one sense, he seems to be a guy that has a lot of power. Like you start to wonder, like, is this some great spiritual power? But no, he's this suffering guy himself, this ghost bound to his home, grieving over his dead daughter. But he also seems to have this great knowledge of the town. I guess maybe after he died, he was able to attain this other knowledge or something. But yeah, I really like Born from a Wish. I think it adds a lot of cool mystery, and there's a lot of spooky stuff in it. Stop it. You're disturbing me. Sigma Lux, what's up? The guy who plays Ernest is also the guy who says Resident Evil at the start of the Resident Evil games, by the way. Some random trivia for you. I always have to bring that up. Peace. The sound is so good at the end of that scene. Those low bass tones. So here we get the iconic scene with Pyramid Head and the mannequins. What the fuck is going on there? Everyone asks. We have a key here in the closet. Get a unique sound here as well after the scene. This kind of chime, this faint chime. So I never really knew how to really interpret this scene. Like, what the hell is going on here? There's this obvious sexual suggestion with Pyramid Head holding up these four-legged mannequins, grappling with them, wrestling with them, pulls them over here. And when he pulls them over here, it looks kind of nonsensical what you see Pyramid Head do. It looks buggy. Like, there's a moment where he doesn't even really look like he's holding on to them. But the legs are like moving around and twisting around in a weird way. And Pyramid Head himself starts doing these really weird arm motions. And then his animations kind of cut back robotically to the starting position. It's really weird, those animations you get after he pulls the bodies over. And I think this might be one scene that I always prefer when I see it on PS2. Like, when I see it in the lower quality, the resolution, it kind of masks a lot of what you're seeing, and it makes it even harder to discern, which I think works a bit better for that scene. But yeah, very strange scene. Masahiro Ito has stated that the idea here was that Pyramid Head was trying to remove the monsters from James's mind. That's what's happening here. When we're seeing Pyramid Head kill these monsters. Pyramid Head is kind of like James's therapist in a way. You know, he's trying to show him what he's done. He's trying to block out all the noise and get rid of all the noise. But yeah, there is this weird sexual suggestion as well, obviously, with these enemies. The scene is very much a reference to Blue Velvet as well, with James hiding in the closet, looking out. In Blue Velvet, there's a famous scene where Jeffrey, the protagonist, is hiding in a closet, watching a masochistic sexual act, watching the antagonist and this woman that he's interested in. He's peering out voyeuristically, observing this twisted masochistic act. Seems quite deliberate, the little parallel here. See the shine from the mannequin there as well? Like, see that texture on the leg and that kind of sheen, that shine? I think that's supposed to look like a condom. Same with what you see on the bubblehead nurses. The wrapping around their heads. That's another thing. I'm pretty sure Ito has stated that as well, right? That's what the visual is supposed to be. But yeah, interesting to think that Pyramid Head, all of these monsters are born from James's mind. But Pyramid Head, another monster from James's mind, is trying to remove the other monsters. His goal is to remove the monsters from James's mind, even though he himself is also a monster. I guess he's higher up on the hierarchy. He wants to get rid of all the other monsters, and then I guess maybe he'll get rid of himself when he's done with all the other ones. I guess Pyramid Head does kill himself at the end. You are not capable of killing Pyramid Head. When Pyramid Head dies, it's by his own hand. The subconscious fighting itself, yeah. I've always really loved that moment. Just the way it's animated. You know, it feels like a ritualistic kind of thing. The way both pyramid heads are synchronized, and the way in which they turn their spears upside down and stick it up their neck. It's very specific. Another interesting moment in that scene is when Pyramid Head grapples at his helmet. You know, it looks like he's almost trying to force it off. That's how it always looked to me anyway. You know, he grabs it and kind of pulls at it like it's hurting, or like he's trying to remove it or something. Yeah, I think the idea is that Pyramid Head is like James's shadow in a way, like it's another version of himself in some kind of abstract sense. I think this idea was going to be more fleshed out originally, where we were going to see another side to the Great Knife. You know, the Great Knife is supposed to be one half of a pair of scissors. It's supposed to be a scissor blade. And I think originally we were going to find the other half of the scissors. So Pyramid Head would have one blade and James would have the other one. And both blades would make up the scissors. You find the Great Knife in a room full of medical scissors. And you can see that it has the little hole in it where the pin would fit through to combine with another blade, with the other scissor blade. Maybe they'll include some of these cut ideas in the remake. It'd be really cool if we saw this cut Pyramid Head idea, I think. Trying to keep the tentacle from popping out of his head. It's another subtle detail that I really like with Pyramid Head, his little tongue, which we'll get to see later during the boss fight with him. We get the Pyramid Head blade in the labyrinth, but I think originally we were going to see like two different blades. we were going to have one side of the great knife which looked one way and then another side which looked another way. And maybe have a moment where we see Pyramid Head holding the great knife while James has the other side of it. Because after we pick up the great knife, we never see Pyramid Head with the great knife from that point on. Oh, we only see him with spears. So it kind of feels like maybe we're taking his knife from him. But I think originally we were going to have like two distinctly different halves of the knife. Again, I'm not sure. I really don't know how this idea was going to be incorporated originally. You know, it's a cut idea that they didn't have time to include. Ito has spoken about it briefly on Twitter. We got a fire escape key. Just a normal washing machine. There's nothing of interest. Blood Sense with the raid. Cheers, Blood Sense. Let's keep that health topped up. Hey, Blood Sense. Good to see you. Cheers for the raid, man. We'll get some canned juice. Let me just stretch my hand a bit and make sure I'm taking care of myself. Last night it was my right hand that was sore at the end of Origins. So I thought that would be the one that's aching today. But no, my left hand was fine yesterday. Now that's the one that's aching. My right hand feels okay. I didn't even acknowledge what I did there. We found some canned juice at the end of the hall. A heavy 6-pack of expired canned juice. It was in the hallway on the first floor. How was Origins? Not great, really. Bit of a slog. Bit of a bore. But some of it was pretty enjoyable. First few hours, then it kind of just becomes a bit of a slog after a certain point, but like nothing nothing that was too bad, I guess. Just yeah, just a bit of a slog. We'll get back to it. I still need to finish it up. Here, garbage. No use for that. Yeah, I mean, it had some cool vibes every now and then, mainly when Yamaoka came in to save the day. Is 3 tomorrow? It'll depend. If the homecoming goal is met, it'll be homecoming for the most part tomorrow. I might start with Born from a Wish tomorrow. But yeah, a lot of the time it'll depend on the goals. Lots of ifs. You know, I'll be playing Silent Hill 1 through 4 in between the goals. Hold on a second. Am I planning to finish this in one sitting? Yes. Yeah. The base game, anyway. There's a trash chute. There's some kind of strange garbage stuck in the hole. Is homecoming very long? I have no idea. Probably not all that long. Probably like 12 to 15 hours, something like that. First, on average for a first playthrough, I would say. But I don't know. I don't know anything about the game. Is this a deep lore playthrough? It certainly is. We've been digging into a lot of the stuff in this game. So there, we just stuff the canned juice in the chute in order to push the garbage through. It looks like the garbage stuck in the trash chute has fallen through. So now we can go down and check it out. Oh no, Mr. Man. Get some painkillers for my hand. What kind of painkillers should I get?
Thanks.
I mean, it's a very mild pain, you know. I can deal with it. Maj the Stampede, thank you for gifting a sub to Yo Goat. Cheers. Ibuprofen is the best for inflammation, hand pain. It'll just reduce the inflammation. Take with food. Okay. Thanks for the suggestion, Storm. I might take a look. My problem isn't the wrist, it's my fingers. RSI and my fingers. The garbage bag is torn and the contents are strewn all over. I got a coin. Old man. Pour some RE7 juice on it. What's this? Some gossip magazine, eh? Some gossip magazine, eh? The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy LaCane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said, "He didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of stuff, strange stuff, like he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil. Forgive me. I did it, but it wasn't me." The schoolmate then added, "I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy." So here, quite an interesting memo we get, along with our coin, our puzzle item. As many people note, Walter Sullivan here becomes a main character in Silent Hill 4. Walter Sullivan, well, he's really the main character, the character of focus in Silent Hill 4. And all of this, his story here is incorporated into his character in 4 as well. All of the stuff about Billy LaCane and his sister Miriam, these murders, all of this stuff becomes a core part of the story of Silent Hill 4. However, when they were making Silent Hill 2, I don't think they had plans for that. They weren't writing this in order to foreshadow Silent Hill 4 or anything like that. when they were writing Silent Hill 2 here, this was all just a story that was supposed to parallel James, I think, and allude to certain parts of James's character and story. Again, kind of this idea of blurring the lines between madness and sanity. The reference to the Red Devil in the context of Silent Hill 2, I think it is supposed to be referring to Pyramid Head. In Silent Hill 4, that all changes, and they incorporate that in a different way to tie in with Walter's story. I think in Silent Hill 4, the idea is that the Red Devil is a member of the cult, like a specific member of the cult. But as far as James's story goes, I think it's supposed to be an allusion, another allusion to Pyramid Head, the executioner. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. Yeah, and I think this is supposed to parallel James. You know, James thinks of himself as the good guy who isn't capable of killing, the everyman nice guy. He sees a dead body and he says, "Oh my God, who could have done such a thing? Oh, who could have?" But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff, like he's trying to kill me. He's trying to punish me, the monster, the Red Devil. Forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me. Yeah, and again, the idea of punishment. Pyramid Head takes the form of an executioner, symbolizing James's desire to be punished, to be executed. The schoolmate then added, "I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy." Let's save again here. I've seen Walter. He definitely gives kid killer vibes. Okay, out into the courtyard. Yeah, he does, for sure. But maybe when this guy saw him, maybe he didn't look quite like that the way we saw him. You know, he was probably showered and clean looking. But yeah, a thin line between madness and sanity. Come on, I'm waiting for the third one to catch up. Ah, oh, he caught me. Okay, time for my theory that I was hinting at earlier.
Thanks.
So something I started thinking about with my last few playthroughs of Silent Hill 2, I think I brought this up before as well, but I had the idea, you know how James and Mary wanted to adopt Laura, and that Mary was thinking that if she ever got better, that she wished to adopt Laura? Interesting that to begin with, right? Because it seemed the doctors suggested that Mary was only on a limited amount of time anyway. You know, that there wasn't really any chance for a full recovery, that she'd last 3 years at most. So, yeah, was this just a sort of dream that Mary had that she knew she would never be able to achieve? But it also makes me think about Mary and James having the desire for a child of their own, that Mary would give birth to. Maybe she thought, oh, I won't be able to have a child now after this sickness. I won't be able to give birth. Maybe it prevented her from being able to give birth. Maybe that's part of why she was thinking about adopting Laura. I'm just kind of rambling off here, but when you get to that line in the letter at the end of the game, when Mary says, "James, I've done something terrible to you, something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that, but I can't." At first I always interpreted that as just Mary apologizing for her behavior when she was sick, that she became this demon, this monster that just lashed out and treated him in all these kinds of horrible ways. But after a while, combined with all these other thoughts I had about the adopting Laura and the child and all this and potential for them having a child together, I started to think that maybe she was apologizing for not being able to have a kid, and that before Mary got sick, they had all these desires to have a kid together. And I started to think that maybe that's what that line is referencing. Crackpot theory? Kind of far-fetched? Or something there, you think? Maybe? Especially seeing, the reason I bring it up here is because the baby carriage in the pool and the water theme again. Why is there a baby carriage in the pool? Again, easy to overanalyze this stuff, but there's obviously a lot of very specific symbolism when it comes to this stuff, and the whole idea of water and water being tied in with death, and yeah, I don't know. This desire to adopt Laura, and the parts of the game that are focusing on them as this young couple that have this life taken from them. All their dreams and their desires being taken from them with Mary's sickness. Like, is that really what that line is referring to? Was Mary's illness, was her behavior that bad to warrant that kind of an apology? I've done something terrible to you. Something that you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that, but I can't. Is that really all she's talking about there, just her behavior? Or is it something more? If they are talking about a child there, it paints James in a much worse light too, That Mary feels the need to apologize for this, even though she's done nothing to, James doesn't deserve an apology for that. It's not Mary's fault that she got struck with this illness and wasn't able to have a child. But yeah. What do you think? Why would he not forgive her for not having a baby together? Yeah, that could be kind of silly. Yeah, maybe it's a really silly theory. I don't know. But it's just something I thought about. Just something that kind of hit me one time where I was like, is that really what she's talking about here with this apology? Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably a bullshit theory. Most likely. But, yeah, maybe not. Isn't there also another weird detail with babies in this game as well? Like on the nurses. The bubblehead nurses in this game have the image of a baby sewn into them. I always thought that was a weird detail. Again, it's something you can barely even see in the fucking game, but it's there. Ito put that in there as a part of the bubblehead nurse design. This little baby face. But yeah, I don't know. It could be just another. I think I might not be on to. Maybe that line in the letter isn't related to this at all. But I think Mary and James not being able to have their own child together could factor into the story in a under the surface in a way that isn't really made all that explicit in the game. And then we can kind of infer things based off the role of Laura in the game and some of these other things. But yeah, I'm probably pulling a lot of that just out of my ass. The weird squealing baby in the Otherworld hospital, the baby at the bottom of in the basement, the baby right before we see Pyramid Head in the hallway, and that's another baby scream, weirdly combined with an adult scream. But yeah, did Mary really think did she really think her outbursts were that bad? Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that, but I can't. All of that is in reference to just her behavior, the way she shouted at him. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Maybe she cheated? I don't think so. I don't think there's any indication that she was unfaithful. One second. Okay, let's keep going. I'm not a fan of these remade coins, these enhanced edition coins. Okay, I guess I can talk about this now. I didn't mean to do this. On extra riddle difficulty, you can see the other side of the coins. On all the other riddle difficulties, you only see the front of the coin. But on extra riddle mode, you have to utilize both sides of the coins to solve the puzzle. And here, when I press X, it shows me the other side of the coin. In the original game, I thought you had to press square. And even finding that there was a second half of the coin was like a mystery. Maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe Nub can save the day again. Didn't you have to press the square button on PS2? But here, when I examine it, it just automatically shows me when I press the X button. But yeah, I'm assuming there's a reason behind why, the baby carriage in the pool. What does that mean? It's most likely coming from James's brain. Like most of the unique stuff you see here. What is your brain trying to say there, James? Why a snake coin as well? I found it in that pool with no water. The reverse side of the coin is a crescent moon. From what I remember, you just had to press X again, but it's honestly been a while since I've played on PC so often now, right? Yeah, I just have this memory of it being the square button for some reason. What the? Who could have done this? Okay, we haven't seen any bodies like this yet in the game.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird-looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
Okay, so here we meet Eddie for the first time. We can go back in here. Say hello to him again. Amazing sounds for Eddie. I think the VA said that he was like chugging water and puking out water while he was recording this or something. Isn't that right? Like that's what he was spitting out.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
It is really good puking sound, Terend. The detail. You get so many different sounds throughout the scene as well, and the burps. One of the burps in particular.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, just water in a glass he had to create those sounds, but he did a great job. I wonder, did he do all of the burp sounds there as well? Some of them, I would imagine they did some editing with some of the sounds there and maybe even added in some other little sounds for the burps.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
If we take a look in the room across here, we don't find any items or anything of use. But it's the only place that in the apartment building that has all of these football posters. This graffiti and all these football posters, which later on in the game will start to feel significant. We'll find out later on that Eddie has a nasty history with football players The wall is covered with football posters and meaningless graffiti. I couldn't care less about either of them. Yeah, we learn later that Eddie is a victim of bullying. And right before he fled to Silent Hill, he shot a football player in the leg. And... oh, wait a second. I was going to say, and the football player... and killed the football player's dog. Wait, but did the dog belong to the football player? Or was it just a random dog? I've played the game a million times, but now I'm struggling to remember if it's suggested that the dog belonged to the player. But yeah, he killed a dog and shot a football player in the leg. We don't actually know if he killed any human being before coming to Silent Hill. And it's really hard to get anything out of Eddie. He's often on the verge of admitting something so many times. He'll be about to say something, but then he'll just still stop. No, no, no. He has this sort of cowardice about him. Eddie is real. Eddie is real. Eddie and Angela are both real. And Laura. Maria is the being born from James's imaginings. But these other people, they're real, and they're going through their own problems, just like James. What the? Who could have done this? Yeah, another thing about Eddie, we always see dead bodies right next to him. But he'll never admit to having killed them. The fridge here as well. We learn later that he... well, it kind of ties into why he was being bullied. Struggles with his weight, his image, how he's perceived. Let's top up here. But yeah, I really like what we've seen with Eddie so far in that remake footage. Really heightening the insanity of the character later on in the prison scene. That short shot that we got of him in the bathroom looked good too, just drenched in sweat, hand on the filthy black toilet seat. The detail on his shirt and everything. Seems like they're doing a good job with Eddie. I guess we'll see. Okay. Wub 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 wub. One more room to check out up here. That's some good decay right there. The burn marks. The creases in the wallpaper. Ugh, is that blood up there as well? There's nothing inside. A sightseeing brochure for the town is lying here. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice, restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day, from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor, Roger Widmark. Those memories, will they last forever? What do you think, James? You think I can play the remaster before the original version when it comes out? Why wouldn't I? Of course. But do I think... I have no reason to believe you wouldn't be able to play it. It's there, ready to be played. I wouldn't get the official remaster, though. It's one of the worst games ever created. I'd recommend getting the Enhanced Edition fan patch and looking into that online. But stay away from the Silent Hill HD collection. It could possibly be the worst release of a game ever in the history of games. So definitely stay away from that. To hell. They're lying. It's not to hell. Silent Hill HD makes the MGS Master Collection look like a masterpiece. A showcase in how you correctly remaster a game. That's what the Master Collection is in comparison. Now, I don't think the HD collection is as bad anymore after like the million patches, but I would still stay far away. There are much better versions for you to play. Emulate it, get the Enhanced Edition, even the regular old PC version if somehow you got that working. The GTA remaster looked like... It looked unbelievably bad. It looked like it might have been able to go in the ring with the Silent Hill HD collection. Maybe the GTA collection went beyond what the Silent Hill HD collection was, because it did look like a travesty. But I haven't really seen that in detail. I just remember seeing some very shocking screens. I really think there should be some kind of law in place where you just can't do that to classic games. Like, it really just shouldn't be allowed. It really shouldn't. When you're re-releasing a classic 25-year-old game and describing it as a remaster, you just can't, it shouldn't be allowed. Releasing it riddled with bugs and just like constant problems. The most glaring problems. where like all the audio is fucked, music playing incorrectly in scenes where it shouldn't even be playing, looping a few bars early than where it should be looping. Man, the Silent Hill HD collection was like, it's crazy they were able to get away with that. Really. I remember just losing my mind when I saw that for the first time. I couldn't believe my eyes. Learning more and more about it each day, more and more horror was revealed with each day as we learn more about all the issues. Okay, we're crossing over. There's no fire escape outside the door. Maybe they knocked it down when they built the building next door. I think I can get into the building next door if I go through the window in front of me. Love this little moment here. It almost feels, going from Silent Hill 1, you might think, oh, it's an otherworld transition or something. We're shifting into another reality, but no, not quite. Just with the music they use there and everything. The mystery of it being so close to the other building. This area is more of a water-themed area as well. The Blue Creek Apartments. Which is flooded, unlike the one that we just came from. It looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Will you take it out? It looks like a wallet. There's some kind of memo in it. Oh, shit. What kind of extra riddle mode shenanigans is this? Yeah, this is some extra riddle mode shit you're seeing here. IB85. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. 9? Will we correspond the I with 9? Because it's the 9th letter in the alphabet. And B with 2. If this isn't the solution, I'm all out of ideas. 9285. That's what I'm going for. Fuck! First things first, I'm not going to be staying here all day to solve this. So if I can't figure it out soon, I'm just going to ask, because I want to do this game in one sitting, okay? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. I'm just all out of ideas straight away. I have no fucking clue. Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything. I, B... B. Maybe I could be a Roman numeral. Maybe it's 1. One something 85. Oh, let me just try my first idea again. IB85. Yeah, what did I say it was at first? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, 9, 9285. I think I did it wrong last time. Fuck! Okay, what about 1, 2, 8, 5? Wait, no, I didn't do it correctly. 1, 2, 8. Shit! I don't understand. Maybe there's something I don't understand about Roman numerals. Chat, you can backseat here if this is a thing. Is this B? Does this B mean anything in Roman numerals? Could this be a Roman numeral? B equals 2 was my fucking idea. Or maybe you're explaining the Roman numeral. My first idea was to correspond the I and the B with where they appear in the alphabet. I being the 9th letter, B being the 2nd. So 9285 was my idea. But that doesn't work. Okay, I'm not looking at the chat anymore. It's too much of a risk. IB85. I have no fucking idea. IB. Maybe if I just look at it for long enough, it'll come to me. I just need to tune in with the cosmos. Just let my unconscious do the work. And then it'll bring me the answer. I'm just gonna let my brain do its magic. And then it'll come up to the surface when it's ready. Okay, brain. Go on, brain. Just do it. Brain power. Brain is doing things that I can't control. I'm starting to think of my school algebra classes, and if there are things that I've forgotten. What did I learn about letters in algebra? Will this help me? What else could it be? Solve for me. Oh. Fuck. There aren't any other hints around here, are there? There's a newspaper page on the ground. It looks like it's from long ago. There's nothing particularly interesting written on it. Is there anything else in this fucking toilet? James, get in there again, because I need more information. Oh. IB85. Ah. Huh. All of them are very simple. No numbers with no 10s or 11s. It's just bam, 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 bam. IB85. Is there a significance to the 8 and the 5 being single digits? Or did I just get, did it just happen to be that way? Yeah, you have to be very careful in the chat now. Anything you might say could be a danger and a threat. Very, very careful. Okay, it doesn't correspond with like B is the second. B isn't 2. I don't think there's any fucking equation to solve, or like we're not combining anything or doing anything like that. How far does it go up to? 19? 20? 20. Maybe 1 to 10 are represented by numbers. And 10 to 20 is represented by letters. That's just wild speculation. I'll try it. So what the fuck am I gonna do for I? Right, let's say... Right, so let me just... 10... Then 11... 12... Wait, hold on. Hold on. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Alright, of course it's going to be 19 and 11. I'm very silly. Maths isn't my strong suit. 19, 11, 8, 5. Let's try that. 19, 11, 8. That was actually it. Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing I could think of there. If they didn't correspond to 1 and 2, maybe one half represented, you know, half of the numbers and then the other half represented the other half. Or, you know, the first half were numbers and the second half were letters from 10 to 20, 11 to 20. Nice. I think it was seeing that they were all single digits and that, you know, one was an 8 and one was a 5. But I mean, for all I knew, one of those numbers could have been 11 or 12. And that's just the way we got it this time. Because it is random which numbers and stuff you get here. I'll take it. I've definitely done this before, but I completely forgot how that worked. Maybe my brain remembered when I did this years ago. By that logic, it would have been 18. What? I didn't solve it? I did it by mistake? No, that had to be the right idea. This music is hitting different now. What? If B is 11, then I is 18. Oh, right. So yeah, no, so I did have it figured out. I just made a slight little error with what I was. So when I went to 19, wait. No, it shouldn't have worked. Because when I moved all the way over to right, when I moved all the way over to 19, pressing left on 18 shouldn't have worked. Because I had to move right to 18. Left 18 shouldn't have worked. Wait. No. 19 was the first one. That's why it worked. As long as I moved right from 19 after the first input, it was okay. Yeah, no. So that's why it still worked, even though I didn't fully realize which one was 19 or 18. Well, whatever. Okay, anyway, I did it. Let's move on before I go insane. Okay. We have another riddle coming up soon, which is going to be, I think, the most ambiguous coin riddle in the game. Let's see if I can figure that one out. Because I can't remember. Fair enough, I'll accept it. I don't give a shit whether you were accepting it or not. You think I was relying on your acceptance? I was just confused how I fucking solved it. It's locked. There's a note stuck on the door. Dear Tim, I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. I left the house key with Uncle David. You know where he lives, don't you? The key is in the room near the first floor staircase. I'll be back as soon as I can. So please watch the place while I'm gone. Yeah, I could have moved left or right to 19 or 18, whichever it was. If I was anywhere else apart from the first letter, apart from the first thing that I was supposed to input, then I would have fucked it up. Okay, let's just ignore that. Move on. Here we get a map. The Blue Creek Apartments. I've reviewed the footage and reached a conclusion. I think I understand why it was the way it was, Nub, like I just said. But yeah, you can probably more properly explain it. $9285? What? What? So I was completely wrong with my assessment for how it worked. My initial guess of it being alphanumeric was correct, but I just happened to land on them by accident on my last attempt. And B is 2. But I tried 9285 a load of times, didn't I? No, you're wrong. You have to be wrong. Go back and look at me do 9285 the first few times. What? Like, wasn't that my first fucking idea? I just wasn't rotating around enough? I don't believe this. I mean, the rotation thing works the same way on every difficulty. The arrows symbolize what they symbolize. The arrows go right, the arrows go left, they go right. And that's the order I did it in. And I went 9, right, 8, left, 2, right, 5. Like, the rotation part works the same way, doesn't it? Yeah, Nub, I don't think you're right here. I hate to question you. I hate to defy you like this, but I think I had it right with them, you know, with A. Where A represented 10, B 11, or A 11, whichever one it was. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go to the wiki. I know everyone hates the wiki, but I'm gonna go to the wiki. Silent Hill 2 wiki safe puzzle. The numbers in the combination only go from 1 to 9. After that, the letters take their place. The letters represent the number they are in the alphabet plus 9. So A equals 10, B equals 11, C equals 12, and so on. Yeah, this is in line with the way I solved it, right? Yeah, that really seemed the way... Because, Nub, if it was the way you just said it, and I had it right the first time, I swear to God, I should have solved it, right? Because I did it. I did the rotation the same way you always do the rotation. No, because 9 plus 9 equals 18. Right, but we already figured out why that still worked. Because 18 was the first number I had to go to. 18 was the first number. Right? And after 18, I had to move right to the next number. So I moved to 19 thinking that was the right number. Then I kept pressing right. So it triggered 18 as the correct number, even though I thought it was 19. And then I did the rest of it properly, as I thought it was. So it doesn't matter that I mixed up 18 and 19. The game registered the 18 when I went past it. And then I moved right to the next number. Then left, then right. That is it. That's what happened. Nub! Yes! I'm gonna hold this over you for all time, Nub. I'm gonna write this on your gravestone. No, I'm just glad we could clarify it, because I was really sure I was right there. Otherwise, I was really gonna go insane. Right, because then I had to have the rotation right. I did it the first way, I thought, like 3 times. You know, I did the simple 9-8 or whatever the fuck I thought it was at first. You know, I did that several times. And there was no way I was fucking up the rotation when it's the same way on every single difficulty in this game that I've played 1,000 times. There was no way I fucked that part up. I guess Nub isn't used to extra riddle mode either. When was the last time you played extra riddle, Nub? Because I don't think I've seen you do it all that often either. So it makes sense that you're confused about it too. Let's see. Okay, extra riddle is bringing the heat so far. This is fun. Do I get my shout out now? You want another one today as well as yesterday's shout out? Alright, everyone, go and follow Nub. Go and follow Nub. He's a really good Silent Hill streamer. He goes super in depth with all the Silent Hill games. And he even goes in depth into all the shitty Silent Hill games, which is something I don't think I could ever bring myself to do. So he's truly doing God's work, showcasing all the good and the bad of this series. Yeah, go follow Nub. I've known him for many, many years. Great knife only, hard action, extra riddle the whole game. That was the last time you did it. How many years ago was that, Nub? Wait, where the hell am I going? I don't think I want to be here. I'm losing my bearings now. Over a year ago. A stuffed animal. It probably belonged to the kid that used to live here. This room looking especially busted up here. Handgun bullets.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela. Okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do.
Thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't.
My bad. I really mean to mute alerts during cutscenes. I just forgot that time. It's also Phantom Cigar's fault, though, because he's the one who resubbed. Thanks. Killing the vibes here, Harry. And we get a coin. Prisoner. So Angela leaves her knife, which we can take. We can't use it as a weapon. We never use it as a key item. But if we examine it, there's a higher chance James will kill himself at the end of the game. We're not going to examine it. I think I'm going to go for the leave ending, like I usually do. I think I did do Maria last time. Knife from Angela. I don't plan on using this as a weapon. Yeah, I love that last shot where, you know, James is getting very close, looming over her. You're seeing that fear, these memories from her father coming back to her, viewing James as this threat. As soon as they're about to make contact, a photo. Hey, see you later, Val. Thanks for dropping by. It's quite easy to miss this. The torn family photo. Angela and her mother, you would assume, on the one side, and the father and the brother on the other one. This room makes James look huge. Yeah, it's a very strange room. With the very low ceiling and the huge mirror. So in this scene, it seems that Angela has become very aware why she's here. When she says, "But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, it's what we deserve." Which is an interesting line. James immediately denies that he could be anything like Angela. No, I'm not like you. Bit of a wooden delivery of that line, I think. A little bit flat. But yeah, I love Angela's kind of sudden bursts, her tiredness. The blood on the knife as well. It makes me wonder if she was cutting herself here, and that's supposed to explain like the tired state here specifically. You know, like the blood loss, kind of loss of energy. But I guess she's in a kind of sleepy, dreamy state generally too, so I don't know. That's supposed to be the blood loss there. And then when James reveals that his wife is dead and he's still looking for her, she becomes a bit more apprehensive. A bit more fearful. This guy may not be all he's implying. May not be this everyman good guy looking out for me. A stuffed animal. It probably belonged to the kid that used to live here. And even though this isn't I don't think Angela ever lived here or anything, but I would imagine...
Thanks.
I would imagine the teddy bear is supposed to be symbolic of her past in some way. It's very specific. We don't see teddy bears anywhere else in any other apartment in this area or anything like that. It seems specifically placed. So maybe just in some subtle way alluding to her damaged past, her damaged childhood. Even the door here kind of stands out to me as being specific. Like the white door. You don't see this anywhere else here. In any other apartment, a door like this. It's one thing I just love about this game. All of the specificity and little things. Like maybe it's supposed to mean something specific. Maybe it's just what they felt like using to evoke some kind of feeling. But just the way all of this is laid out. Nub, you're atoning for your sins with the fucking tier 3. 22 months. Nub, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you. Inside the room where we meet Angela, we get this coin, prisoner. This prisoner looks like a woman. So you would imagine that's supposed to represent her too in some way. Another thing we see Angela do quite a bit in that scene too is apologize when there's no real reason to apologize. Why is she apologizing? Or she keeps saying, I'm sorry, we didn't do anything. You didn't do anything to us, Angela. Why are you apologizing?
Thanks.
And I think the reason for that is quite dark. I think, you know, she was... Maybe she's just saying sorry for having killed her father. I don't think so. I think it's more that she's... Her whole life, she's been led to believe that she was in the wrong. One of the darkest lines in the game is near the end when Angela talks about her mother. When she says, even Mama said it. I deserved what happened. She was led to believe that she deserved to be sexually abused by her father and brother. So what did the mother tell her to make her believe this? You know, like, you know, you deserve this, Angela. You've been a bad girl. You deserve everything that's coming to you for being sinful. I mean, who knows what the fuck was going on in that household, but the implications of that one line of dialogue is very dark. Especially when you consider Angela holds her mother's word as the gospel. You know, even though she's here to kill her, you know, when she says that line, even Mama said it, you know, if Mama says it, like, that's it. Even Mama said I deserved what happened to me. And she can't stand it when James is having empathy for her at the end. You know, like she's disgusted by it. When James is trying to tell her that she's wrong for believing what she believes about herself and why she was treated the way she was. When James is trying to tell her that all this is wrong, she's like, no. She closes her eyes and puts her hands up to James's face. Don't pity me. Don't pity me. I don't deserve it. So, like, her self-loathing and her inability to move past this is, like, it runs so deep. And it's all because, you know, it's all down to, well, it's not all down to the mother, but the whole family. And her mother telling her mother whose word she holds to be the gospel, telling her that she deserves all of this. And I think that's all of that twisted psychology is probably part of why she feels this need to apologize. Doing absolutely nothing wrong, but just these random sorries. Yeah, man, Angela's story is rough. Fats McDuck with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. After all that, Fats McDuck, thanks for being here. Let's move on with the stream. At least it wasn't, you know, McScroogey balls or something like that. Could have been worse. Yeah, Nico, I really hope they stay true to a lot of that dialogue. I'm open to little additions here and there. And little changes, but I really hope we, you know, we can get the same implications and room to interpret and... Some of those lines are very important. They, you know, they speak a lot with very little. I guess, you know, her body language and her behavior is very important too. In some of those little moments. I picked up the white chrism. Okay. This is an NG Plus item. And you need this if you want to get the rebirth ending. One of the wilder endings in the game, where James tries to resurrect Mary from the dead by performing a ritual. You never see the outcome of the ritual. I do not have the latest update, I'm afraid, to Hackers. I was going to add it this morning, but I didn't realize it would take so long to download. Okay. There's something written on the desk. Here we go. So, brand new riddle for extra riddle mode. Like coins in the hazy ether tossed, our souls must by their sinful weight descend to earth with lightness lost, to right the sins that they had laid, when thrice in falling they intone, then happiness shall be thy own. The first note be not by the horned one rung, though it be there that all sins be sprung. The bringer of life and the bringer of shame, the sins of the latter be ever more tame. Though coming in the aged one's wake, the formless one's soul in fear doth quake. The needless one, silent, with hungers all sated, is least then in sin, with his lusts all abated. For the gravest of sinners his place be appointed, and if he be lucky, may his soul be anointed. There is a line of 5 1-inch round depressions set into the table. Well, this is cool. I haven't read these in years, and I completely forgot about... completely forgot this riddle. So... yeah, and I have absolutely no idea what the solution is here. Not a clue. It seems like the first couple are like an introduction. And then they start talking about the specific coins. So I'm not sure what we're supposed to glean from this. Like coins in the hazy ether tossed. Throwing up the coins. Where will they land? I'm getting the feeling of randomness. We can't see the coins. Where are they? Where do they go? So maybe just some flowery descriptions about the mystery of the coins and not really much else about where they should go. Our souls must by their sinful weight descend to earth with lightness lost, to right the sins that they had laid when thrice in falling they intone. Then happiness shall be thy own. Okay, no backseating here. If I don't figure it out soon, I'll just ask. You know, because I would like to finish this tonight, and I guess it's already pretty fucking late. It's like 9 p.m. and we're not even out of the apartments. The first note be not by the horned one rung, though it be there that all sins be sprung. The horned one. The first note be not by the horned one rung, though it be there that all sins be sprung. The bringer of life and the bringer of shame, the sins of the latter be ever more tame. I'm going to assume this is the woman coin. The prisoner. Though coming in the aged one's wake, the formless one's soul in fear doth quake. The formless one is going to be an empty coin slot. We have 3 coins and 5 slots. So some of this is going to be referring to empty slots. The aged one is the old man coin. Easy. Coming in the aged one's wake. So the formless one right beside the aged one. We're going to have an empty slot next to the old man. That's what this means to me. The needless one, silent, with hungers all sated, is least then in sin, with his lusts all abated. For the gravest of sinners, his place be appointed, and if he be lucky, may his soul be anointed. Let me take a look at the coins. If you weren't here earlier, another very unique thing about extra riddle mode is that you can look at the back of the coins. A nest with eggs. I think this is just further reinforcing that that is indeed the bringer of life. Looks like an old man. A grave. A dead old man. And the snake. With a crescent moon. To the right. I think this is telling us that the coins go from left to right, and we're thinking we need to think about it in that way. The first one. The first note be not by the horned one, rung through it. Wrong. The first note be not by the horned one rung, though it be there, that all sins be sprung. Something tells me this is probably referring to an empty slot. Just because I think I have all of the other ones kind of set in stone where they might be. Then the bringer of life. That has to be the prisoner. Especially with the eggs and everything. Though coming in the aged one's wake, the formless one's soul in fear doth quake. The needless one, silent with hungers all sated, is least then in sin with his lusts all abated. For the gravest of sinners his place be appointed. And if he be lucky, may his soul be anointed. Okay. Right, I'm going to try something here. To the right. Maybe that means it's starting from the right this time. Maybe it's a twist, because easy, normal, and hard are all from left to right. So maybe they've put a fucking twist on it for extra. I'm just gonna think about it from left to right first, and then we can try from right to left after this. I'm gonna say this one is nothing, right? Because I feel like I have all the other ones set. So this, even though I don't see how this means an empty slot, I think this is what this means, because I don't think it can be anything else. All sins be sprung from nothing, from the void. Then the prisoner. I'm getting a bit confused though, because this also feels like it's referring to the old man. Right? The aged one's wake. This is also talking about the aged one, the old man. But so is this. His place be appointed. The gravest of sinners, his place. And it's the only man here. And if he be lucky, may his soul be anointed. So maybe the one about the leaving the wake is just talking about an empty, maybe that's just detailing the empty space next to the old man, not where the old man is. Okay, empty space, woman, old man, snake. I don't think this is going to work. Empty space. Woman. Old man. snake, except no. We know that there's supposed to be a space beside the old man.
Thanks.
Oh! Jobbed Bone with the 5-pack. Thank you very much. Cheers. Cheers. Much appreciated. Let's take another look at this again. To right. The fact that right is in quotations here. To right. The sins that they had laid, when thrice in falling they intone. Thrice in falling. I'm gonna try it from the right hand side. Empty space again, because that's all I can think of for that one. Then the woman. That has to be correct, I think. The formless one's soul in fear doth quake. Doesn't the formless one refer to the snake in the hard mode puzzle? There are connections between the riddles as well. In the hard mode riddle, they refer to the formless one. Although I thought that was the man. The needless one silent, with hungers all sated, is least then in sin, with his lusts all abated. For the gravest of sinners his place be appointed, and if he be lucky, may his soul be anointed. I can't put this guy down here. This guy has some fucking hole next to him, because he's leaving empty spaces in his wake. He can't be here. He can't be here. That was it. I don't really feel like I've solved the puzzle. But I guess I was right with my idea of going from right to left. That it was a twist, and that's what that right thing was alluding to, I guess. From right to left. I think I was on point with my, with the prisoner being the first one being an empty space, the prisoner being after that. With the old man and the snake, I didn't really know what the hell was going on there. I'll fucking take it. I figured out half of it, and the gods helped me the rest of the way. Okay. Okay. I feel free to backseat now. Give me any theories for how you're supposed to solve all of that. I think I got half of it. The one about the old man was very confusing because the old man had like fucking... He had two verses dedicated to him. The power of coffee? I'm not drinking any coffee. Where the hell am I going? Yeah, don't ask Nub. He won't know. We didn't get the whispering dialogue here. Sometimes you'll get weird whispers in that room. We get our apartment stairway key. This is kind of a weird image, isn't it? Isn't that a letter envelope? An envelope in place of a pillow? Interesting. I think we can see some butterflies and moths on the books here too. Fear and Hunger, it's been recommended. I think I'm going to try that game out at some point. Maybe even during the subathon at some point. Yeah, and remember, not everything has to be a goal in the subathon. Maybe I'll just play some new games at some point. Even outside of the goals. We'll see. We have loads of time. Again, Jobbed Bone, thank you for the 5. Okay, I was gonna stop and look up the coin puzzle and find all the theories and explanations for it, but it's fucking late and I need to keep playing. Whoa! The more you hit him, the slower he gets here. Now he's speeding up again. Let's see if I can get him to grab me here. Pay close attention here. You can see that Pyramid Head actually has a tongue. Oh, God. Oh, we can't really see it well from this angle. Grab me. There it is. my god, I was reading the chat! I'm blaming the chat. I'm blaming the chat. Yeah, he one-shots you. Even on normal. My
Thanks.
balls. Harry enjoyed that. Uber with the 45 months. Thank you. Ugh. That little crease that opens up. There he goes. So, you don't actually have to shoot Pyramid Head at all during that fight. Whoa, the music kicks back in if I go upstairs. You don't have to fight Pyramid Head at all there. But if you just run away from him... Wait, hold on 1 second. If you just run away from him, it'll take way longer. You reduce the timer by shooting him, basically. If you unload on him, the fight will only last a few seconds like that. If you want to conserve your ammo, you just have to avoid him for a few minutes. And then eventually he takes his leave. I love the little touch. You know, we see him walk under the water there and come down here. And we hear him open the door. You hear the little door sound. And then the water gets drained because he opened the door. It all went outside. Nice detail down here as well. You get to see the weathered door and the effects of the water down here. Fighting him doesn't make any difference to the ending, no. Not to my knowledge, anyway. I don't think shooting him or not shooting him has any effect on the ending. Wow. Okay, we're done with the first main area. The apartments.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here, anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
So, there's Laura again. And once again, she's like a step ahead of us. It's kind of the common theme with Laura. We keep seeing her one step ahead, out of reach. We always have to catch up to her. And she's always hiding some information that we want or need. She knows about Mary. And doesn't think so fondly of James, it would seem. I think a lot of people, when they heard the line about James being blind, they thought it was supposed to be hinting at Laura not being real or something like that. Like, what are you doing here? Are you blind? I think it made people kind of wonder about Laura. Like, is she really there, or you know what? But no, I think what it's really getting at is kind of like the scene later when James says, "I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you. There are all sorts of terrible things around here." And she says, "Why would I?" You know, so when James says, like, "What's a little girl like you doing around here?" You know, he's saying it like there's some danger or there's some reason not to be here. But the town isn't the same to Laura. It's completely harmless to her. She's not seeing any monsters. So I think that's what she's getting at there. I think, anyway. So this is that park. Mary, are you here? Rosewater Park. Yeah, and just kind of, I guess, being bratty with how she expresses it. So at the start of the game, James read the letter from Mary saying she was waiting at their special place. James was confused as to what that might mean, because this whole town is their special place. But he then started thinking that it could be the park, Rosewater Park, where they spent the whole day staring at the water. And that's why we're headed here. Our first objective, because this is where we might find her. Patrick Chester, son of Edward. He fought and died for the people, for liberty, and for all of our tomorrows. His memory lives on. Looks like Patrick might be missing a few limbs there. Get some bullets. I think the decision to name Pyramid Head the Red Pyramid thing may have actually been influenced by the creator of Pyramid Head. Don't I recall Masahiro Ito talking about this on Twitter? Where, like, he refers to it by two names, Pyramid Head and Red Pyramid thing. So, that might not actually be a Konami decision. I think Masahiro Ito himself may be responsible for that. Oh, no, Konami just did a poll on Twitter? Okay. I'm just pulling that out of my ass then. Ito probably hates the decision in that case. Triangle guy. I have seen a lot of fans forget that he's called Pyramid Head in the game. Like, occasionally you'll see people say, well, actually, he's not called Pyramid Head in the game. He's only ever referred to as the Red Pyramid thing. That's not true. In spoken dialogue, he's only ever referred to as that by James when he meets Eddie. You didn't see that. You're not friends with that Red Pyramid thing, are you? But later on in the game, when we interact with Pyramid Head after the boss encounter, it says in the text, Pyramid Head isn't moving anymore. Or Pyramid Head is holding an egg, something like that. So, yeah, maybe it was all those people voting in the poll. Maybe all the people that forgot that he is actually referred to as Pyramid Head. Does the Great Knife also refer to him as Pyramid Head? I forgot about that.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you. I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her.
Oh, yeah.
She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Huh. Or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
Cranky, James. Yeah, but I guess you can still tag along. Sure. Nico, you were actually wrong on that, were you? Yeah, because I thought I saw Ito post about the Red Pyramid title as well. But maybe I'm misremembering. I thought he approved of the Red Pyramid thing title. Yeah, Ito said official name is Red Pyramid thing. Yeah, and I think that does go back. Like, I'm not sure if that's something new. I think he has referred to it as Red Pyramid thing and Pyramid Head in the past. But I mean, I can't remember. Can't remember everything I've read. In memory of the 67 who died of illness and now sleep beneath the lake. More mysterious stuff with Toluca Lake here. I really like these little tidbits we get in Rosewater Park. The statues, the history, all these references to lost memories and spooky things happening in the lake. All the bodies resting at the bottom of it. One cool shot during that scene as well is when just like half of the frame is taken up by what we see over the pier. Absolutely no water whatsoever, dry as a bone. Quite a contrast to James's story, where they were the time they spent here together, reflecting, staring at the water. But nothing. No water here now. Red Pyramid Thing is the official name of the one in Silent Hill 2, but I called it Pyramid Head when we were making that title. If I remember correctly, Red Pyramid Thing is the name by Eddie. The tweet, okay. The name James gives it when he's talking to Eddie. Yeah. So, here we meet Maria. This sultry new version of Mary. Who looks just like her, sounds like her. Except your hair and clothes are different. Much more provocative and revealing compared to the Mary we've seen so far. And Maria kind of serves as a test for James. Is he really loyal to his wife? Or will he accept this replacement? Will he actually be okay with saying, ah, fuck it. Let's forget about Mary. You can take her place. The very first image we see of Maria in the bathroom always feels significant at the start of the game. A poster, a literal advertisement for Heaven's Night. Victim of persecution by the Christians, Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. Yeah, you can't really see the blanked out word, but that's what it's supposed to be. Christians. And I think this is supposed to be the same Saint Jennifer that you see mentioned in Silent Hill 3. One of the cult members. But yeah, I think it's going to be hard for the remake to top the FMVs with Maria in this game. I feel like she gets the most screen time with regards to the CG scenes. She gets this one, another one in the hospital, the big prison scene. There's just so much nice little nuance in her animation during these scenes. Lots of little subtleties. I'm not sure if anything will ever be able to top it for me. Hey, good night, Blood. Thanks for stopping by. My pleasure. Yeah, I think it's the most common criticism of the last trailer, Rockman, the portrayal of Maria sounding a bit flat. And not only that, just not switching between her personas in the same way. Like the direction behind the scene is very different. she doesn't switch between her personas in the same way. She just kind of speaks within the same sort of tone throughout all the dialogue, instead of going from Mary to Maria to Mary to Maria. But I think it could still work, even with some different direction. But yeah, even aside from that, it just kind of sounded flat, some of the lines. And here we get the dog key for the dog ending. The little dog house. Here we have to complete all the main endings to unlock this. Doesn't this game have a secret chainsaw weapon? It's not much of a secret, really, but yeah, it's another NG Plus weapon. If we stop for a couple of seconds here. Wait for it. There it is. You crazy man, James. Yeah, big Texas Chainsaw Massacre vibes there. Here we got a book, Lost Memories. The name comes from the legend of the people whose land was stolen from them. They called this place the place of the silent spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. According to legend, this was where the holiest ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from these people. There were others who came before. In those days, this town went by another name, but that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. All we know is that there was another name, and that for some reason, the town was once abandoned by its residents. Spooky. And kind of fitting here that we find the book at Texan Gas, unleaded, with the logo being this Native American. What was the other name? And why was the town abandoned long ago? Did it have something to do with the name? Why did they bring that up after talking about the name? Okay, now we're going to take a little trip up Nathan Avenue, up towards the Silent Hill Historical Society, just to see what we can find. What was the name? I don't know what the name was. We don't know. It's lost. Hopelessly lost in the veils of time. Silent Hill Historical Society. The early days of Toluca. Toluca, in quotations. Does Toluca mean anything? Like the word Toluca? Is it a native word? The stories of the truth written underneath it. Mexican word. Lakeside amusement park. We find lots of unique... Wah! Yeah, that happens as well. Toluca Lake. Keep the nature. Keep rocking the nature. James, scream, please. Maybe he won't do it if you go idle, like, right after an attack. Because now he's in some other idle animation. I wish you could do it on command. Yeah, now he's... Oh, and he's still going into the other animation. Maybe it's because maybe my health? Do you have to be at full health or some crazy shit like that? Yeah, I wish I could do it on command. Just go around the whole game screaming my head off as James. Your ad. Talokan, where God resides. Quiet cocktails. Some quiet cocktails in Silent Hill. So up here we reach the Historical Society. Ooh, that's some thick fog. Silent Hill Historical Society. We can't get in here yet. Giga computer. Is this always the one that I misread? Baby and kids. I guess, even though it looks like baby and kids. Superstore. Discount prices. Baby gift registry. Parking in rear entrance. Rear entrance. Silent Hill. Fresh meats. More stuff for the baby theory. Lakeview Hotel. We can actually interact with this one. And up here, another James corpse. Which marks Pete's Bowl-orama. If you're getting lost and you're going up here, this will tell you where to go next. So now we're going to go back down. I think we can see some different ads on this side too. Heaven's Nights. Vaccine clinic. Who's tossing these bodies? Yeah, it's kind of a weird little section here. Wait, there's another one. Jack's Inn. Beauty, rest, radio, TV, hi-fi. Whoop. Pete's Bowlerama. 9 rod from here. Is that bowling lingo that I don't understand? Texan gas again. Yeah, I think you see many more mistranslations on these signs because I don't think they were translated. I think the Japanese team did all this stuff themselves. I'm not sure if they were handed over for translation. I don't think they were. Yeah, we get Brookhaven later instead of Brookhaven. Although I think that might be corrected in this enhanced edition.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh, you're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you were sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
So good. Always gotta love it when the music keeps playing into gameplay. Love the echo from Eddie's voice too as we keep going. The scene keeps playing.
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember. But...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
no.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Aww.
Forget you. Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear.
I swear. Stop hiding things, Eddie. Admit what you've done. Tell the truth. Stop withholding things. Okay, I'll leave you be. Ba-da-ba-bum. Love how the camera stays all the way back here. Cameraman isn't allowed on the lanes. Don't touch the lanes. Makes me feel like I shouldn't be here, like I'm not allowed up here. Eddie's Silent Hill might be full of pizzas. That might be part of his torment and a part of his trial. Maybe he fights silly pizza monsters. Maybe he spends all his time running away from pizza monsters. Yeah, maybe his big bad is Pizza Head, who gives him pizzas and tells him not to eat it. And he's going to keep tormenting him with pizzas until he refuses, but he's never able to stop. So Pizza Man keeps on following him around because he can't stop eating the pizzas. I wish I had a monster like Pizza Man following me around, taunting me with pizzas. Bam, bam, bam.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
Did you even see this girl, Maria? I mean, she probably did. If Laura saw her, she might have started to run a little bit faster, because who knows what the fuck Maria looks like to these other people. We never see Maria in contact with any other character other than James. I think that's another little reason why... the real reason why Maria refuses to go into the bowling alley. She says, I just hate bowling. But I think it's really because Maria isn't real. And if someone else were to see Maria, she might not look like Maria. So yeah, I guess Maria saw Laura here. I wonder what Laura saw. Yeah, she might not even be visible at all to them. But yeah, I always wonder about Abstract Daddy as well, and if Angela sees something different to what we see.
She went through there.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
Close up on the bottle there.
It's no good. It's locked.
Didn't Guy C he say that this was something he kind of ad-libbed when they were doing the mocap for this? Like he started being kind of pervy. It wasn't written into the scene. But when they saw it, they were like, oh yes, I love it. Keep it in. I think that was a little bit of improvisation that the team ended up really liking. It fits the character. So now we find out that Maria has the keys to this place. What sort of place is it? Liquor bottles. I don't need that right now. It's not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit. To get away from the pain, the loneliness. But the drinking never changes. But the drinking never changes anything. Anyway, I don't need it now. There's something that I have to do. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Man. Love the colors and the light here. Paradise. Just a regular stage. There's nothing strange about it. So, this is where Maria works. That's why she has the keys to this place. Well, doesn't really work here, but taking the form of someone who does work here. Playing the role of someone who works here. Although, quite literally born here, I guess you could say. Just a normal table. There's nothing unusual about it. Heaven's Night. I wonder if that scene was ever going to be included in the game. You know, in some trailers, you got that shot of Maria lying on the stage. A CG Sato scene. With Maria lying down on the stage like she was about to go to sleep. Do you see it in the intro montage? I feel like you don't see it in the intro montage, but maybe I'm just forgetting. I think that was just in trailers. And it was also the cover art for one of the soundtracks as well, wasn't it? Yeah, Wizard just mentioned it there. Love this part of the game, this little intermission. So nice for the game's pacing. When you're done with the apartments. Taking it easy out on the streets for a bit, getting some scenes. With Maria, going to the bowling alley. Little relaxing journey through Heaven's Night. The kiss room. Yeah, it's a nice little breather here before we get to the hospital. Oh, that light looks so nice. Ooh, big bird's eye view. I hate the apartments. No, you don't. You just need to play the game 5 more times. Then you love the apartments. You just need to play the game until you love the apartments. That's all you need to do. Play the game again. Whoa, big truck. No, you don't have this opinion. You don't feel this way.
Over there!
Brookhaven, yeah, they, this is the slightly edited enhanced edition, where it's spelled properly. I kind of miss the Brookhaven, if I'm being honest. I love the way they start these scenes whenever we load a new area. The way they place Maria in some of these scenes. What are you doing standing in front of me like that? And we got a map. Brookhaven Hospital. Yeah, I really like the apartments. I would say I probably prefer the apartments over the hospital. But I mean, I like the whole fucking game. I love the whole game. There's nothing inside. What about this? It seems to be about the patients hospitalized here. Yeah, there are just so many unique interactions and scenes in the apartments. Every room is so detailed. There's such a specificity to like every room. Love the atmosphere. Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization, as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. So, one interesting detail, all of the names begin with J. Jack, Joseph, Joshua, and of course our own character, James. Which makes me think of one of the original ideas they had for the game, something that got cut in development. But originally we were going to see a few different versions of James in the game. Kind of like you have Mary and Maria as a different version of Mary, an Unreal creation. They were going to do something similar with James, where we saw other versions of James. Joseph specifically was going to be another James. Maybe they only had the idea for one other James, Joseph. I seem to have a memory of them talking about like multiple other Jameses. But yeah, I think the remains of the Joseph idea might be here with Joseph Barkin. Because Joseph is the one character here that we keep seeing mentioned throughout the hospital sequence. This Joseph guy is going to come back again and again throughout the hospital. And I think maybe the idea is that he's kind of supposed to be this other James. Maybe all of them are. Like, maybe all of these notes are born from James's mind. Who the fuck knows? Were these even real people? I don't know. This guy attempted suicide 3 times. You could probably apply a lot of the stuff you read here in these notes to James as well. This suicidal guy. This guy who believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. This is Joseph. Symptoms suggest psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. This makes me think of the moment with James and Laura when James suddenly snaps at Laura and gets very aggressive. You know, when she says something that conflicts with his timeline. When she talks about Mary, talking to Mary last year. Even though James is believing that she died 3 years ago. You liar! And then he's kind of surprised at his own reaction in that scene. Almost. Like, oh, I'm sorry, Laura. He calms down immediately after reacting to his own aggressive reaction. Joshua. History of hospitalization as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. We don't know exactly how long ago it was, but yeah, like a few days ago, a week ago. Not long ago. Health drink. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind. But to him there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. The Joseph we were just reading about. It's probably the key to that box. And there's the key. A very strange looking key. The purple bull key. Purple bull key. A purple bull is drawn on it. It was on the desk in the document room. I really like their redesign of the purple bull key. The dog key. Found inside a doghouse. No idea where to use it. How do you know it's even a key? Is it even a key? But yeah, interesting note here. The skeptical doctor. If someone is happy in their own madness, do we really have the right to pull them into our world? Make them see what we see? Can their reality not be as valid as our reality? Suspicious of the idea of madness and the thin line between sanity and madness. Ha! You're easy. Kind of makes me think of the Walter Sullivan memo, that one. These blurred lines between madness and sanity. Let's save. For some reason, I'm wary every time I go to save because I was being very careful with my extra riddle save before. Really cool detail here when we approach the door. We step away from the door. It goes away. So it sounds like... gives the impression that it's coming from beyond the door, the other side. And what's cool is we won't be able to go through here just yet. But when we actually make it to this hall, the sound will come back when we're on the other side. We'll just be surrounded. We'll be getting smothered by that sound. Really cool little touch.
Ow!
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a bent needle.
Thanks.
Chirp. Chirp with the 16. Thank you very much. I really need to add the James thanks as a sound as well. I still need to do that. Oh, thanks. So this is probably Laura's teddy bear. We see her playing with loads of teddy bears just like this. Later on in the hospital. So maybe she put this here. Maybe she left it there specifically for James, hoping he would prick himself too. Another J here, another Jack. Looks a lot like James as well, doesn't he? Look at the face and the hair. Surely that's supposed to look like James. If James was a fashion model. Maybe James wishes he looked like that. Jesus Christ, Maria, you scared the shit out of me. Examination room key. I have no idea if this changes on extra riddle. Probably does. Oh god, I'm not in the mood for another tough riddle. Again. It's like she's there to give you these mini jump scares. I've only ever shown extra riddle difficulty once before, I think. So it's a rare showing. Here we go. What is it gonna say? The pin, this number. Oh, it's the same. Okay. Bob Skins third? Is this some silly shit that the enhanced edition devs put in? I don't remember this being here last time I played. Is this a reference to Silence of the Lambs? Bill skins 5th? Yeah, in Silence of the Lambs, it says Bill skins 5th. But in the original SH2, I don't think this is here with Bob skins 3rd. I think this is Enhanced Edition devs putting their own little stamp on this. The pin number of this month is T. Last month it was X, and before that it was Z. But what are they going to do next month? That's all they can express with 4 numbers. So we need to create the letter T out of 4 numbers. It's pretty easy, this one. Anyway, does the door to the patient wing really need to have its combination changed this often? Checking your nails, Maria. All good? Oh, right, yeah, I forgot. I didn't need that for the 2nd floor. Jesus Christ. Standing out to me more than usual for some reason. Lapis eye key. Damn, he's not doing it. Maybe after you go past a certain point or something, he won't do it. Oh! You're probably right. It needs to be fucking running. There we go. Wait. Right, maybe that's all it needs. Maybe that counts as it running. No, because I can't hold it down. Bob Skins 3rd shows up in the original too, at least according to the Enhanced Edition comparison video. Oh, really? And he's called Bob? It's not Bill? Huh. Yeah, I'm certainly not an expert on Silence of the Lambs. Ah, okay, cool. Storm, you're going to bed. Good night. Wait a minute. There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint left on it. Ooh, this might change subtly on Extra Riddle. I wonder. I know it, the secret. I'll give them something to deal with. This demon shelter is of no use anymore. He is my instrument. He must follow my orders, yes. The box will be useless. Now I must not forget it. 6975. That's good. He is the lowest now. I too will be free and he will serve me. I am a genius. No one can stop me. One can stop me. No one can stop me. Can stop, can stop. No, no. No, it's the same as on hard mode. I love the way these are written. The lack of punctuation. Just one a long string of madness. We'll read something very similar later as well, which appears to be written by the same person. James will only scream when there are active and alive enemies in the area. Ah,
Thanks.
that's it. Okay, okay. Thanks for looking it up. Jay Dory, thank you for gifting a sub to Soapy Sam and to Jalui. Thanks. That's all I'm going to need from the second floor for now. Okay, let's create the letter T. There we go. 1328. Oh, La Bombo with the 5-pack as well. Thank you. Cheers.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Love this little scene here. The music is just perfect. Eerie. And especially disturbing once you know everything that happens with James standing over this other version of Mary while she's on the bed, helping her down. Maria possibly being sick. The key and the bloodstain here. The roof key.
James, I want to ask you something. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I haven't thought about that.
I'll be okay soon. Did you find Laura? James, I want to ask you something.
Yeah, same
What
dialogue.
if...
I think you only get the 2 variations. Can I attack her while she's in the bed? No, okay. Seems like something James might do suddenly. Doesn't look out of character that really. Roof key to roof of office wing. Got it in the 3rd floor hospital room where Maria is resting. We got our lapis eye key. An eye is carved into the top of the key. The iris part is made of a lapis lazuli. And our rusty bent needle.
Thanks.
Martian with the 5-pack as well. Thank you very much, man. Cheers. Okay, now we can get to the roof. That actually surprised me because I thought you had to read the diary before being able to trigger that. Fuck, I hope I can go back up and read the diary. Yeah, he just comes from nowhere there. But it's a good thing because you can't access the special treatment room until Pyramid Head throws you off the roof there. So he's really just helping you get to the special treatment room. You just have to take a bit of damage along the way. He deals a lot of damage there. Scripted damage. So now we're in the special treatment room. Solitary confinement here. Something is written on the wall. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. Once again, Joseph. Is this Joseph's cell? There's something written on the wall. Turn, turn, turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. My secret name. James? Joseph? James? So the turn, turn, turn the numbers thing, this relates to the box puzzle that requires like 4 different keys, which we'll see later. One of the locks requires a pad, a button pad, and the other one requires it's like a safe lock that you turn. So that's what the turn is referencing. That this one is for the lock that we need to turn. But the last little bit doesn't really have anything to do with the box, the puzzle, I don't think. The other one, my secret name. It's unreadable. We'll figure it out. Seven, 8, 7, 2. The last 2 numbers are 7, 2, quite clearly. The first 2 are a little bit rougher, but probably something 8. Very likely an 8, that second one. Can't really think of what other number it could be. The first one, maybe a 2, maybe a 1, maybe a 7. It's probably going to be a 1, a 2, or a 7. Probably a 7. Maybe a 2. Love the nurse design in this. Whoa. Ooh. This green color always stands out to me. It's like, it feels like it clashes with the color palette of the whole game. What is it? What is this substance? There's something stuck in the drainage pipe. The hole is too small. I can't get my hand inside to reach it. Oh, yeah, you can even see from here that it's an ear. That's an ear, yeah. I played this game like 100 times without realizing that it was an ear on the key. Even after you get the key. I didn't think it was an ear. I don't know what I thought it was. Only after seeing the remade visual in the enhanced edition did I realize it was supposed to be an ear. Maybe if I had a long, narrow tool of some kind. Let's see what we can do. Well, you have a pole here, but a bit too thick, I guess. Bent needle. Maybe we can do something with this bent needle. There's something written on the wall. Louise, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. So, here we have this box. This heavily protected box. With all these chains and locks and pads. Earlier, the doctor's journal. Remember it mentioned, I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. That's where we got the purple bull key, right beside this note here. So I think this is supposed to be Joseph's box. And the Louise is probably the daughter. Didn't it say Joseph felt guilty for causing his daughter's death? Joseph. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. Yeah, so my theory is that this is probably Louise. And this is Joseph's box. Let's open it up. Use the purple bull key first. I don't know where we put that. I guess we slide that through the main lock in the center. Then the lapis. Take off the chain. Now, turn the numbers. 7872. Let's try that. Nice. And the code on the carbon paper. 6975. There's nothing inside the box. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. So, after all that, we got a piece of hair. Probably Louise's hair, you would think, right? Joseph desperately coveting this remaining piece of his daughter. Long brown hair. It was in that box. But it turns out that this piece of hair is quite useful, because check this out. If we combine it with our bent needle, pretty long strand of hair. Ugh. I got an elevator key. Patient wing elevator is written on the tag. It was stuck in the bath pipe. There it is with the ear on it. No one is fucking speaking this language in the chat, man. This is not behavior. You shouldn't be doing this. 14-day timeout. Don't do this. Yes, so now with our elevator key, we can make it to the first floor. Yeah, such a cool touch here. We hear this breathing sound on the other side of the door. And then when we get here, it comes back when we get through the other side. Love how this floor looks completely abandoned too, in comparison. The walls. You can see right through it to the brick. Feels dead. One of my favorite little moments in this next scene. Again, like we were talking about before, when Laura says something that conflicts with James's story, his timeline. And he has that little moment where he says, but last year, Mary was already... And he stops himself, and it's like he freezes in time. And he's just still for like 3 seconds or so. It cuts to this wide shot of him, and he's just kind of still, frozen. Love that little moment. It's almost like you can see him repressing the memories physically in that moment. I hope they include that moment in the remake, in that scene. There's all the teddies.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes!
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Say please.
You,
Laura?
you hurt me.
It's over now, James. There's no coming back from that. He resigns to his fate. Whoop. Hey, I love how they stick up their little legs. Whoa. I love that little scene there. The way it begins, when it kind of switches to this first person camera and you're just getting sent up into the sky, looking up at the ceiling. And then when we're being trolleyed through on the gurney, it almost looks like you can see the clipping through the walls, but like it's intentional. You see him moving through these walls. And then suddenly we're out here. We get transported to the garden on the hospital gurney. This garden, which is massive on the map, but the area itself here is tiny, this tiny little square. Yeah, I love the chaos of that little scene. The sirens, Mary's voice calling out, the sound of the gurney. Very Jacob's Ladder, yeah. Yeah, like at the very end there, it's kind of like you can almost see the wall that he's clipping through. And now that's our transition to the Otherworld Hospital. We're back. And the whole map is clean. It's interesting here, you know, when you switch to the other world in Silent Hill 1 for the first time, one of the first images you see is that crazy big spinning fan. You know, all the loud industrial noise and everything. And here, when we switch to the other world for the first time, we're also greeted with a fan, but very different vibe. A lot more subdued. Let's save. Whoa. I think I usually just leave this room when I come in. And I don't bother with the health. The red squares represent the monsters, yeah. What it's supposed to mean at the very end when you see all 9 of them aligned, I'm not sure exactly. Well, you know, they represent the 9 monsters in the game. But aside from that, why? Why are they there in that moment, all aligned together? The 9 red squares is the cover art for the Japanese version of the game, too. Which makes it feel like it has extra significance. The cover of the game. It looks like the lock is broken. We get these different nurses now, these bloodied ones. Well, hopefully they've been doing their research, Shohan. And I'm sure there are some big fans on the team. Angela really doesn't look fat in the Silent Hill 2 remake. There's like one frame in an awkward looking scene that people have used to go on about how Angela is fat. But, I mean, if you look at all of the shots throughout all the trailers, she looks... There are many scenes where she really doesn't look fat at all. It's just one shot of her face where her face doesn't look so great. But you could say that for, like, most of the characters throughout the trailers. From one shot to the next, they can often look very different. Although I think with the most recent footage we've seen, we've gotten some designs that are set in stone. I got the dry cell battery. I got the basement storeroom key. One shot of her face was awkward in that trailer. Another one looked totally different, though. There was another shot of her face in that same trailer that looked fine. But yeah, it's just a lack of consistency. Particularly in that second batch that they showed. Like James as well. James looked so different from one scene to the next. Where in one shot he'd look way older than in another shot. But I think the designs have been kind of settled now. But I guess we'll see in the final product. Like even in that last trailer, sometimes the models still just look kind of weird at times. I feel like something about the proportions, something that you just can't put your finger on at times with the models. What did I pick up here? Basement storeroom key. It was inside the wall with that strange painting. It's the key to the hospital basement storeroom. There's a piece of paper on the bed. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I will never, ever go back there. The basement's basement. Little Lord of the Rings reference there, possibly. Part of the wallpaper is torn. I can see something drawn on the wall beneath. Are those hands searching for something? Or are they just a sign of pain? I always say it kind of looks like both. It looks like they're reaching up to something, but they also look pretty pained. But maybe they only look like they're reaching up to something because of the key that was left up there for us. Such a unique otherworld sequence, this. Again, stark contrast to Silent Hill 1. Or in Silent Hill 1, it's like all this visceral, bloody imagery and fans and industrial noise and grating and bloodied barbed wire and shit. Here it's like just dead, you know, everything covered up. All the items, all the objects, can't really see anything. Makes everything feel less lived in and less alive. Guess it makes you feel even more secluded here in this big place. Like you shouldn't be here. Makes it seem more abandoned. Jesus Christ. Some of the rooms look a bit different. Some of them are covered in the same way, but they're all bloodied. Some of them are clean, some of them are bloody. Something about a place with covered up furniture has always spooked me. Yeah, it does give you a kind of eerie feeling. I guess, you know, it's... You're taking something that's lived in and just kind of removing the humanity from it or something. I don't know. Yeah, it does give you a weird feeling, though. Makes it all feel less alive. Doesn't feel like a lived-in space anymore. There's a piece of paper on the bed. Just some doodle. Huh, something is written on it. She is an angel. No one knows, only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins she devours them. Sin and sinner alike. She saves me. She is an angel. This really feels like the same writing that was on the carbon paper. The weird punctuation or lack of. And this is alluding to something we'll see up here. Hopefully we see Eddie's ass crack. Hopefully it's really dirty as well. Just like all sorts of bits of grime on the lower part of his back. You know, because his shirt is all covered in all that black stuff, that oil, whatever it is. But yeah, I really like how absolutely fucked up Eddie looks in those shots that we see on the toilet with his fucking hand resting on this pure pitch black toilet seat. Sweat running down his face. And then in the prison scene where it looks like, where he just looks completely off the rails, off his rocker. Yeah, he looks scary. He looks scary. He looks like someone you really don't want to be near, who could fucking do anything at any moment which fits, you know? You could point the gun up at you and shoot you in the face, or blow his own brains out. Someone who has just gone completely off the deep end. Love all the detail on this wall here that you can only see if you come back. All these other figures drawn on it apart from the one that's on the wall. Just how surreal this is as well, just on the random hospital wall. This painting. With these hands sticking out. It's locked. There's a painting of a woman on the door. Oddly enough, the hand part of the painting is actually 3D and sticks out. The same woman in that description. And now... S3. This is where we left Maria. This is where she was sleeping. Except now, we're in the other world. There are empty medicine bottles here. Is this what Maria was taking? Is Maria sick now too? It's just a hangover, she says. Now we come back, 4 bottles on the table. All empty bottles. This breathing, man. Sick Maria. Bump bump, the heartbeat. What's really cool about this, something that's very easy to miss because you have no reason to come back here. But once we get Maria back on our team, when we come back here, the breathing stops. Which really makes it feel like it's Maria, her breathing. Once she comes back to us, it'll disappear. Makes it extra creepy. Whoa. Maria is kind of like one of these monsters. Except she doesn't look like a monster and she's a little bit friendlier. But she's another thing born out of James's mind. Nice. When we come back here later, there'll be something else here. Yeah, again. Oh, I didn't try the door at the stairs. There we go. Now, down into the basement's basement. to get this precious ring. No baby sound. Maybe we'll get it on the way back. Basement storeroom key. There's a shelf here. It doesn't look like there's anything on it. There are red handprints on the shelf. Move the shelf? Really doesn't seem like the smartest thing to do. But let's do it. Moto JP with the 12 months. You never seen anything Silent Hill before. Looks cool. Your first time watching me play Silent Hill? Yeah, this is one of my favorite games of all time. Does Maria stand for Maria Magdalene? Well, it was Mary Magdalene. She was called Mary Magdalene, not Maria Magdalene. So she's not referencing Maria Magdalene because Maria Magdalene didn't exist.
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... She ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Okay. So, oh my god, look at Maria's claws! Scary. Oh my god. She's the penguin in that Batman movie with DeVito. Danny DeVito. That distracted me. What was I going to say? This scene. So we reunite with Maria here. This whole thing with Laura is interesting. And why does she care so much about Laura? I don't know. I've never met her before. But the reason she cares about Laura is because Maria has Mary's memories of Laura, or Mary's feelings about Laura. Memories that she can't quite access. She knows she cares about Laura, but she doesn't really know why. But it's because Mary cared deeply about Laura. And Maria is born with all of Mary's feelings and emotions and memories. Though at this point, I don't think Maria can quite grasp all of these memories that she has. But that's why that is, which is quite strange and bizarre. when we, in the Born from a Wish scenario, where you play as Maria, there's a cool little moment too where she thinks about Laura and then has this confusing moment where she's like, Laura? Who the hell, who am I talking about? And in that scene, we also kind of see her go back and forth between these different versions of Mary. You know, when she starts crying and stay with me, never leave me alone. It feels like she's really trying to embody the sick, hospitalized Mary there, who needed James to be with her at all times. I guess even the lashing out and all of that, it all feels like it could be different aspects of Mary that she's embodying there, calling back to James's horrible time caring for her. Yeah, she's very much a character like Lisa in Silent Hill 1 in terms of how she's this kind of unreal projection, this manifestation, a monster that's different from all the other monsters. Even that shot you get of Lisa on the videotape in Silent Hill 1, that image of her, she looks so much like Maria in that shot. You don't see the face, but yeah, she always really reminds me of Maria there, just in how she looks. Sentient 12 with the 3 months. Thank you. Love the CG work in that scene as well. That moment where she turns her head and just kind of looks at James with disgust. And she says, you couldn't care less about me, could you? And here we get a copper ring. This is the precious ring that was being alluded to. And there's no real danger down here. We get warned about the basement's basement. That I will never, ever go back there. But when we come down here, no monsters, nothing. Apart from Maria, of course. There it is. Some very disturbing baby cry sounds in this. Piggies, did you hear it as a pig? To me, it always sounds like a really nasty baby cry. You hear a rat? Okay, let's put one ring on the finger here.
Fantasyland. 2, Silent Hill Amusement Amusement Park. Okay, quickly, on to question number 2.
It's number 3. It's number 3.
Witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally, bitter tears. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. Now the question. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Gaines.
Walter.
Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Pale Vale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
What was that? So 313 is the answer. Lakeside Amusement Park, Walter Sullivan, Nathan Avenue. Looks like the lock is broken. One thing I don't like that they changed there in the enhanced edition, when there's one moment during that scene where the host gets really quiet when he says, "Shed your tears," and you can barely hear him say it. In the original game, they don't show the subtitles for that part. And that's why, because you can barely even hear that anyone is saying anything. It's not supposed to be audible. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of that edition in the enhanced edition. Maybe there's a way to turn that off in the options. There probably is a way where you can edit it in the enhanced edition. But yeah, like you're not supposed to really be able to hear that part. You know, it kind of spoils the mystery of like, what is that? What the hell is he saying? What did he say there? It looks like the lock is broken. Oh, yes, now. Possibly the greatest scene in Silent Hill 2 coming up. Yeah, I wonder if they'll have different questions. I kind of hope they have different questions in the remake. It's just to spice it up a little bit. You know, if there's one part of the game you could change, that would be it. Love the way the furniture looks here, all covered up. I would say they'll do that sequence in the remake. There's something that looks like a refrigerator. Will you open it?
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah. He's trying to make up for just being completely emasculated by Maria. So he's trying to be all cool. Maybe that's why he says it like that. It's like, oh god, no, I gotta show that I'm still really cool. really masculine. I need to come out of this. Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah. Oh, Maria. Oh, thanks. There's nothing in the refrigerator anymore. A hideous smell is coming from inside. Some of the shadows look kind of janky in these scenes at the moment. Where they're like covered in too much shadow or something. Just the way she walked in that scene, I noticed she looked kind of like, even the way James looks here, isn't he a bit too shadowy? Is he a bit too shadowy here? He's looking like a Kingdom Hearts enemy or something, a Heart of Darkness enemy. That's okay. Okay, let's go and collect our prize. Oh, thanks. The lead ring. I don't think I even looked at the spider ring up close. The other one had the image of a spider on it. Ring from the refrigerator. It's engraved with a disgusting, bloated face. Oh, yeah, I love bloated faces. Oh, yeah. Oh, when Maria gives me rings of bloated faces, oh, I like to say thanks, because I really appreciate her. Oh, yeah. Oh, I really appreciate the rings with the bloated faces. Oh, thanks, Maria. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll stop. That's enough. Someone wanted me to come back in here with just to show that the breathing is gone. Yeah, the breathing is gone. See? Once she comes back, it disappears. No, I'm not going crazy. I felt like I was going way crazier yesterday playing Origins. When I was in my Scooby-Doo phase yesterday, I actually felt like I was going kind of crazy. So here we get our magical box. This is our Quizmaster's box. He told us to come up here and get the reward in this room if we have the right questions. Or if we have the right answers. If you fuck up the questions here, what happens? Gas fills the room. Gas fills the room, and if you don't get out in time, you're dead. That's what happens. I show what happens? I don't think I've shown what happens, actually. For a few of these streams now. Let's do it. It doesn't kill you? Will it only bring your health down to 1? Bring you down to 1 HP? Okay, let's fuck it up on purpose. Oof! Oh, that's it? Oh, it does a lot of damage. Just a shitty little spray from the roof? I thought I remembered the whole fucking room getting covered in smoke. Well, that's not a very satisfying animation. That's not very dramatic. I mean, it does deal some serious damage. Hey, Maria, how do you like this? How do you like that? I mean, how do you like this? Oh, yeah. Thanks. Okay, this time we'll do it properly. Continue should just take me to the same save, right? Yeah. Let me give Maria a couple of smacks, actually, because I don't want to get the Maria ending. There we go. Masculinity asserted. He's getting it back. Don't you dare make a fool out of me again, Maria. 313. Loads of goodies. Loads of extras if you do this. I put the lead ring on the hand of the lady in the painting. Index finger of both hands. Someone was asking about the Magdalene, like is it a reference to Mary Magdalene? Maybe you asked that because of the music. Maybe you know about the music. In the next scene, the music we hear is called Magdalene. So yeah, there still might be something to that. And you do have all the other biblical references. You know, the name Mary, James, who was going to have another version of himself called Joseph, which is still in the game. Mary's surname, I think, is interesting too. Mary Shepherd. The final boss version of Mary, I think, is also supposed to look partially like a nun. Like her headpiece is supposed to look like a nun's headpiece. So yeah, there is all that biblical stuff there to look into if you like. There's a note on the ground. The handwriting is hard to read. All of the Book of Job stuff in the bathroom at the beginning, which seems to draw a parallel between the trial that Job went through and James's trial in the game. You know, being struck with this illness and having to prove his loyalty to Mary. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. So now we start getting this stuff about the director. This is all going to lead into the next sequence when we leave the hospital. The praying woman is referencing the praying woman statue that we saw in Rosewater Park earlier. We're going to have to go back there. The museum is the Silent Hill Historical Society. Do I plan on playing the remake? Yes. Where are we now? No map for this area. We're going deep down. Go! Sorry, Maria. Have to look out for myself.
Open up!
Some nice detail here, too. Even though we don't really need to explore the hospital anymore. All the tiles here. Everything stripped from this floor. Don't think we can even go back in here, can we? Looks like the lock is broken. Or in here. Yeah, the only place that's open, the director's room, who we were just reading about on our way down to that basement. Lakeview Hotel, Toluca boat launch. "10 years of what?" 10 years of business. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. Okay, Friedrich Nietzsche. All right. Coming on a bit strong there. All right. Rosewater Park, Silent Hill Historical Society. I copied them onto my map. And we get the hospital lobby key so we can get the hell out of here. And there she goes again. Laura, one step ahead of us. We're always catching up. Always playing catch up with Laura. She's kind of like our guide. Laura kind of reminds me of Pyramid Head in a way. In that she's like a bit of a judge. Judge and executioner. Maybe not an executioner, but a judge for sure. With her big accusations. And the way she's kind of a guide showing us the path. Even to Eddie. You know, she really lashes out at Eddie. Calling him out for his bullshit. Ha! You're just a gutless fatso. You know, pressing him for answers about why the cops are after him. I think she's right. She's on the money with the gutless part. Cowardice definitely seems to be a big part of Eddie's character, with how he's always about to say something or about to confess, and you know, he's always stopping himself mid-sentence like that, or the tone of his voice like, oh, I don't know, maybe. I swear it happened this way. He just can't quite bring himself to admit what he's doing. Maria's dead. I couldn't protect her. And Laura has run off somewhere. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking a stroll through the park at night? I'm going to find Mary. It's the only thing I've left to hope for. Maybe she's just taking a stroll. I think Mary is still in that car. She's still in the back seat. During the ending sequences, you'll see James go back to the car. Or rather, you do at the start of the In Water ending, I think, don't you? Oh, yeah, I mean, like, you hear him fucking drive off in the In Water ending. The scary sound of the screeching tires as he drives into the water with Mary. Yeah, I was missing a sequence like this in Origins last night. You know, when it felt like I was getting close to the end of the game and I was still just going back out onto the same foggy-ass streets that have looked the same for the whole game. But yeah, we come back out here after the hospital. Oh, a random car out on the road. It's pitch black. We have nurses on the streets this time. I wonder if we'll get any new monsters in the Silent Hill 2 remake. Probably not. I mean, I don't think they've teased any new monsters. You know, because I think the original game could have done with maybe a couple of extra monsters. We get the Mandarins, which just kind of feel like unfinished monsters. I think we'll probably see more fleshed out versions of the Mandarins in the remake. But yeah, I always thought it would have been cool if we got more unique enemies in the prison and maybe even the hotel. You know, like unique enemies that fit with the theme of the prison instead of just lying figures again. Loads of lying figures. I think they do utilize the lying figures well in the prison, though. They do, the sound they make and everything really fits with the oppressive vibe, and seeing them locked in those cells twitching around is cool. And not recycle the daddies? No, I'd still like them to use the abstract daddy. Because I think it is supposed to be, it's supposed to become one of James's monsters as well. I don't think it is just supposed to apply to Angela. But I would like to see maybe a bit more variety in the hotel, or like possibly a new enemy along with the abstract daddies that start to appear as normal enemies. Yeah, maybe Dynamite. I mean, it seems like we're getting some significant new reworks for how they look, the way they move, some attacks. I think I saw some clips of the Mandarins looking like they were a more substantial part of the game. In this game, I think we only see them like 2 times. In this very next screen, we're going to see them. And then we see them at the very end of the game in the hotel. I think those are the only 2 places on like 2 screens in total. They're very similar to the closers in Silent Hill 3. I think Ito might have even said that they were kind of almost like an early concept for the closers. Or maybe just that the closers were based on it, which makes sense. Come on, show yourself. There's not really much point in killing these things, but you can if you want. He's gonna fall. Yeah. They can attack you as well if you walk over their arms. They have these little spikes that come up out of their hands. Why do they have a citrus fruit name? I have no idea. I have no idea. Same thing in here with Bar Neely's. If we go back now, there'll be a new message waiting for us. So this is still here from before. There was a hole here. It's gone now. But now we also have a new message. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. I love this. The fucking... Who is talking to us? Who wrote this? It's really spooky now, and we start to see these messages addressed directly to James. Judgment. Mary went to heaven, but you're going to hell. I think if I interact with this, I think this adds to the in water ending. I think there's a higher chance James will commit suicide if I interact with this, so I'm not going to. +1 to in water? I thought so, yeah. Makes sense. It is basically a kill yourself message. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Another direct message to James. I love the way this begins as well, and how it just continues. Or perhaps you are a fool. It's continuing from what we just read at the director's office, because that led us here. I think the idea is that this is being written by the Silent Hill Hospital director, by the Brookhaven Hospital director. He's talking about one of his patients. The, yeah, what's the second line? A part of that abyss. A part of that abyss is in the old society. Continuing off from the Nietzsche quote. And that's what the old society is when we go up to the museum. It leads into the abyss, down into the depths, the prison, the labyrinth. A place that kind of seems to form out of nothing. So now we're going to head towards the park to get the key that the patient buried. I found this on a porch on Lindsay Street. It's a tool used for turning nuts and bolts. Okay, let's head to the park. Now we're headed for the door. Remember way back? The message beside the door, awakening in darkness, opening into nightmares. The meaning behind that becomes clear now. It only opens when it's dark. My alerts have been paused for a while. Let me unpause.
Thanks.
There we go.
Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, Harry. Oh boy, what time is it? Almost 12 o'clock? I guess I'll keep pushing through and finish this tonight. Be going to sleep again at like 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. Maybe we could save the last two. We would have a big chunk if I saved here and did it tomorrow. Maybe switch over and finish Origins. I don't know, it is kind of cozy just playing Silent Hill 2. I don't know if I want to switch and play Origins. Hold on a second. Aren't you craving warm milk? Why, to make me feel even cozier while I play spooky games? To fall asleep? Nah, let's just fucking do a late one. Let's go into the early hours with Silent Hill 2. God tier Sunday? Oh, it's Sunday, is it? You're gonna have to keep reminding me throughout the subathon what day it is. Because they're all gonna meld together. Days mean nothing to me now. Sunday? Oh, another day where I stream all day. Tomorrow? Another day of streaming all day.
Thanks.
Now until forever. Hermdog 420 with the generosity. Thank you very much. Victim of persecution by the Christians. Jennifer Cara lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. Earlier I came around and took a look at this, but now we can actually interact with this behind the praying woman in the ground. Could there be something under here?
Thanks.
Hey, Mold the Monk with the Prime sub as well. Thank you. Cheers. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, I think this is referencing Saint Jennifer, who we see depicted in Silent Hill 3, who is a member of the cult of the town. Yeah, and it's Christians that's blocked out here. Interesting that it's the fur that's blocked as well. I think here it's just supposed to be, you know, just like scratches, wear on this. I'm not sure if there was like someone removed FER for a particular reason. Intentionally. I think it's just supposed to be, yeah, just like random wear on the statue. How would I rank the 4 Silent Hills? I mean, I really love all of them. 2 is definitely my favorite. Boring opinion there. Silent Hill 2 is my favorite. I feel like my second place changes from play to play. As flawed as Silent Hill 4 is, it might be my second favorite. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes I would say Silent Hill 3, sometimes I'd say Silent Hill 4. Which means poor Silent Hill 1 has to be in last place. I love Silent Hill 1. So yeah, I don't know, I really like all the games. Silent Hill 4 is definitely the most flawed out of them. But I still really love it. The small metal box is fastened by bolts. I can't open the lid. Yeah, if Silent Hill 4 had a bit more time in the oven, it could have been like a real masterpiece. As it is now, it's just like a beautiful, flawed gem. But like, I feel like it could have been like really amazing. But I still love it. It can be a hard game to love, Silent Hill 4, but if you can get used to all the jank and all the bullshit in that game, there's a lot to love. Antique-looking bronze key. It was hidden behind one of those statues lined up in the park. So here we have our ancient museum key. Now we can access the Historical Society. Silent Hill 1 Game Boy Advance visual novel playthrough. I think I've forgotten about this piece of Silent Hill media. That sounds like something I'd be interested in. I'd love to do a reading of the comic as well on stream. That'd be great. The Masahiro Ito and Hiroyuki Owaku comic that expanded on Silent Hill 1. The play novel is an easy playthrough. No one has ever requested that before. Ooh, we didn't see this earlier, did we? Lakeview Hotel. Forgot you could interact with it. You have? Did I see your message, Bad Humans, and react to it? You lost faith? Bad Humans, don't give me this bullshit. Like, oh, I've been desperately trying to get Dog to play this for years. I don't remember anyone ever telling me about this. You need to step up your fucking game. People on Discord are like whining about Outer Wilds every day of the week. They won't let me forget about it. No one ever talks about this novel. Maybe you mentioned it like 3 times and I saw you mention it once and then forgot to respond to you or something. That's about as far as that went, I'd say. Maybe not. Maybe I'm forgetting. Wait a second. I accidentally hit send when I was typing I lost faith. Oh, I lost faith in Konami after Silent Hill 4. Not relevant to this play novel conversation. But what do you mean by that? After you played Silent Hill 4, you hated Silent Hill 4? You thought Silent Hill 4 was so bad it made you lose faith in Konami? You definitely don't hate Silent Hill 4, Bad Humans. Maybe you're talking to your past. Maybe you're talking about your past self. Because I know your past self was very different. Don't tell them about your past self. Alright, let's go inside. Here it is, the iconic painting. Almost looks like the spear is coming out of it. Misty Day, remains of the judgment. It's him. There probably used to be a painting here. Only the explanation remains. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith. Date of birth and death unknown. A scene of this area from long ago. From the style, it looks like it was done sometime around 1820. There were a lot fewer people then, and only a handful of buildings. Love all these little bits we get here. It's such a Silent Hill thing in these classic games, like these random names of people. Alan Smith, date of birth and death unknown. The pamphlet we read earlier, the tourist pamphlet about Silent Hill and why you should come. Editor, Roger Widmark. Those little details always seem very specific. Who are these people? Who is Roger Widmark? A photo is hanging here. Wilt's coal mine. Don't think we can see this one. That picture looks like it's full of Japanese people. So maybe devs? Maybe? Team Silent people? I've never really looked too closely at it. This room kind of reminds me of the where you fight Mary at the end of the game. Even though it doesn't really look like that with all the windows, it just kind of has a similar vibe to it. There's another photo in this room with devs. A second one? Can you only see it off screen? Do you have to hack the game? I don't have much control over the camera here, so maybe it's here over on the opposite wall. The one you were just at as you read the message. Oh, in here. This one here, is this the devs as well? Oh, right, I see. There's nothing particularly special about this photograph. No. James. Very rude. A photo is hanging here. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. Brookhaven goes way back. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. A photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. It looks like he was a famous...
Thanks.
It looks like he was a famous person in town. Malinky with the 6. Thank you very much. Cheers. So, I really love this little detail. All this ambiguous stuff with the director. You know, when we get to the end of the Brookhaven hospital sequence, we start reading these notes about the director. And then we seem to get a message from the director himself. And then it feels like he's directing us specifically. And now we come here and we get this portrait of the old director of the Brookhaven Hospital, the 1800s director. So it's becomes very spooky. It has the spirit of the old director been communicating with us here? It's kind of what it feels like to me. There's a photo of a deep, deep hole. What could this be? And this painting shows us a picture of a place we'll be going to in the very next area. A hole we'll be jumping down into. Another item here. NG plus only item. Obsidian goblet. Another item we need if we want to get the rebirth ending. A snake is carved into its stem. And here we have a hole blown in the wall here. We go down. I think I'm going to go for the leave ending. We're getting closer and closer and closer. Love what they do with the looping sound here as we get close. Yeah, I think it takes like 5 minutes to walk down.
Thanks.
Yeah, no. Thanks. Thanks for gifting a sub to Gizmo. Some kind of document is lying here. I like that the entire staircase is actually there. Yeah, I'm assuming you were watching that video on YouTube. I remember watching some analysis where some guy went like deep into the staircase sequence there and showing it pulled back with the camera pulled back where you get to see like the whole scale of the thing. I think I remember watching someone I think I remember watching some video like that. Yeah, it was interesting. Some kind of document is lying here. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. So we were just reading about the history of the town up in the museum. All these things about Brookhaven Hospital, a picture of how it looked in the 1800s. And here it seems like we just traveled back to the 1800s. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. I can't read the rest. What is this? Hey, nice one, Crow. Crow finished his first playthrough, I think, last night? 2 nights ago? Very Dave. Very Dave with the raid. Thank you. Hold on. I'm live? Yeah, I'm live. A quick way to tell if I'm live or not. If I'm asleep, if it's a VOD, there'll be the sleeping dog emote on the stream on the top left. There'll also be text on the screen saying that I'm asleep. But yeah, when I'm sleeping during the subathon, you'll see that emote. The one the core just posted. We get handgun bullets. The sound here, like a tightening noose. A photo is hanging here. Toluca prison camp. Built during the Civil War, later became Toluca Prison. A photo is hanging here. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. And we get this awful looking picture, which look like lying figures. I think those are lying figures in the picture getting skewered on tree branches. And yeah, I mean, strangling really seems like the easy way out, doesn't it? Compared to skewering, where you're getting stabbed and bleeding out. Would anyone pick skewering over strangling? And here we see the old executioners of the town. A painting is hanging here. Crimson and white banquet for the gods. At least I think. White robe and a triangular red hood I would imagine these are the real executioners that Pyramid Head is modeled on. Taking the form of these guys. Skewered through the head? Yeah, I guess being quick if you were quickly skewered through the head. But this kind of skewering that we see here, I wonder, do we see any of these guys being hanged? I'm just gonna look up close here. No, they're all definitely skewered. The hole's dark and I can't see anything. Will you jump down? There's nowhere else to go. Let me test something. Can you go back up the stairs at this point? Are you drunk, Proceeder? How dare you speak to me like this? What a shocking statement from Proceeder. Totally out of character. Unbelievable behavior. The hole's dark and I can't see anything. Will you jump down? Yes. It's just a wall. It would be impossible to climb this. So, typical. This is what happens. When you jump down dark holes and you can't see where you're going, you end up in a well. It's fun sometimes watching first-time players struggle here, dealing with the claustrophobia. What the fuck are you supposed to do? The fact that you can interact with the wall is a hint in and of itself. You can't do that with walls. Generally. Not normal ass walls. So we keep moving around. Until we find something out of the ordinary. Huh. This is different. Just this spot here feels different than the rest of the wall. I wonder if I could somehow break it. Love how we trip as we come out there as well. Weird little touch. We fall off the ledge. There's a door at the bottom. The door is locked. So now we really start to see reality break down here. Every place we visited up until this point, I think, was a real place. You know, we were actually going to the Woodside Apartments. We were going to Brookhaven Hospital. But this prison, I'm not sure how real this place is. It seems to just be manifesting out of thin air here. Especially as we go deeper and deeper down. Spiral writing key. It says, "'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory." We lose our battery. But thankfully, we found one earlier. A spare in the hospital. Got it in the hospital room. Just an ordinary dry cell battery. It looks like it's the same type of battery that the flashlight uses. You use it. And then when we turn it back on, we just get surrounded by these things. And we have to quickly solve this puzzle here, or we keep getting bitten by these things. Which is completely random here. We just have to try every possible permutation. It's gonna be the last one. Oh my god. What? Did I start from that one? There we go. Okay, I thought I tried all of them. And this is where we use the spiral writing key, which makes sense. A room spiraling out of control. Upside down on its side. It's pitch black beyond the door. I can't tell how far the blackness stretches. Ooh. Will you go down? Really, Swimmer? On extra riddle mode, it's possible to just have only 2 lights? That's weird, given that it would make it way easier than hard mode.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow.
You killed him?
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. dead when I got here. Honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
Amazing final line there. That delivery. Yeah. So here we meet Eddie again next to another dead body. But he swears it was like this when he got here. Honest. It's a corpse. The body is marked with bullet holes. This always makes me think of the Walter Sullivan memo. You know, we learn about him dying in a prison, using a spoon to sever his carotid artery. We see the little spoon right beside this body. Doesn't look like a soup spoon, like in the memo, but similar situation. Get another health drink. And we get the tablet of the gluttonous pig. I wonder who this is supposed to symbolize. Metal tablet with gluttonous pig drawn on one side. Found it in the dining room. What kind of food is he holding up? Sausages? Love the design of these things. The sort of the kind of Aztec-y look about it. This painting at the back of the room is interesting too. If you notice, it's a painting of the room that we are in right now. And what's especially interesting is that the dead guy in the back of the room, this guy, he is in the painting. Look at him there at the bottom right. See that little red blotch on the table there? Really cool little detail here. And of course, the painting is also in the painting. If you look at the very center of the painting is in the painting. Love how they play around with the unreality of this whole place as we keep going down deeper and deeper through these spiraling rooms, and even just, you know, suddenly meeting up with another character here. Like, oh, Eddie's down here. Of course he is. How did he get down here? We'll be meeting Angela. Really just delving into the abyss here. Let's save. Is the body in the painting? I don't know. I've never inspected it close enough. Would you be able to see? Even at the highest detail, if they took this and they upscaled it as much as possible or whatever, would you be able to even tell? Maybe you'd be able to see like a hint of red or something. And maybe you'd still be able to see, I don't know. Not sure how much detail you can glean from the painting in the painting. Do English speakers say mise en abîme too? I am not familiar with the term. What does mise en abîme mean? I'm familiar with mise en scène and its relation to film and cinematography. Not mise en abîme though. Is it something similar? Sense of place. And we finally get a map. One of my favorite bits of atmosphere here in the game. This place, so oppressive. The dripping sounds, the lying figures, the clanking. The ritual guy, it is like, it is a thick atmosphere.
Ritual.
Yeah, this guy is invisible. You can't even see him. He's the guy saying ritual, the guy in that cell. But he's completely invisible. Makes very human sounds when you shoot him. Oh, look at all the detail in this tiny cell here. Crammed. Books are scattered all over the bed and floor. Black magic from the abyss. Resurrection of the dead. The Chronicle of Agrippa. Manuscript of the Iron Rings. I guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. A wax doll. Any other cultish books here? On Sacrifice and the Art of Demon Summoning. Tome of the Seer. The Feast of the Succubi. The Fallen Angels of Mercy and Favor. I guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. Metal as fuck. A Tome of the Seer is referenced in Silent Hill 3 as well. We see it in the church at the end of the game.
Destroy the child. Corrupt them all.
Do you ask me to call in that voice, Crow? The David Hayter call?
Caw.
Man, the atmosphere here. Oh, oppressive, suffocating. 436 people at a recital. Burning Man. Woman in Flight. Love how you can see all the paints and brushes and everything here as well on the ground. The wall where they were mixing paints. Love how you can still see the pictures here as well in detail. I think there's one picture there as well which we don't actually get to see close up. No idea what this is supposed to be. Maybe nothing. Maybe just a random picture from one of the developers' kids. The developers' kids did draw some stuff for Silent Hill 3. This is the Lakeview Hotel. This is where we'll be going at the end of the game. I think this is depicting what the hotel is really like, that it really burned down. Burning Man.
Ritual.
Tablet of the Oppressor. So, we got the tablet of the gluttonous pig inside the kitchen with Eddie. This probably symbolizes him. Who does the oppressor symbolize? A large figure subduing a smaller figure. The iron bar door is tightly closed. I can't force it open. I can't force it open. I can't force it open. Almost feels like something an oppressor might do. The monster is chanting ritual. Yeah.
Ritual.
And in here we get our last tablet. The Seductress. Metal tablet with Seductress drawn on one side. Found it in the shower room. So we have James, Eddie, and Angela. The three sinners. And you might think, wait, isn't Maria more like the seductress character of Silent Hill 2? And she definitely is. Angela isn't really a seductress, but I think it's still supposed to represent her. And I think, again, it may tie into how Angela viewed herself and what she was led to believe about herself by her mother. That she deserved everything that happened to her. She invited her sexual abuse. She had what was coming to her, according to the mother. Could seductress be a slight mistranslation? I don't think so. What would it be slightly mistranslating? Slightly mistranslated to Eddie. Well, Eddie is the gluttonous pig. James is the oppressor. Smothering this thing, and like we just saw when we picked it up, we have to forcibly push ourselves out of a cell, which is a very unique interaction that you never do anywhere else in the game. So it's pretty clear he's the oppressor. And Maria isn't real, and isn't a sinner, and isn't this guilt-ridden person coming through the town. You know, she's a part of James. So it can only really be Angela, I think. We'll place them in slots later, designed for 3 separate people to be hung for their crimes, for the 3 sins. So I think each of these are to represent the 3 characters of the game, the 3 sinners going through their trials. Let's see. Okay, I think we can go back to this giant room here. Doesn't Angela have that line later as well, tying into this? Right before we trigger the fight with Abstract Daddy, where she's like screaming, "No, I've been bad," or something like that. No, she says that during at the end of the apartment scene. Yeah, when she drops the knife, when James is about to reach out and touch her to take the knife off her. She lets out that big scream in fear of James. And then she kind of scoots out the door. "I've been bad. Please, no, I've been bad." After repeatedly apologizing to James for no reason. Again, just because she's been led to believe that she's been doing all these bad things, that she's a bad girl who has invited all of this abuse. Damn, it took a long time to kick in there. "I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins," is written on top of the engraving. Beneath the engraving are 3 square depressions. Three nooses. Love how we don't get any... We don't see anything here. We don't get any item. What the fuck happened? Amazing sequence, this. Obviously, when you know the game, it can't quite have the same effect. When you know that this... Jesus! Although, even when you know there's nothing there, sometimes when the sound gets really close, it's still pretty fucking disturbing. I guess because of how random it is. It's very rare that you get it so up close like that. And then when we go back to the door, then we get our item. We get our reward. A horseshoe. Wonder what inspired them to do this. Empty, dark field with the sound of a horse. Love all the weird tiles and stuff here. Like, look at the design of this. Kind of looks fleshy almost, or something. I'm calling it now. There'll be a horse boss here in the remake. There will definitely not be a horse boss. I'll place... do you want to bet? Let's place a bet. That would be amazing. Maybe instead of that... Maybe they could add that as another ending. Get the dog ending, and then on NG Plus, in this room, you can also trigger the horse ending. Where we find out it was the horse behind it all along. We go up here. The horse is just sitting up here. You just heard a horse? Bop, 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 bop. Oh, I have to stop and admire the absolute filth of this room. Look at how good this looks. Isn't this some really good looking dirt? That is some fucking grimy shit. Those markings all over the window. First aid kit. We get a lighter. You really do have to admire the filth. It's very artistic filth. So much magnificent decay and grime in Silent Hill. Rust and decay and grime and dirt. You'll be hard-pressed finding dirt as good as this in any other game. This is high-end filth. I knock on the door, but there's no answer. Did you hear that? Huh? What? Oh, man. So this scene is very random. Sometimes you'll knock. Very easy to miss this in a playthrough. Sometimes it'll play when you walk away after knocking. Sometimes it won't. I don't know what happened. Something happened in that bathroom stall. I think the idea is that it's supposed to make you think of someone getting pulled down into the toilet or something like that. A lot of the stuff regarding toilets in Silent Hill are inspired by Japanese myths. You know, how in Japan they have the, maybe not so much anymore, but you know, the squatter toilets. I think there were a lot of myths about, you know, people getting pulled down into the holes. And I think that inspires a lot of the creepy stuff with toilets in Silent Hill. The games usually start in toilets for the first few. And toilets are often portals as well. Okay. Yeah. There's a magazine here. I've never seen it before. It's probably a locally published magazine. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says it most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship, nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew, has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. Spooky. Spooky. Another one here that's very easy to miss. On the shelf here. There's a diary here. Prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be villains at all. Even the most uneducated brute will use what little words he knows to justify himself. And such trifling dreams they have, flourishing even in the darkness. Prisoners, too, are no exception. No matter how foul nor loathsome one's own life and existence may be, human nature is abiding. Well, that's cynical. This guy's really getting off on his characterization of the prisoners. And such flourishing dreams they have. Or trifling dreams, flourishing in the darkness. I got handgun bullets. Guess it's supposed to say something about James, too. That even after he commits a horrific act, he just has to try and make himself believe that he couldn't be responsible for such a thing. Oh my god, I could never. I'm a good guy. Hunting rifle. More shells. Oh my god! Do I think he's a bad person or supposed to be one? No, I don't think he's supposed to be one. I think he's a complicated man, a complicated character, and you're left with a pretty fully formed, complicated guy who did a really bad thing. But under very unique circumstances. But do I think James is a bad person? I think James did a really bad thing. A good guy who did a really bad thing. Yeah, you know, he's supposed to be the everyman that anyone can relate to. You know, that like one of the ideas of the game, I think, is that it's trying to show that anyone could, under the right circumstances, could possibly flip and become someone like James. That we're all capable of committing horrible acts. Like the hospital memo says, any man under the right circumstances would be driven like him to the other side. But yeah, I guess I have a lot of sympathy for James. But you know, you're seeing everything from his perspective. You're viewing the game through his lens. But yeah, like the Leave ending is my favorite ending, which is the ending where James gets forgiven. Given the right situation, the right story, anyone can be shaped into James. Yeah, well, I don't think he really does kill her because he wants to put her out of her misery. I think he kills her because he wants his life back, and he can't stand the torment of taking care of her, even though she was probably just about to die anyway, of natural causes. Because he already went through the 3 years of dealing with her, and the doctor said at most she's going to last for 3 years. So I think that's another twisted part of the story, is that he went through it. He cared for her and went through all of that for the 3 years. And then when she was coming home for likely the last time to see him, he killed her when she was just about to die anyway. So that's another thing that really stings in the story. You did the hard part, James. You suffered through it. Come on, there's not much longer to go. She's almost dead. Just wait another month. Wait another few weeks. But yeah, it's another interesting little part of the story. But yeah, in the Leave ending, I think another reason I like the Leave ending is because you get the most out of James at the end, and you get more of a confession. In most of the other endings, the scenes with Mary at the end are cut short. But in the Leave ending, you really see him admit the truth. You know, when Mary says, you know, I told you I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end. You know, Mary's trying to make him feel better about what he did. You know, she says, you know, I wanted to die. It's okay. It's okay that you did what you did. I wanted the pain to end. And James responds by saying, that's why I did it, honey. I couldn't watch you suffer. And then he stops himself and he says, no, that's not true. I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back. You know, I think he grew to really dislike Mary and stopped coming into the hospital as much, stopped seeing her. Obviously, Mary was very abusive towards him when he came into the hospital, or she was a lot of the time. We get that big moment in the flashback, which is another thing they put there to really have you empathize with James. In the hotel sequence, they do a lot to really show you the good parts of James. When you're looking at the medical books and you find out that he read all these medical books to try and, help. The nice little romantic moment at the piano when you hear about what he thought of Mary's piano playing. Like these really nice little moments. And then at the end, you get to see Mary at her worst. The only time, you know, up until now, you've just seen this, you've seen a very different view of Mary, just as this kind of perfect being that James can't live without. But then when you get to the hallway flashback, you see this venomous Mary lashing out and screaming and these crazy mood swings. And you see, oh, like this is why he did it. This is what he was dealing with for many years, for 3 years, watching Mary disintegrate and decay. The flesh lips monster in the hospital is supposed to symbolize the aggressive what's the word, bedridden Mary. You know, those fleshy cages that drop down with those shouting mouths. You see the mouths twisting and contorting with these monstrous sounds coming out of them. That's supposed to symbolize sick Mary. The lying figures are supposed to be sick Mary too, and a different kind, in the straitjacket spewing out all that pukey stuff. But yeah, specifically the flesh lips are kind of supposed to be that flashback, that hallway flashback version of her. Yeah, maybe, Mr. Man. But yeah, I think James really wanted to believe that he was incapable of doing such a thing. It's interesting that he's the last of the characters to really face up to it, too. You know, Angela realizes early on why she's there. Compares herself to James. James won't accept it. Then Eddie. And then even one of my favorite parts of the game, even when James sees the tape and sees what he did, he then still continues to try and believe that Mary's still alive. Right after. When he hears the voice on the tape and then he picks himself up out of the chair like a fucking zombie or like a robot. She's still alive. She's still out there. Right after he watches the tape. It's such a cool moment. It's such a cool turn for the story to take. Like, you think, oh, this is it, the big moment. He's seen the truth. And then, no. Even right after we've built up to this videotape moment and he sees everything, still continues to try and live in this fantasy. There's a cover on the ground, but I can't open it. There's only a depression left where there was probably once a handle. So now we have to do this absurd thing here where we combine wax with a lighter. We burn the wax. We stick the horseshoe into the melted wax. And we create a sturdy handle out of this. Magic. That is some good wax. But yeah, getting back to that question, is James a bad man? After seeing when you see, you know, if you didn't know anything about James and this was a guy in real life that you heard about, if he was your next door neighbor, like, yeah, fuck, of course he's a bad man. Put this guy in jail. But when you're seeing the story through this lens, it's like this is a very complicated situation and a complicated human being. But yeah, I guess if I had to say yes or no, yeah, he is a bad man. He is a bad man, but I kind of feel for this bad man. You know? Maybe I'd do the same thing. I don't know if I'd be able to cope with everything that James coped with. We're all capable of going off the deep end. As I approach the door, I get a whiff of some rotten smell coming from inside. I love how the decay and everything increases the further we go down. The more dead everything becomes. Oh my god, this room. Did that just move? Or was it only my imagination? The corpse smells nauseatingly of rotten flesh. A horrible smell is coming from the hole. My god. In the hole. I didn't see that. A horrible smell coming from the hole. Man, this room. Love the detail on the ground here. The wheel marks from the gurneys. Where's the health and safety inspectors? I used to work with people accused of sex crimes, varying degrees of severity. I think it's easier to say they're just bad people who should be thrown in jail rather than people who need help, which every single one of them were, yeah. This room here. Look at that thick, crusty blood on the wall. That is some crust. This corpse into this hole. There's a hole in the floor. I can't see the bottom. How far does this thing go? Will you go down? Love how this door doesn't just take us straight into another room. Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? These tiles again here. Okay, let's keep on sinking. Further into the abyss. Yeah, Crow, I can see why. You might expect it's building to a boss here. Yeah, how tough am I? I think that's another thing that makes it easier to empathize with James. Again, it's another sting, getting back to what I was saying about how he already went through the worst of it. He put up with the 3 years and then he killed her anyway, likely before she was just about to die anyway. And he did it because he thought he could get his life back. No, I can't deal with this anymore. I need to move on. I need to put this to rest and I need to get on with my life. And then he does it, and whoops, Mary was my life. I can't move on. I need to come up with this whole fantasy so I can be with Mary again. And she, that she must be out there still in some form. It really didn't go to plan for James. It fucking, it ruined him. I mean, he was already pretty fucked up, I would imagine, in all those years taking care of Mary, but yeah, they really nail that opening scene again, like I was saying before, like James's opening monologue, just the total sense of loss and desperation that he has. But then Maria also might not make you feel so good about James. Where in Rosewater Park, he thinks that's where he might find her, but instead he conjures up this idealized form of Mary in her sultry skirt and her stripper job. But I guess the endings might also factor into how you feel. How you deal with Maria is up to the player, of course. He can reject the trial that is Maria and stay as loyal as he can to Mary. I feel bad for Maria too, because Maria seems to really feel things. She's not this real person. She's this supernatural kind of being, but she also seems confused about who she is. This object just to be molded by James and the town. She's kind of oblivious to what she is, but she still seems to feel all this pain and all these things that Mary felt. Wow! Did someone say hello, Threedogg, you fuck? Cabby, that line is one of my favorite lines in the game. Yeah, that it's such an amazing exchange. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
Thanks.
James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad? Yeah, because he didn't get his life back. He realized that Mary was his life. And Harry, thank you. Wait, not Harry, Salami, thank you. I'm going to... Salami, thank you very much for the 84. Cheers. I think it also reinforces the idea that he didn't do it just out of selfishness alone. Yeah, I guess so. You could use that line to back that up. Like if that was true, that you did it for that, to get your life back. Why do you look so sad?
Thanks.
Nitzrael with the 15 months. Thank you. So, another iconic room here. The great knife. The body strung up here, just like in the painting. The Misty Day painting. Great knife. Massive weapon wielded by Pyramid Head. Hard to use, but lethal. And we find it here on a table full of these scissors, these medical scissors. Which is supposed to give you a little hint as to what the great knife actually is. It's 1/2 of a pair of scissors. If you look at the model up close, you can see the little hole up around the handle where a pin would be put through to connect it to another scissor blade. And it weighs a ton. Just like Pyramid Head, you have to move just like him and slowly carry it around. Whoosh. Yeah, originally they were gonna do more with this scissors idea, where I think we were gonna see like the two different sides of it, where James would get his half, and then you would see Pyramid Head with another half, so it would more clearly get the idea across. But that was cut. I don't think they had time to include that. But the idea is still here, and it still looks like half of a scissor blade, and it has the thing. But I guess they were going to do more with it in terms of like showing James and Pyramid Head as like two sides of the same coin. I always find it funny how later depictions of Pyramid Head are super muscular. That's for all the ladies out there that love Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head is a sex symbol in certain communities online. Really, people really get turned on by Pyramid Head. Well, maybe not just the ladies, but that's what I've been told. Wait, no, we're back here. If we look around here, we can see the man himself here. He should be here. There he is! Except now I have his sword. From this point on, you never see him with the knife. Only with the spear. If you didn't pick it up, no, he still uses the spears regardless. That would have been interesting. And we see multiple Pyramid Heads later as well, so it's not like we're just dealing with one of them. We'll see both of them use the spears. What is this? Still not getting a door. There's a door here. Still nothing? There we go. So another puzzle here that kind of highlights the unreality of this place. By turning around this statue, we turn around this room. This room mirrors the statue. You can see little indentations for doorways. And what we need to do is make it so there's a door on the opposite side as well. Usually I just do this at random until I get it. Nice.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before! Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
New objective. Must find room. New mission. Love the sound here. Yes, you could probably do one or two things from beyond the bars. The bed is Mary's hospital bed, which we see later on in the game during the flashback with the doctor, where we see the bed floating in the fog. So yeah, here we get the scene where it becomes very clear that there's something definitely not right with Maria. She has died and now she has magically come back. And here we see her jarringly shift between various personas. The loving Mary, back to sinister Maria, back to caring Mary. I love the way her face looks when she says, "I'm not your Mary," the way her face just goes cold. You see those shadows over her eyes. I think the developer said this was the scene that inspired the whole game to begin with. Like, this was the first scene they conceived of. Just this idea of a woman shifting between different personas. Like this, this illusion of a woman shifting between these different characters.
Thanks.
Hey, thanks. Power Surge with the 8. Much appreciated. Yeah, Sato's work on the FMVs in this game are just amazing. Specifically his work with Maria. You just get so much subtlety in her face and little nuances and looks and, you know, in a split second, the way her expression can shift. Really great work. I still think with the enhanced edition, it might not look as good. I still feel like I'm seeing it too clearly. Like it's too high def. Like I'm seeing flaws in the model or like parts of the model that look more artificial compared to how they used to when I, you know, at a lower resolution. Just sometimes it looks a little bit off. Power Surge again. Cheers, man. I had a funny moment here. I missed the hallway to the fight, to the ride at first, and I tried to cut the wires with Pyramid Head's great knife. Hey, man, that's fucking solid logic. Why the hell can't you use the knife here? Hold on, do the overhead. Do the overhead. There we go. Yeah, I mean, that should work, shouldn't it? The wire cutter. The electricity is turned on here. The power is running. Is the chainsaw a one-use, one-hit kill? No. You can use it as many times as you want. It's an NG plus only item. Is it one-hit kill on most normal enemies? Maybe not on hard mode. You might still need to down them when they land on the ground. Hey, Embrace. This game looks good. It's Silent Hill 2. Ah, you bitch. I'm not gonna bother.
Thanks.
The spy who shagged Shagahod with the 26. Thank you so much. Good luck on the subathon, Lord Dog. Hey, man, my pleasure. It's been great fun so far. It's like a sleepover or something. It's like the special sleepover, where we're staying up past our bedtimes and we just keep on streaming. And we play cozy Shenmue VODs at night, and we all huddle around the campfire to watch classic Threedogg. Then we come back the next day for another day of fun. And we keep doing it until the time runs out. Then we go back to our normal lives. No. I don't know why I'm using the pipe. Oh, here we go. Angela's horror. There's a newspaper on the ground. It's stained with something that looks like blood and is partially illegible. The body of a man, later identified as Thomas Orozco Lumberjack, age 39, was discovered in the something living room, I think. Living room, lying face down. Face up or face down. The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. Probably the same knife we saw Angela with earlier that we took from her. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery or something, but a crime of passion. That it wasn't robbery, but a crime of passion. Yeah, that's Angela's surname, Orozco. As we move through the halls here, we see more and more newspapers. Newspapers are scattered all over the walls and floor. There seems to be nothing of interest. We get to see more and more of them. Oh, yeah. We get a new note here. But this one has today's date. That's kind of strange.
Daddy, please don't.
Ugh.
Are you okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like you always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never.
What a shocking statement from Angela. Don't take that shit, James. We know you better than that. You're not capable. So here we have this.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm glad nobody subbed during the fucking scene because I forgot to mute the alerts again. Oh my god. Oh shit. I'm definitely gonna remember to mute the alerts for Mary's letter. Imagine this. Imagine fucking Harry's dumbass appearing in the middle of Mary's letter. Oh boy, Miho616 with the 4-pack. Thanks. Cheers. Red Planet, I'm hoping I can pick up where I am in your VODs. Last night, I didn't finish your Origins playthrough. Will VODs be broken out? I want to go back and watch what I missed. I didn't finish Origins, but I'm not sure what's going to happen with the VODs. It's a lurker of mine, Kamori, who uploads the VODs to the archive channel. And I'm not sure what Kamori's plans are for the VODs. They might get uploaded in big batches. We'll see. Although that isn't what usually happens for marathons. Yeah, we'll see if we can break them up for the archive channel. But it might be a bit of a pain as well. We'll see. I didn't finish Origins. Oh, no, I plan on finishing it. Don't worry. Don't worry. If a goal is met, we'll be finishing the games. I'm near the very end of the game. I just didn't want to start today's stream with an Origins session. I thought it might make me cranky. So I thought today we would start with Silent Hill 2, and then we'll finish up Origins most likely tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll probably be finishing off Origins. Maybe I'll do Origins and Born from a Wish to start with tomorrow. And then we'll think about what to do after that. But yeah, here, this horrible scene with Angela. I think this room is supposed to be symbolic of her bedroom. With the television in the corner of the room here. Where she goes all WWE on him. The monster's name is Abstract Daddy. And if you look closely at it, it's one larger figure on top of a smaller figure around a frame. So you're seeing the abuse of Angela depicted in this monster. And later it'll become a normal enemy for James in the hotel. And personally, I think the monster is supposed to kind of double as a monster for both Angela and James. And I think maybe Angela doesn't even really see it in the same way we see it. But yeah, I think Angela and her father is supposed to parallel James and Mary in a way, with James as the oppressor. James, of course, also killed Mary while she was on a bed frame. The larger dominant figure smothering Mary on top of the bed. And you know, throughout, you know, James and Angela's relationship, it kind of revolves around James as this potential threat and possible stand-in for her father. You know, she's continuously fearful of James, and here she lashes out, accusing him of being just like all the rest. I don't think Angela has had too many positive experiences with men generally. We know that her brother was also an abuser, but that is never really made explicit in the story. It's more under the surface and something the developers wanted to put in there, but didn't allude to explicitly in the text. But yeah, very grim stuff. The sound in here alone, these sludgy footstep sounds, this bruised and wrinkled, peeling looking flesh, the holes, even the door. Doesn't the door, it's like it's a metal door to me. It looks like, it makes me think of like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and like the butcher's room. It's like something you'd see in a cold meat cellar. Just nasty. Yeah, Cabby, I like to imagine that she sees something that looks closer to her actual father. Maybe in the same way we see Maria as a normal being. Maybe Angela sees this monster as like a more normal human father. Someone closely resembling her father. But yeah, we don't get to see things through Angela's eyes, so who knows? Oh yeah, Ichiban. Angela's not dealing with lying figures and flesh lips and pyramid head. Same with Eddie. They're all seeing their own monsters. Even aside from that, I would say just the way even the way other things look. You know, the way James's other world looks in the hospital with how everything's covered in sheets and seeing all the dead versions of himself and the dead James sitting in front of the TV and the Mary mannequin wearing the clothes and the room full of moths and butterflies. Like, I think a lot of that stuff is born from James's brain. His face is covered with a piece of paper. There's something written on it. This man was hanged for the crime of swindling. Justice and revenge have been served. This man was hanged for the crime of arson. Justice and revenge have been served. Love how they're just floating here. At least I think. I don't think their feet are even supposed to be touching the floor here, are they? It kind of looks like they could be, but it still looks kind of unreal. This man was crime for the crime of kidnapping. What about this guy? Bodily injury. Murder. Thievery. And in the next room, we find the ropes that the guys in the other room should be hanging from. We may visit death upon the head of the sinner, but to what avail? In the name of retribution, we took part in a bitter comedy this day. You, hanging as you do, by your neck, unforgiven and cursed by all. 5 of them committed crimes. 6 went out for a drink and were captured there. Only 1 of them was innocent, but they knew not that. The bloodstains remaining are proof of their guilt. Trodden upon and thus created, they are the paths to hell or the void. The white bandages stained with crimson, the remains upon the scorched black earth, the whispered cries of the maiden, they are but a meaningless contract. They are also signs of guilt. But one of them was done without reason. It was done out of fear and a ripe imagination. Spinning alone at the end of a rope, it is nothing less than a disgrace to us all. Oh man, I don't remember this at all, this extra riddle. That was great. Only the sinless one can help you here. Mistakenly pull on a criminal's rope, and your reward will be returned to you in a shape most wondrously strange. How the fuck am I supposed to figure out which one is the guilty one? The vibe I get from this is fuck you and all your judgments and preconceived notions, you fucking bitch. I'm not going to tell you anything about who the guilty one is here. None of them are guilty. Who the fuck do you think you are pulling on these ropes? That's just kind of the vibe I get. I'm not sure if that is the vibe, but... We may visit death upon the head of the sinner, but to what avail? In the name of retribution, we took part in a bitter comedy this day. You, hanging as you do by your neck, unforgiven and cursed by all. 5 of them committed crimes. 6 went out for a drink and were captured there. Only 1 of them was innocent, but they knew not that. They didn't know they were innocent. One of the five that went out for the drink, the bloodstains remaining are proof of their guilt, trodden upon and thus created. They are the paths to hell or the void. The white bandages stained with crimson. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So, arson, the remains upon the scorched black earth. The arsonist, he was one. He was one of the 5 that was guilty. The whispered cries of the maiden. What could that be? That could be... Is it supposed to suggest that the maiden is still alive if she's capable of whispering? The kidnapper? The white bandages stained with crimson. Bodily injury? That's bodily injury. Bodily injury, arsonist, whispered cries of the maiden. They are but a meaningless contract. They are also signs of guilt, but one of them was done without reason. It was done out of fear and a ripe imagination. Spinning alone at the end of a rope, it is nothing less than a disgrace to us all. Good stuff. Let me go back and look at the bodies here. Swindling? arson, kidnapping, bodily injury, murder, thievery. Right, I'm thinking the maiden is probably murder. Let's rule out murder. The bandages one I think has to be bodily injury. The arson is obvious. I think it's going to be either swindling, thievery, or kidnapping. Swindling maybe requires an imagination. I'm gonna go with kidnapping. You can trial and error this one pretty easily. You can just keep doing it until you get the right one. Feared, though. I mean, is this guy supposed to be the innocent one? He still did something, right? Without reason. It was done out of fear and a ripe imagination. I thought he was still supposed to be one of the guilty ones. I think I did it. I did it. Oh! What? There were no lying figures in the corridor. Or maybe the lying figures only appear when you go back the way. Okay, I'm gonna go for thievery. It's not much of a punishment. All you have to do is deal with lying figures. I kind of wish they killed you here or something if you did it wrong, or there was some other punishment. Yeah, it's quite a foreboding shot here of James, or, well, eerie. It's just kind of eerie watching him pull on the rope. It's the thief. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't seeing any real mention of a thief there. There we go. Love how the body just disappears. Key of the persecuted. Key left by prisoner who was wrongly executed. I can't turn the handle unless I remove the handcuffs. Meaningless contract? No, I think that was just describing all of the sinners. I think that was just the writer's description of these executions. He seemed to be skeptical of the idea of justice, that this was going to be meaningful in some way, executing these people. Seemed like he just saw it as just some kind of disgrace. I don't know. I think he was just referring to all of these executions as meaningless contracts. Thanks. Decibio. Thank you for gifting a sub to Mew, Gusta. I'm not sure why that appeared twice there. Maybe, yeah, maybe Mr. Flat Screen. Yeah, maybe it was also supposed to tie in with the Swindler.
Maria? Maria?
Maria, no. What happened to you? Why? Why? Mary.
Love the long pause there. Mary. Amazing moment here with the music continuing into gameplay. This next section, one of my favorites. Such a ghostly, haunting theme this is. Fermata in Mystic Air is the name of this theme. Very fancy name. And now, suddenly, this crypt, this indoor graveyard here. Love the design of this place. So spooky. Just, you know, the walls and the lights like it could be some random office building. Abandoned building, but with this graveyard inside it. An epitaph is inscribed here. This felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed and laid here to his eternal rest. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Miriam K. Traitor.
Thanks.
God damn it, Harry. Danny boy with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. We still don't know who Miriam K is. Total mystery. Who the fuck is Miriam K? And why is she a traitor? Some kind of developer inside joke or extremely obscure reference to something. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Walter Sullivan. Miriam K side quest in the remake. We're finally gonna see who Miriam K is. And now the 3 gravestones lined up at the back. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Eddie Dombrowski. Angela Orozco. James Sunderland. Those two are filled in. Man. Pure horror. Let's go down. Another building. Down further, another set of stairs. The only thing missing from that incredible sequence is that we don't see James jump down like we do with all the other holes.
Eddie, what are you doing?
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James.
Look at his eyes.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James.
No, you're not ready for what I have in store, Eddie. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Oh no! Yeah, get up. Oh. Okay, I didn't perfectly execute my plan there, but did my best. Yeah, if you're quick with the pipe, you can just get him in a constant loop there. This Eddie fight gameplay-wise is really definitely not one of the best boss fights I've ever played. There is one cool little detail in this next section. So now I think we're kind of stepping into Eddie's Silent Hill, this cold meat freezer. This time we'll switch. Let's get a rifle ready here.
laughed at your whole friggin' life? That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
Ooh, no, 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 no. Embrace your madness, James. On normal, he'll just fucking stand there. I'm afraid I'm gonna kill him. I want to see him do the thing. He's doing it. He lines himself up with the meat. They even have green shorts, just like him.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being. Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
No. No. Definitely not. All right, so Eddie is dead. Still, I stick by what I said. Definitely not one of the best boss fights I've ever played. I almost think that they should have killed Eddie in a cutscene or something. Gamifying the death of Eddie here. In, you know, where he's like taking 1,000,000 hunting rifle shots before he finally dies. There's just something silly about it in a story like this, I think. You know, what if during that scene you saw James take out his gun and just shoot Eddie and he killed him in like a dramatic moment in a scene, and it just took like one shot, and then you just got to see James's reaction to what he did. I feel like something like that might have been a better choice here instead of making a boss fight out of it. Maybe if the boss fight itself actually felt like a good boss fight, it wouldn't feel so bad. And maybe it's because you're generally in the game, apart from this one fight, you're fighting these monsters and these things born from James's mind. But with Eddie, it's the first time you're fighting this other real human. So yeah, it just feels kind of silly when he's taking a load of hunting rifle shots. You know, that's just gamey stuff, but I guess there's just something that feels very, you know, Silent Hill 2 feels quite real in many ways with you know, with how the characters are depicted. Part of me feels that maybe he should have just killed him in a cutscene. Or just a very different gameplay sequence where you were able to kill him in like a couple of hits. Does any boss fight actually feel good in this game, though? No, not really. I mean, some of them are serviceable. Flesh Lips is fine. Pyramid Head is fine, first encounter. But the Eddie fight, the Pyramid Heads at the end aren't really all that great, but the vibes are great. So I still like the 2 Pyramid Head fights. The vibes really carry that fight. The music, the setting. Seeing their ritualistic suicide at the end of the fight. Same with Mary. Like, I love the design of Mary and her caged bed and her weird nun headpiece. You know, it still feels fitting that there are boss fights there, I think. But there's something about the Eddie fight that just doesn't really work the same way. I think, like I was saying, it's maybe because he's a human and all the other ones are monsters, so it's more, you know, it's easier to believe in a weird way. Rather than this normal human, this normal guy who's taken a million shots. It feels sillier. And right after this moment... Wait, can we still look at the letter here? No, this is when it happens. As soon as you kill Eddie, there's nothing written on the stationery. The writing from Mary's letter disappears. And eventually, the whole letter will disappear. The envelope will be gone by the end of the game. There'll be no letter. The picture will always stay. Maybe in Eddie's version of Silent Hill, he's bullet resistant. Maybe he has a big bulletproof vest under there. Maybe that's where he's getting all his weight. Maybe he's really not that big. Love this moment here when we come out. We've just been down into the depths of the abyss. Jumped down Lord knows how many holes. We get outside, we open our map. We're on the other side of the Historical Society. It's like we never went down a single step. Time to follow the light. Bull Moose, how am I holding up? Day 3 already? I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I stayed up pretty late last night doing Origins. What time did I stop at last night? My time? Like 4:30 in the morning. It's 2:30 now. I think maybe tomorrow I'll try and take it a little bit easier. Maybe try and get off a little bit earlier. But it's always a good time playing Silent Hill 2. And yeah, I think tomorrow we'll finish up Origins. will probably take a couple of hours. Do the Born from a Wish sub-scenario in Silent Hill 2. It'll take like an hour and a half, an hour. And then I guess we'll see where we go from there. Obviously, if Homecoming is met, we'll jump into Homecoming. If not, maybe start up Silent Hill 3, or maybe I wouldn't mind just maybe saving Silent Hill 3 for a bit later. You know, because it'd be nice to mix up the other Silent Hills with the classics if we meet some of the other goals. When was the last time I got the Resurrection ending? I can't remember the last time I saw the Resurrection ending. I might show a few of the different endings this time. I have the dog key, so we can show the dog ending. I have all the items ready for the Resurrection ending. So maybe I'll show the Resurrection one and the dog one as well. If I have time, if I feel like I have time. I did. How tough am I? We actually watched some of it on stream. Most people in the chat seem to be very skeptical of the way it looked. I wasn't completely sold on it. Like, I thought the combat looked fairly rough. But I'm intrigued to see it. Like, I love Toyama, and I'm rooting for his success. It's cool to see the siren sightjacking back, being called sightjacking. And the core concept looks like it could be interesting. But, yeah, it looks kind of rough, too, at the same time. This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. Love this moment here. The howl. Just classic horror vibes here. Some of the best atmosphere in the game here at the hotel. I don't think the hotel is like this at all. I think the hotel has actually burned down. And James isn't really seeing it as it actually is. He's seeing an idealized version of the hotel, the same one that he remembers when he was with his wife. Another part of the 3 years fantasy. There's a fountain in the shape of a bird. No water is coming out of it right now. Yeah, I think they kind of pull a bit of a twist on the otherworld concept here, where the second part of the hotel is actually closer to how it really is, and the first part is the illusion, is more of the illusion. Why would it be burnt down? I don't know. In the prison, we see a picture of the hotel in flames with the title Burning Man. After we watch the videotape and James learns the truth about what happened to Mary, we see the hotel in a burned down state. At the end of the game, the hotel has been burned. There's a hidden scene which could allude to a fire starting, which I'll show later. Pure gold. Waiting for you. Written in Mary's handwriting in room 312. What's this? Room 312. That's the room Mary and I stayed in. Mary, are you there? Or maybe. Yeah, and I guess something that stands out about the hotel is that it's in, like, a pretty decent state here. This abandoned hotel with the lights on. Everything looking in reasonably good shape. Almost seems too good to be true. The letter here for Mr. Sunderland. Mr. James Sunderland. The videotape you forgot here is being kept in the office on the first floor. And yeah, just the line that he has, like, oh, this place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. And we know that the whole 3 years thing is a fantasy. Key to room 312. The key to the room where Mary and I stayed. Well, it looks like it's all going to be easy. Everything's laid out for us. Mr. Sunderland, you can get your videotape. Here are your keys. Everyone's prepared here for my arrival. The staff is prepared well here. There's a rectangular indentation. There's a plate in front of the indentation and something is engraved on it. Even so, I still want to believe that she was happy. Play the music box. Beauty, both a blessing and a curse thou be. "'Twas shameful greed did stain her shoe with blood." So we need to find 3 music boxes here. We found one of them outside. The Little Mermaid. Let's see if we can find the rest. The atmosphere here, man. This loud crash. What was that? Thinner. Small can filled with thinner. It was lying inside the elevator. Better go find Eddie then. He could use some of that. Sorry, Eddie. I got the fish key. An empty plate, a knife, and a fork. That's all. Nothing much of interest. Man, this just looks gorgeous. Something about the light here and the colors. The fog out the window.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James, I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true, he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath, he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one, Mary. Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
Oh boy. A gorgeous theme. Can I look at the cat here? Your story is starting to fall apart here, James. It's not looking good, man. A drawing done by Laura. A cat? James is in no mood for cats. If we go over here and look at the piano, we get a nice note here. There's a piano here. I remember how much Mary liked to play the piano. She wasn't very good, but I still loved to hear her play. That was so long ago, before we were even married. Why am I thinking of that now? Here we go. Here are the abstract daddies. Oof. Didn't get the proper sound there when I kicked it. The way they deflate is so nasty. Sorry, I'm gonna take a little detour here. Up this way. If the hotel burned down, the piano survived. Fuck. You're right. That is a hole. That's a hole in the theory. Maybe it survived. Some fucking pianos are sturdy. In tune too, remarkably. The suitcase is locked. We got a fish key. We got the key to the room 312. This one needs the fish key. A key for another key. Took it from the suitcase inside the cloakroom. Room to 204. Man, the rooms in the hotel are just gorgeous looking. There's a book open on top of the desk. It looks like a medical book. I've already read enough medical books. None of them ever did any good. He cared, god damn it. He loved Mary. Why did you do it, James? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? It's hard to hear with all the static and monster noises, but you can hear someone whimpering behind the door there. Well, maybe not behind that door, but you can hear whimpering in the area. Yeah, you heard the voice? Yeah, it's easy to miss that. Looks like there was a little fire in here at some point. Photos are scattered all over the bed. Part of the photo has been colored over with a marker. If you look at the pictures on the bed here, you see all the Silent Hill 2 characters, CG models. Angela, Eddie, Maria, Laura. So this is where we use our thinner. Down. We'll use it on the briefcase here. And we get another Cinderella music box. Or another music box. This time a Cinderella music box. We try and go up to the room. 312. Such an amazing little touch. Mary's handwriting on the room. Another one of my favorite little moments in the game. First arriving at the hotel. When you get that intense atmosphere. Locked. Yeah, it's not going to be that easy to get up to the room. Even though we have the key.
James!
Okay. What do we have here? The shelf is empty. What's this? There's a notice above the buttons. Weight allowance, 1 person. You calling me fat? No, they're just referring to the abundance of items you have lodged up your ass here. This is why we can't get on. So, now when we interact with this shelf here, it looks like I could store my stuff here. We have to go naked. Naked James. So we're gonna put everything on the shelf here. No weapons, no health, no ammo. Oh my god, the fucking great knife, the chainsaw. Take this shit out of your ass, James. I think the only things we can take are the letter and the photograph. And this is also another little thing that will affect the ending. If you keep the pictures with you, the picture and the letter, there's a higher chance you'll get the leave ending. Which is another nice little touch here. I think Laura's letter will make me too fat. Let's see. Yeah. That should be good. Yeah, now we're good. First floor. I got a hotel map for employees. Yeah, because we're behind the curtain here now. In the staff area. In the pantry. Oh my god, power surge with the 5-pack. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers. And cheers everyone for chilling on this late night. Enjoying some Silent Hill 2. We're staying up late to finish this off. There are apples and pumpkins here. Suitably, we find the Snow White music box beside the red apple. You can't not think of The Shining here. In a hotel pantry. With all this stuff. There's nothing here, but the whole thing smells vaguely moldy. I should be sleeping. Maybe you should, Mr. Man. There's not that long to go in the game. The hotel is relatively short when you know your way around it. It's not as long as the apartments or the hospital, I don't think. What do we have here? We get get the videotape. And a can opener. I had the alerts paused there. Let me unpause.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks.
So this little lounge area, I had to put my flashlight on the shelf in order to come down here. But later, when I get all my stuff back, if I come back here with my flashlight, we'll get one new interesting little piece of information here. It's the only reason to come back to this whole area when we get our flashlight. To get a little note about the radiator here. Very easy to miss. It's a very obscure little thing in this game. Whoa! Love how subdued the atmosphere is in the hotel in general. You know, nothing too crazy. It's all fairly still. There's a can with no label on it. Now it's time for the world famous canned light bulbs. There's light bulbs in the can. I got a light bulb. And now, even more absurd, look how we have to use this light bulb. If we try and leave and go out the door, I tried to use the bar key, but it's too dark to find the keyhole. However, you might think, oh, really? But if we turn around, look what's pointing right at the keyhole. There's a lamp on the counter. Guess what we just found for this lamp? There's no light bulb. Well, just so happens. Who set this up? That's confirmation. This is definitely all an illusion. This bar is burned down. Man, gorgeous visuals here, though. The wood looks so good in Silent Hill 2. Have you ever seen wood, PS2 wood, that looks as good as Silent Hill 2 wood? The brown colors and the wood in this game are top notch. That's some good wood. Look at that wood. Look at that door. That's a nice looking door. Oh, hello. Yeah, we don't have our radio anymore, so we don't get any static from the enemies. It's kind of eerie. Woo. This isn't where I need to be going. That shelf. That's some good wood. Hold on a second. Hey, Biz Snez, you lurking? Let's see. Bum, bum. And now when we come out, the mannequins are gone. They're scared. They know I got my stuff back. Okay, so now that we have the light, I'm going to go all the way back to where we just came from. Normally, there would be no reason to go back. We got all the items here. We don't need to come back. But now that we have our light and we can see things more clearly... Whoa! There's going to be one new little thing up here that we can look at. Over here. Before, we could not interact with this. But now, when we interact, there's a heater here. James couldn't tell before that it was a heater. On the back, in small letters, it says, "I'm Johnny, one hot guy." And that's it. That's the only reason to come back here. A heater underneath a curtain. Dangerously underneath a curtain. Is this how the fire started? Maybe. Or maybe it's just a joke about Johnny being one hot guy. Maybe no fire happened. It's all just so another series can have a silly Johnny character somewhere. MGS, FF7, Silent Hill 2. There's got to be a silly Johnny. So now I think I have everything I need, right? All three of the music boxes. Even so, I still want to believe that she was happy. I don't really know much about the Little Mermaid, but I think this is the Little Mermaid. 'Twas shameful greed did stain her shoe with blood. Everyone knows about Cinderella and her shoes. Beauty, both a blessing and a curse thou be, Snow White. And we get the key. The hotel stairway key. Did I inspect the radiator? I just did it, Mr. Man. Love how this room just clashes with the entire rest of the game, it feels like, with how it looks. The colors, the light. Unlike any other room in the game. I think a lot of it is to do with the lighting, just like so well lit. Isn't this just like really well lit compared to any other room? But yeah, probably the color as well. This intense white light coming in through the windows. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say cozy. Here we go. There's a television here. Even when it's plugged in, all I get is snow. There's a VCR here. It looks like I'll be able to use it. Silent Hill is written on the label in my handwriting. This is definitely the videotape I recorded back then.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Thanks.
God damn it.
Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. Laura, I'm sorry.
Where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. You hate me? Is that why you won't come? James?
That voice!
James? Please hurry. Are you lost? I'm here. I'm waiting nearby, James.
Off we go again.
I want to see you, James.
She might still be out there. Love how the static just keeps blaring here. No monsters in sight. One of the great moments in that scene that I love is when Laura leaves and James falls back down into the chair. He lands in the exact same position as that body all the way back in the apartments that was in front of the TV screen. The dead James body in front of the TV. Slouched with his head down to the side. Sorry about not pausing the alerts. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna make sure they're paused for all of the remaining scenes. Fucking Harry. I always interpreted this as Mary calling to James because she wants him to keep going until he forgives himself. Really? I always interpreted it as Maria. The Maria monster at the end. Or just really James still projecting this Maria out onto the world in hopes that he can still reunite with Mary somehow. That he still needs something to grasp onto. And it's really not until he sees the Pyramid Heads stab Maria that he's like, oh, okay. Although, no, even then, potentially, he can still delude himself, I guess, if he chooses the Maria ending. So even that doesn't fully sway James, depending on how you play. Alright, we go get the dog ending? We go from that to the dog ending? No, we'll wait. We'll wait. Where are we with the sub goal? I can't even really see it properly on my end. 1880? 1880? My god. Another one of my favorite themes here. Black Fairy, I think it's called. Great title. Just sounds like Oblivion. Blank Fairy? You know, it's Black Fairy. Another little optional scene here if we look at these headphones in this room now.
Mary's going to die? You must be joking.
You must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Sartard, how's it going, man? Thanks for keeping me company for a bit. It was nice to lurk again. Oh, you were the person who said you fuck earlier. I didn't even get to see you said that. Hey, thanks. Yeah, I didn't even see you in the chat, Sartard. Good to see you. We can get the Crimson Ceremony here, but if I pick this up, it means we'll get the Rebirth ending, and I don't want to get that first. Maybe I'll show it later on. Polaris 58 with the tier 1 as well. Thank you. Sorry, Novice. Thank you for the gifted sub to Ip Man. I didn't even thank you for that. Cheers. And the light doesn't work here. Yeah, I press the switch, but nothing happens. I feel like the sound here is better on PS2. The way this theme sounds, it feels kind of faint. I feel like you're in the original, you're like shrouded in this theme. Maybe with the recent update it's better, because I know they did improve the 3D sound and everything in the recent Enhanced Edition update. Didn't download the update. No, I didn't download it because I didn't think it was going to add all that much to it. I didn't think it would be anything too crazy significant. And then someone suggested it this morning, showing me some of the cool new things that they added, but I just didn't have time. It was going to take too long. Yeah, this is where it becomes a mindfuck here. That all these doors become portals. Whoa. Now I'm on the opposite side. East wing. This is the burned out hotel, yeah. Oh my god. Let me through. Sartard, thank you. Cheers. Life support.
Mama! Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela. That's wrong.
No. Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No. I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No. I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
Oh boy. Poor Angela. Even Mama said it. Yeah, we can't go any further here. We can't follow her. The framing here, this shot, with the way these stairs look here. Like she's climbing a mountain. The slow steps. Such a disturbing moment, the way the scene even starts here with her just staring at that body on the wall. The frame. Covered up. And here we get the reveal, what she was really planning to do when she found her mother. Now you're the only one left. Then maybe then I can rest. If I kill you. You know, she's killed the father and the brother. That's what these two bodies symbolize, her two victims. The father and the brother. Mama, I've been looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Quite disturbing, you know, how she's holding her mother's word as the gospel, but at the same time she wants to kill her. It's kind of contradictory. Okay, we'll keep going. The yellow tape here. Don't cross the line. Fire depth. Fire department. Boom.
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now.
I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
Okay, you anime badass. Let's do it. This track, though. You like that line, Embrace? I've always disliked it. I love everything else about the scene. But now it's time to end this. I just feel like he's trying too hard to sound badass. Threatening, like, I don't know. I feel like it should have been spoken with you know, a bit more plainly. You know, just kind of seriously and plainly. Now it's time to end this. You know, like just it sounds too villainous, or yeah, now it's time to end this. It's just a bit too much. I feel like a plainer delivery would have worked better. Just serious. That's all it needed, was plain seriousness. Then it would have worked for me. Ooh, yeah, just the sadness and seriousness. But I guess that's how he was directed. You know, the Pyramid Heads are supposed to be in fear of him there. They step back away from him when he says the line. So it's like, oh shit, like this is the end. He's confronting us for real. So now we just run around in circles for a bit. Nice. Let him pass. Sick. Pyramid Head won't move anymore. It looks like he's holding something. I got a rust-colored egg. Pyramid Head won't move anymore. I got a scarlet egg. I don't need this anymore. It's just a corpse now. Always love that death scene, this ritualistic sort of suicide. I like how they're unkillable in a way, you know? They only die when they decide to off themselves. When they realize you don't need them. It's weird if we look at the carpet here. Kind of looks like the seal of Metatron from Silent Hill 1, doesn't it? Two of them, mirrored, like two pyramid heads. We get the rust-colored egg. It's about the size of a quail's egg. Pyramid Head was holding it. Another one about the size of a quail's egg. Scarlet. Some people have theorized that, someone was asking, like, why 2 pyramid heads, if there's any significance behind there being 2 of them specifically. Some people have theorized that it's one for Eddie and one for Mary, the 2 real people that he's killed. The only 2 people that he's killed. The rust being the older, the scarlet being the fresher. Whether there's credence to that idea, I don't know. It's locked. There's a round indentation in the door. But maybe they just thought they needed 2 pyramid heads for this big encounter. Maybe James's brain wanted 2 of them. We have seen the depiction of 2 executioners a few times throughout the game too. Like, remember when we were in the prison in the gallows section with the 3 nooses, and you see that depiction above the tablets with the 2 pyramid heads, each holding a spear in between someone getting executed, just like Maria. Like, maybe that's just the way the ritual has to happen. You need 2. But yeah, maybe it ties into Eddie as well. Maybe that's the reason, I don't know. Doesn't matter which way you insert them here. This door here, this creepy face. Oh my god, James, what the hell are you doing, man? James is grooving. I'm not doing anything. I'm not touching the controller. You like that face, James? Yeah, get into it. Whoa, hold up. Let me plug out my controller. I plugged out my controller and he's still moving. Hold on. We need to reload here. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Possession ending. Let me quit out of the game. I think I know what it was. I think it was my mouse. Okay, I think it was my mouse. I must have it set so my mouse is controlling him as well. Oh my god. Oh shit, I forgot to save on another file again. I keep forgetting that I have to do this if I want to show other endings. Hotel alter... Fuck! No dog ending. I'm sorry, guys. You're just gonna have to live with the first ending. I mean, I guess I can always just YouTube it. I'll YouTube it. I usually hate YouTubing. Feels like cheating, but I'll do it. Yeah, look at this grimy face here.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look! I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already! I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James, wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
Mary?
When will you ever stop making that mistake? Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria? It's you. But I don't need you anymore.
What? You must be joking. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted. I'm different than Mary. How can you throw me away?
I understand now. It's time to end this nightmare.
No, I won't let you. You deserve to die too, James.
Here we go. Get off me!
James. 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 James.
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not true. You also said you didn't want to die. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary?
James. Please. Please do something for me. Go on with your life. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
Oh boy, it hit hard this time. There we go. Thanks for watching, everyone. It's always a pleasure streaming one of my favorite games of all time and rambling about it and talking to like-minded people about it. It's always a treat. Now let's give these enhanced edition people their props. We'll let the credits play for giving us the proper HD collection, giving us our proper remaster. Cinema. Yeah, there we go. Get your hot chocolates, get your marshmallows, get all your cozy treats, because it's going to be time for some more Shenmue when we're done with this. Maybe I'll play the dog ending on YouTube first to have a little laugh. Take the edge off after all this depressing stuff. After this incredibly melancholic story. Hey, Proxy, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I felt like I was getting a bit exhausted towards the end. Wasn't talking as much as I normally would if I split up the playthrough, but it was fun all the same. Depressing? I mean, the story overall, Monk. The story overall, it's a gloomy story, you know? It's an incredibly melancholic game. With some tough subjects. Angela didn't get a happy ending. But I'm glad you're ending it feeling chuffed. Now, even when I get the leave ending, I just feel emotionally drained after Silent Hill 2. Doesn't matter what ending I get. It's always an emotionally exhausting experience. But very enjoyable. It's one of my absolute favorites of all time. There we go. There we go. We get this nice, soothing credits theme. Ba-dum-bum-ba-da-dum. Yeah, there it is. The amazing Silent Hill 2 once again. There we go. There we go. I didn't play the opening movie, did I, earlier at the start of the stream? Will I play it? We can't fucking play Silent Hill 2 without hearing Theme of Laura. Good lord. No, of course we have to play it. How is that even a question? Voice version.
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James. I don't look like a ghost, do I?
Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life.
Lost?
Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
Oh, it's you.
Just putting the gun to their head.
I am. Do you want me to be?
So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
We've got to find her.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real.
Okay, one more. I want to watch the trailer. And yeah, I forgot, we do see that CG scene with Maria on the stage in the opening collage. Okay, one more. 2001 E3 trailer.
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel? You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there. I'm not your Mary. Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Just put the gun to their head.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me.
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Well, yeah? Why not?
Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life.
Like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Lost?
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
Her name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? Oh, it's you.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but
With all these monsters around?
no, I just.
That scene looks so sick in slow motion with those
I'm here
cuts.
for you, James.
With that grain.
See? I'm real.
I also think these FMVs do look better than how they looked in our version. The frame rate, the lower frame rate, they increased the frame rate on the enhanced edition. I feel like you see it too clearly or like too quickly. There we go. There we go. I love that slow-mo shot of the, the slow-mo version of the Pyramid Head kitchen scene with that grimy grain. There we go. There we go. Okay. Dog ending. Do we still want the dog ending? Dog ending? Okay, I'll YouTube the dog ending, and then it's time to get cozy for some Shenmue.
South-facing.
Omae no shiwaza datta no ka?
Thanks. 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 Thanks.
Oh, if only there was a thanks after that last part. God damn it, Harry.
Thanks. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Hold on. Oh, Jesus. So, there we go. Thanks for watching, everyone. Pleasure as always. Another successful day in the Subathon, I think. We had some fun. Thank you, everyone,
Thanks.
especially for all the generosity, all the gift subbers. Jay Dory coming in now with the gift subs. Let me just check here as well, see who I have to thank. Jay Dory, thank you, man, for the big 5-pack. Line Modifier with the 5. Hermdog, thank you for gifting a sub to thanks. K Bizzle for Shizzle with the 5. Praise Yevon with the 7. 1000 Picture with the 3 bits. Ant's Revenge with the 6. Thank you.
Hold it
Start.
right there.
Hold it right there. Oh my God, Martian. Martian. You're still here lurking too, Martian? Thank you so much, man, for the 10-pack. Cheers. Cheers. Where are we now? 1,904. Good Lord. Yeah, I think tomorrow we'll finish up Origins. Born from a Wish. Tomorrow might be a day of variety where we do a good few different things, depending on the situation. But yeah, finishing up Origins, then maybe some Born from a Wish, then who knows? We'll think about it. Let's see. Excellent stream, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being here, everyone. It was a fun one. It was a fun one. Well, I'll be back tomorrow for some more. 80 hours left on the clock. We're in no danger of wrapping up anytime soon, I don't think. But yeah, I'm going to go maybe get a bite to eat real quick. It's 4:30 in the morning. Get a bite to eat, chill out for half an hour or so, get some sleep, and I'll probably be back on at around the same time, I would say, roughly, that I started today. Yeah. Good night, everyone, and enjoy the cozy Shenmue VODs if you're sticking around.